Supersport Park on a Sunday morning, bringing you one day cup action. Hi, my name is Dave Midgley, and this is the Momentum Multiply Titans taking on the Dafabet Warriors. You haven't missed much, just a single to Brevis and a wide down the leg side. So two without loss after the first couple. Swanepoel, he's bowling here to Jivesh Pillay, and the Warriors have started quietly, which I think they'll be pleased with. They won the toss and decided they'd have a bowl, and so with a lot of their frontline seamers not available to them, you think of Stierman and Marco Janssen and Heinrich Nokia all off with either injury or national duty. It's a little bit straighter that time from Swanepoel. Just two more left in the over. That an opportunity for guys like him, Bear Swanepoel, Abrams, and then Plaiki to really put their name on the team sheet a little bit more consistently. But thank you for joining us for this morning's broadcast. Supersport Park on a Sunday. Few better places to be. A bit of a way swing there. So there's certainly something on offer here for the Dafabet Warrior bowlers. Both of these sides in this one day cup. Only one game played so far yet in this tournament. The Momentum Multiply Titans coming unstuck against the DP World Lions. Wonderful 100 there from Ryan Rickleton, who continues his form across formats. That's just left alone comfortably outside the off stump. And that is the end of the third over, 3 without loss. And the Warriors also coming unstuck in their previous game, and so both sides needing to put a win on the board. This is the second home game for the Momentum Multiply Titans. It's 2 of 3. And so they'll be hoping to improve their luck after Friday's drama. I think these two will get them off to a good start. Deva Brevis has star power around his name, but you just want to see some more from him. We've seen an excellent 150. It was an incredible innings to watch in the T20 stuff, but boy oh boy has he struggled to get into that 4-day side of the Titans. Only really one outing for him so far, so crucial for the Warriors here to try and snuff him out and then focus on Jivesh Pillay, and it'll be Abrams to Brevis. Not quite the timing I think he was looking for there, just finding its way to mid-off. This Warriors side has some familiar names that you would be used to seeing, but they've just struggled with their white ball form, have the Dafabet Warriors. The Titans, on the other hand, have been, I think it was, out of the last 10 white ball finals, they've been in 5 of them. Yeah, much better there from Brevis, making the man at mid-off work a little bit harder this time, moving to his left. You'll see on the back of the shirt there, or if you're not able to see it, you will know that Abrams has got double naught on his shirt. Not unlike Herschel Gibbs back in the day. Him and Gary Kirsten used to walk out to bat, so it was either 001 or 100. Lovely shot that from Brevis. Good hand on it. He shakes his hand, does Abrams. It has to hurt when a batsman of Brevis's quality just punches it back up the ground. Good control there. So there's obviously just the slip in place at the moment, not going for 2, so there is some assistance, but nothing wild in terms of swing or movement. So there's a fine leg in place, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Men in the covers, backward point, third man, and the aforementioned slip. Vian Libber is the man hoping to snatch a catch. Driven hard, what a shot there by Dewald Brevis. Lovely stuff. Pitched it up there, and he just punched it up the ground. Lovely shot, and that's the first boundary of the innings. He'll be happy with that. It's good to get some runs under your belt, and particularly a boundary. It's such a nice check drive there from Dewald Brevis.
Lovely day for cricket, and it's been a really calculated start so far. As Brevis starting to find the middle of the bat nice and early. I'm sure as long as they they avoid losing wickets early on. There's lots of runs on this track. So yeah, just getting a start going.
Yeah, I think that's crucial. Is the relationship here between Pillay and Brevis? They wouldn't have batted all that much together, and so as a result, they're probably just still finding their feet.
Yeah, look, it is that much spoken of left hand right hand combination as well, and I think that's always such an effective opening pair to have, especially with a new ball moving around, getting the bowlers really working on their lines and lengths. But yeah, both batsmen looking like they're finding the middle of the bat nice and early, whether it's a defensive stroke, attacking strokes, and I think that, as you say, I mean, it's very important how these two are going to communicate and how they're going to work together as a pair.
Yeah, Javishan Pillay is a former under-19 cricketer, so he has that in common with young Dafabet Brevis, but it's a very different ball game at this level. Under-19 cricket, you're all schoolboys mostly, and this is the big boy stuff. Oh, that's why I bowled there.
Indeed, and obviously Pillay also very involved in the 4-day stuff, the longer format. Probably that more calming role for the sort of eccentric Dafabet Brevis, and I think that also might be a really nice combination in that. From one end you can really take off, and then Pillay can just provide that calm and ease to the partnership.
Sonapol now. He's been wide of the wicket, but a bit straighter this time. You'll see at his release point, he's a lot straighter in that one compared to the previous delivery, trying to angle it in as he comes round the wickets here to Javishan Pillay. And you spoke about that importance of Pillay having played some of the red ball stuff recently. That takes a break and will continue in the new year. And but that time at the wicket is certainly valuable.
Yeah, I must say, even in the 4-day format, there has been lots of runs on offer here at Supersport Park, which is pretty much standard procedure. And really looking forward to see, how many runs we're going to get on the board here today. Yeah, how do you fancy the Warriors' chances here? Away game, it's a really good batting track. Winning the toss, choosing to bowl first.
I suppose it just puts the onus on their bowlers. They've come to the altitude at Supersport Park in Centurion. The high felt's never easy to bowl first on, but I think they're trying to extract every little bit of moisture that they can out of the surface. But Abrams will now continue. Short and pulled away, smashed onto the onside, one bounce over the boundary, 4 runs. And like you said, Brevis is eccentric, and he's just showing us exactly his class there. Previous over, Abrams dropped it short and gave us a big whiff, did Brevis, but that time not missing out.
Oh goodness, that's flown off the middle of the bat, and we know how powerful of a hitter he can be, and it's just interesting to see what a big fan base he's actually built up already at his tender age. I mean, the crowd absolutely erupting there when he pulled that away.
Better length that time from Abrams. He's cleaned that up nicely. Yeah, I think it's such a double-edged blade as a young cricketer coming into the world of professional cricket. You've come off the back of wonderful performances for your national under-19 side, but it's very different, like I said, at this level. And so it can either buoy you as a player, it can really fuel your fire, or it can be your own undoing. Better shot that time from Brevis. Sets off immediately and has to bring out the dive to be home safe. But I think with the man at mid-on, on the move whilst throwing that ball, it would have been difficult for Brevis to really find himself in trouble unless there was a dramatic direct hit.
Yeah, look, I know he's speaking quite a lot about Dafabet Brevis, but he is a big talking point in South African cricket at the moment. And I think what a lot of people are looking for or just hoping is that we get a bit more consistency out of him.
Pitched up nicely there, but not quite getting the result that he wanted, did Abrams. Yeah, I think your point around Brevis is an important one because like I said, that pressure of a young cricketer, somebody who's still trying to find their feet in professional cricket. This is not schoolboy cricket. This is not a Saturday where parents are watching and your teammates are worried. That one just goes down to third man. But this is not with Pillay getting his first runs. This is not your friends worrying about their school assignments or exams.
Yeah, look, I still think the parents are watching. It's
Sure,
just not
sure, but it's not just your parents watching.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
No. It's the biggest stage in our cricket that we have in South Africa, and it's exciting times ahead. In that we know he's got a bright future ahead of him.
It's a lovely shot there.
Great shot.
What a shot! The man at mid-off could only dive in vain. 3 boundaries off a front foot drive there from Brevis. That concludes the 6th over. 23 without loss. 20 of those coming from Dafabet Brevis, and the run rate currently is just shy of 4 runs to the over. And what a start here from Dafabet Brevis. He's going at a fair lick. I suppose it helps when you have a couple of friendly, juicy half volleys coming your way. He's just got to make sure he gets off to a start that he'll be happy with. Just nearly a runnable stuff here from Brevis, but the Warriors, how soon do they start panicking about the decision to win the toss and ball? Oh, much better that time on the angle from Swanepoel.
I must say, Swanepoel has had a fantastic start so far. I mean, he's into his 4th over and he's only conceded 1 run. Really tight on those lines and making sure that there's no width on offer for the batsman. And I think it's a lot to do with him bowling to the left-hander, being able to angle it in, cramp him up for a bit of space.
Again,
As
straight
we
that
say
time.
that.
He straightens up, but Jivesh Pillay is showing us just how it's done. He says, anything you can do, I can do just as well. Lovely shot there, just not missing out there. Friendly half volley. You spoke about the line, but was the length that was the undoing there of Bayer Swanepoel. That's what we call commentator's curse. You've just said he's bowled well, and then he bowls a juicy apple to pluck from the tree of runs.
Oh, goodness. No, it was a beautiful stroke, and there's very few shots that look better than a straight drive,
Oh, the cover drive,
Oh,
perhaps?
of course. I mean, very few. Very
Sure.
few.
Again, 2 straight this time, and a bit of fortune there for Jivesh Pillay, because just with the angle of that delivery, it cramped him perhaps more than he would have liked. Much fuller, nearly a Yorker length there from Swanepoel.
I must say, for how straight he's bowling, the leg side isn't exactly packed.
No.
So it does seem like he's, I don't know, maybe a bit too straight at the moment, because if he does stray...
Yeah, then he's going to find himself under pressure. I agree. Just with 3 men out on the leg side, Miran, a mid-wicket, and then a fine leg. So really not covering himself in glory here, because if he gets it wrong, it's going to, obviously point out the flaw. But I think if he backs himself against Pele in terms of being able to play that leg glance shot, then he'll be A for away. Again, mid-wicket is now having to run to square leg. They scampered through for that single, maybe looking for a second, but good recovery there from Diego Rosier to just keep it to the 1. There's 1 ball remaining in the 7th.
Yeah, so I think also going forward for the Warriors, I think it'll be also a case of not giving away boundaries, because it's very easy here at Supersport Park to concede boundaries. So, any runs that they can cut off in the field is going to be so vital, because there are so many runs on offer. Shot.
Isn't that just the beauty of cricket? Lovely shot, and he finds the man in the cover region. Good fielding there by Rosier. 7 gone, it's 28 without loss. I want to know how long they're going to continue with Abrams here, because Ziad Abrams, 3 overs, 22 runs, 7 runs to the over, 7.3 rather. Certainly we can't expect a continuation for much longer from Diego Rosier, with Ziad having the ball in hand. It looks like there might just be a change. We'll confirm for you in a moment. Just removing his sleeves.
Yep, we've got Nyaka coming into the attack.
Yeah, you could only say that it was a matter of time. Akona Mnyaga, 26 wickets to his name. Best of 3 for 32 versus Border at Oudtshoorn back in the day, 2020, before the COVID pandemic hit us. But now we're on the other side of it. Nyaka is going to come left arm over the wicket. Oh, what a lovely length there from Nyaka, cramping Pele up a little bit.
Yeah, look, I don't think Pillay will be too stressed about his slow start at all. I mean, there's still so much time left in the innings, and he is the type of batsman that will take a few deliveries to get his eye in. But once he does have his eye in, boy, don't be fooled. He can hit a ball.
Continuing over the wicket here. Nothing there for him. So I think, like you've said, we're all gonna keep an eye on Pele here. I think it's something that he won't feel any pressure, particularly when your colleague at the other end is going along at a fair rate of knots. The Warriors continuing with just the 3 men on the leg side. Now they're removing the slip, and mid-wicket's going out to deep square. Deep mid-wicket rather, and then a fine leg making his way inside the ring. Lesiba Ngwepe.
Slight hint at a shorter delivery, possibly.
Not quite the length for it, but maybe it's a double bluff. I suppose that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, look, it's also no surprise they've taken the slip out. There's been very little in terms of balls missing the bat and opportunities in that sense. Haven't seen too much movement either. Really not much on offer for the bowlers. Whatever juice they were trying to extract in these early overs, definitely. I mean, it's such a dry heat that we have here in Pretoria at the moment.
It's a lovely shot there from Pele. Bit of nearly a thought of a second run there. And Brevis jumping around the ball instead of making sure his bat was planted. A little bit of comedic dancing there for us. I know it is Sunday, so maybe he wants his funny bird tickled. There's 2 balls remaining in the 8th over. 29 without loss, and thank you for joining us. If you are enjoying your time with us, we are happy to be with you. A lovely day at SuperSport Park. There's been a lot of rain around the Gauteng region probably for the whole of November and December, so the surfaces now really getting an opportunity to bake. Around the wicket he comes. Oh yeah, good line, good length, comfortable there. I suppose Brevis just getting a sighter, just having a look here.
I mean, Brevis is scoring at less than a run a ball. It's really uncharacteristic for him. But I think that's also, he's definitely going to mature his game and know when it's, just time his attacks, a little less recklessly than he has previously. And that's also what's going to be quite exciting to see is if he does mature and, develop his game like that.
Better line, better length, and you can see it in the applause from Sinatemba Koishile. So that'll wrap up the 8th, 29 without loss. Brevis on 20, Pele on 7, and just those 2 extras for us.
Well, it's a really good turnout at the ground today as well. We're seeing lots of gazebos, umbrellas, and towels out on the embankments for this scorcher of a day. Festive vibes, music playing in the background. Really is a good day out for cricket, and if you're not here, SuperSport Park is waiting for you. Really is a great occasion to spend your Sunday.
It's good control there from Pele, just using the pace of the ball there, but good covering as well in the covers, and you can see I've said covers far too much. But I think I agree with you. If you're in and around the SuperSport Park area, and even if you're not, make your way down, because this is a sparkler of a day. Weather, not a cloud in the sky, but you know that I've said that Now there's the threat of a cloud suddenly appearing out of nowhere. No run available there for Pile. Just finding the man. But maybe you can work on your tan before you go on holiday. You know, Valis, we tend to look like we haven't seen the sun for 11 months of the year. So if you are going away, maybe this is an opportunity to just shift a shade. But it is a glorious day, and lots of fans coming in. It's good to see them all involved. Better line that time from Swanepoel. I think for me, he's got to attack the off stump. Oh, and they're going to get runs here. There was a shy at the non-strikers in from Rosier, and there'll be extra runs because of the ball hitting the stumps, and safety in the end there for Brevis.
Yeah, bit of a early Christmas present there. A few extra runs. Yeah, I've mentioned already that fielding is going to be so important here. But the one thing that I'm looking at now is I can't see how the Warriors are going to take a wicket at this stage. There hasn't been real threat so far in the bowling.
Off the back foot that time, just square of the wicket, and so nothing on offer there. Well, I see what you're saying, and I'm trying to, like you, understand the decision to win the toss and bowl. And looking at the weather, there's a possibility of some afternoon thunder showers as the Gautrain elegantly rolls by.
It really does have a futuristic feel to it with that train zooming past.
Oh, what a shot there by Brevis. Just cutting that down to third man. Just opens the face of the blade. Educated edge is probably the word you're looking for. And that takes Brevis onto 24 now.
I mean, the ball absolutely flying off the willow there. This outfield's also lightning quick. I mean, if you time a ball, I don't know, just to 70%, it's going to be very difficult for a fielder to chase anything within 5 meters.
Swanepoel erring in length again, and that's just been punched. Lovely shot, Dierval Brevis, and he shows us the pose just for the cameras to really zoom in on that one. Beautiful.
He knows the cameras are on him, so why not pose for them? Superb shots. I mean, technically, he just looks so sound. It looks like a real natural with the bat in hand. It's a beautiful stroke, that.
Yeah, end of the ninth, 38 without loss. To me, as well, as much as he's been linked to the Mr. 360, Abraham Benjamin de Villiers, but to me, he seems a slightly more like a Herschel Gibbs type character in the way that he's flamboyant, and yes, he still has the skills, but he just has that slight inconsistency that he's trying to find himself. He just has all the talent. It's just a matter of utilizing that talent. Just third man out as well as deep square. Trying to replicate it there did Pillay, but not finding his way past backward point. Good fielding there.
Yeah, I mean, you do compare him to Herschel Gibbs type character, but I think where the comparisons come in are the little mannerisms in the way that he bats and his technique and the shots that he plays. That's where the comparisons to de Villiers comes in. Whereas I agree with you 100% about Herschel Gibbs. Completely different aspect of the game.
Nothing on offer there for him. Good length and line from Nyaga. But do you think he's consciously doing it, or do you think it's just trying to emulate his hero subconsciously or unconsciously? I don't think it's to the extent of Manus Labuschagne or Labuskachny if you're South African.
That pained you to say like that, didn't it?
It hurt. Trying to almost copy and paste Steve Smith, or do you think it's just ingrained in him without even realizing? Nearly an opportunity for that first wicket, just flicked over the top, and like a goalkeeper in Qatar, he just parried that over the bar, did Vian Libber, but that'll still go for 4.
Yeah, really tough take that one. If he did pull it off, it would have been an absolute blinder. But unfortunately, that will go down as a drop catch. And just to rub salt in the wounds, 4 more runs to the total as well.
Mercifully, if you're a Dafabet Warriors fan, they don't write dropped catch on the scorecard, so nobody will be able to hold it to him years from now. Trying to repeat it this time, but kept it on the ground, and immediately they set off for a single. The man jumps over the ball. It always surprises me when players do that.
Well, I didn't know.
Pull a Ben Stokes, put your bat in the way, and maybe you get some spare runs. Who knows?
Oh, well, I don't know. I thought we were watching the 25-meter hurdles here at Supersport Park, because that's the second time now.
Sure.
No, so going back to your question, I don't know. I can't give you an answer there. That's actually the player himself will be able to tell you if it is an emulation or if it's just a sort of a natural instinct that kicks in.
A bit of a wider release point there from Nyaka. He's got one more remaining in his second. 6 from it so far.
Oh, look, Nyaka's had a really decent start so far. He's been a lot tighter than Abrams was in his opening few overs. And as much as run restriction is important at this stage, I do think that wicket taking is going to be vital for the Warriors. I don't know if it is a change in bowling that will bring that, but Titans looking solid at the moment.
Just trying to work that away onto the onside, but nothing available there. So 10 gone at Supersport Park. The Dafabet Warriors winning the toss and deciding they'll have a bowl here. Somewhat of a surprise that they did decide to go with it. I suppose the other comparison with Brevis and AB de Villiers is that of the fact that they're both Affies boys.
Yeah.
Pretoria Afrikaanse
Pretoria born and bred, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Bear Swanepoel will continue.
It's quite a long spell here to start off with, but probably because he's been bowling so tight.
Just 3 runs to the over is what he's going on at the moment. Packed offside. Just now there's 3 men out, fine leg, third man, a very wide-ish third man, as well as a deep square leg. He goes again. Trying to go inside out is Pelé. Not quite finding his gap through the offside. Pelé now 13 runs to his name with Brevis on 28. I think it's just so wonderful to see so many people coming out here to support the home side. Momentum Multiply Titans, particularly after a tough loss against their Trans Yukske rivals, the DP World Lions. Lovely shot.
Yeah, I must say, it wasn't
control in that defensive shot.
That was a very solid forward defense. I do think that was a loss that will sting a bit. You know, the local rivalry there's always an extra edge to it and an extra bit of emotion that will go into that.
Particularly when the final of the One Day Cup last year had a similar, if not exactly the same result. Just punched off the back foot. Not finding his way through the crowd here is Pelé.
Yeah, almost an element of deja vu if you were watching last season as well. But I mean, in terms of the overall standings in the domestic setup, Titans are well above anyone else at the moment in that
in their white ball format, certainly.
Yes, I think they have outshone.
Just wearing that one is Pelé didn't know too much about it and had to immediately sit on his bike. So I think what you're saying is don't look too hard at the table, because with the Titans right at the bottom, it's one game. It's not exactly something that you can take too you can take too much confusion or concern if you're a Momentum Multiply Titans fan.
No, 100%. And I mean, they have such a strong squad as well.
Depth for days.
Yeah.
Depth for days.
But I think in general, the cricket in Gauteng is just churning out players. It really is a hub for cricket in South Africa, and you'll also look at that Lions squad, and you'll see the depth that comes out of that squad. I
Yeah,
mean,
young Liam Alder wrote some exams still in his school uniform. It's not the first time that the Lions have done that. Remember, Vian Mulder also coming to the Wanderers in his school uniform. And then to put some icing on the cake for Alder, that he picks up the wicket of Aiden Markram. I mean, even if the exam was bad, it's not the worst day ever when you pick up the wicket of a man who's arguably in some of the best white ball format, best white ball form of any of the South African cricketers. Change in the bowling now for the Dafabet Warriors, not continuing with Nyaka, which is somewhat of a surprise because of the fact that he's been so economical. Just 3 runs either side of his spell, but Tristan Stubbs perhaps showing the national selectors, Victor Mpitsang and co, that he can offer something with the ball.
Yeah, I think the mindset is to bring on some spin, just get some variation in there. Because it has been pretty much seam up stuff the whole time. No real variation from the bowlers. So, I don't know, maybe trying to buy a wicket here.
Slow down the game, perhaps. I think it's just because of the pace on the ball. Just making sure they're using the facilities here. Are the Momentum Multiply Titans. Mouthful of a name, that one. He comes around the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, they are only going at 4 to the over, so it's not been a extremely, I don't know,
belligerent start.
Let's put it like that. Yeah. Sure. So I think just keep them bogged down as long as possible.
Maybe frustrate play a little bit. Hands on the heads there from Stubbs as this one's played out square of the wicket.
Yeah, just catching the outside half of the bats. Maybe that's also the thought process. Stubbs bowling in at the left-hander, maybe trying to either dart one in or catch the outside edge.
Change of the field for the left-right combination. 45 and a deep backward square. Man at car corner. 2 men seemingly in line with one another, but it's almost a catching mid-wicket almost. Long on. Mid-off. Mid-off. And then men in the covers. Straighter this time from Stubbs, and there's an immediately opportunity to have young Brevis run out, but he was too quick.
Yeah,
like a jackrabbit between the stumps.
Yeah, these two are quite quick between the wickets, and
I hope so at that age, their age, that they would be quick enough. 23 and 19 and 20. Stubbs just utilising the crease nicely, just pushed out there for the 1. 46 without loss, or 47 rather, with that last single. And everybody on the Warriors side is getting their steps in, changing every single delivery with their fielding positions.
I don't think Titans will mind this at all. Just rotating strike, getting the fielders busy, tiring them out of it maybe.
Yeah, much better there from Stubbs. Straightening it up, maybe holding back a little bit on the pace.
Stubbs, another young lad making waves through South African cricket at the moment.
What a shot, son! What a shot! Stand and deliver. That'll go all the way. First 6 of the day. Lovely stuff, young Dieval Brevis. And that's the 50 partnership for these two, coming just off 74 deliveries. Just that 6 and 8 fours.
Yeah, it was inevitable that it was going to happen eventually, and as much as we love seeing his ground strokes, we had to watch the explosive big hits, and the crowd also really appreciating that shot as he clears the fence for the first time today, for the first 6 of the innings and the game. And I think all neutral cricket lovers as well as Titans fan will be looking forward to what's coming in this innings, but Warriors fans will want to see the back of these two batsmen rather early if they can.
Nyaka switching ends, so he'll come left arm over to play. Good length there from Nyaka.
Once again, it's really controlled bowling. It's line length, not giving the batsman anything to work with there, and you were wondering why they were taking him off. That's that change in ends. Do you think that was for Stubbs' sake, or do you think that it was a change in end for him?
I'm wondering if they were expecting a little bit more purchase at the surface, or at least the ability to control for Stubbs from the other end. He's going to come very wide here. Flicked onto the onside. Lovely stuff. He'll just get the single though. Maybe not quite timing, but a bit of flair there from Pele, who's played somewhat second fiddle to Brevis. And I think that's the crucial nature of opening in any format, is the balance between the opening pair. I think if you have, I think your thoughts, cast your mind back, if you will, if you have your thoughts cast back to some of your favorite opening pairs in any format, really, it's all about the balance, their ability to balance one another, whether it be left and right hand, or maybe explosive and more reserved. Oh, what an incredible delivery. That one hit the kitchen sponge on a length and just fell away. That's surprising. I think Brevis is looking, maybe there's a hole at the bottom of his bat or a hole in the wicket there, because that was like a gutter ball in 10-pin bowling, because it just disappeared without much fuss.
Quite honestly, I don't even think the bowler knew much about it. No, you mentioned these left-hand, right-hand combinations. We spoke about Herschel Gibbs earlier. His combination with
Gary Kirsten, Graham Smith,
all of them. You know.
Sure. More temperate was Gary Kirsten. Knocked onto the onside, and they'll just get through for one. I mean, I think of more recently Hashim Amla and Quinton de Kock, that balance that they had with one another. And I think sometimes there was a criticism of Hashim Amla in the rate that he scored, but certainly, the fastest to 4, 5, 6 and 7,000 runs in one day cricket. So how slowly can he really be scoring if he's hitting those milestones quicker than anyone in world cricket?
Oh, it's just that sheer consistency with which he was scoring runs. It was almost unheard of with how regularly he was scoring big. As really tight bowling once again. I think the important thing is, you can't just throw together any left-hander, any right-hander.
Sure. We saw that with Markram and Elgar in the test side, that it had early success, but after that struggled a little bit.
Me personally, I'm a big believer in chemistry. There's also a chemistry that comes with batting
Certainly.
with your batting partner, and just looking at these two as a pair, I think there's a lot of complementary sort of qualities that they bring to this partnership. So I must say I'm impressed.
A little bit more width that time, and he just pushes that away to the man at deep extra cover. And I'll get through for one. So 13 gone, 56 without loss. Brevis on 36, Pele on 17, and just those 3 extras so far.
Does look like they're calling for a bit of a drink. The two openers, they've toiled hard for those 56 runs, and I'm sure it'll be a very welcome drink as well. Staying hydrated, so important, not just for the players, but for all of the viewers that are, or the viewers that are the spectators that are here today. You at home can hydrate as well, but why not join us down at Supersport Park? It's a fantastic atmosphere, a beautiful day, clear blue skies, music playing in the background, explosive cricket in the middle. Does it get any better than that?
Yeah, few things are better in life than a glorious day filled with sunshine and cricket. I suppose maybe I'm a little bit of a cricket snob, and I suppose the only thing better would be gentlemen in white clothing with the red ball.
Oh, you purist, you.
Can't help myself. But there's nothing wrong with colour clothing cricket at all. They've immediately dispensed with Tristan Stubbs, have the Dafabet Warriors, and Sia Plaiki, who joined this year. Round the wicket he comes. Oh, squeeze that away onto the offside. And so I'll just get one. Plaiki was given a high performance contract earlier this year, coming from his time at Western Province. So a coastal to coastal move, but this is the high felt, and it can be tough for seam bowlers, or bowlers in general. You generally tend to travel here. Remember, the ball flies a little bit further and faster at altitude. So a test for him, although this isn't test cricket, there's certainly a test here for him. Plaiki to Brevis. Short and pulled away, hooked rather, onto the onside. There's a man there covering it, so comfortable for him.
Yeah, I think so. So with Blakey being relatively sort of new on the scene, there's always that element of uncertainty as a batsman. You don't really know the bowlers, and we've seen a lot of players come onto the scene, and because of that new factor, the fact that batsmen haven't faced you a lot, there is opportunity for wickets, and I'm personally really excited to see what he brings.
The equivalent of beginner's luck.
Oh, I wouldn't. That sounds a bit harsh to call it beginner's luck.
The element of the unknown.
Yeah, I'd rather put it like that. Yes.
Got you. Immaculate facilities here at Supersport Park. Fans, friends, family, bringing all of their cooler boxes, their umbrellas, the gazebos. It is a scorcher.
Oh, I think
Nearly 30 degrees.
Oh no, I think we're surpassing 30 degrees today. I think we might be looking at 32, 33 if I'm not mistaken. As Blakey comes in, fourth ball of the over. Oh, he's caught the outside edge. Hands on head stuff for the bowlers. That's raced away to the boundary. I mean, there is a deep third man, but he just strolling to the ball. There was no ways he was getting anywhere close to that. And a few fortunate but welcome runs for Javesh and Pillay.
It's always that moment where the skipper says, all right, Slipper, let's remove you. And then a couple of overs later, the edge would have gone straight to the man who was hovering there. And there's no chance there for Tsinata Maqashile. Maqashile from Kabeja, all the cues. Beautiful.
I must say the clicks are sounding elegant as ever.
You got to work on it. Got to work on it. Blakey's got to look to recover here. See how he goes.
Yeah, I think he'll take encouragement out of that delivery, most certainly, because it's actually just it's been the first one other than that ball to Brevis that just died. The only other ball that's really looked
like
semi-threatening, semi-threatening, and maybe there is a bit more in it for him in the track. Maybe he can extract what little bit there is, however minuscule.
I think the length is crucial here. I think at times the Dafabet Warriors have overpitched and have been dealt with suitably. Again, a little bit of an overpitch there, but not quite timing it the way we would have liked it to play. 14 gone, 62 without loss.
Yeah, I think in general back of a length has to be the go-to here. Anything too full is just bread and butter for any quality batsman, and
anything short it sits up like a tennis ball. Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
like playing on a concrete wicket from primary school, if you remember that far back.
Oh jeez, it's a little too far back for my liking. Just a reminder that time is moving. But yeah, I mean, right through the school systems these days, you see very few concrete pitches in general. So I think a lot of our modern players have grown up playing on
turf wickets.
On turf wickets, and that I think does improve the quality of all-round cricket.
Short and hammered away onto the onside. Diava Brevis showing us his skill. Boy, oh boy, lovely stuff from him. Just sat up and he hammered it away. It's the length that we were speaking about.
Just a little too short there,
yeah.
And I mean, a man of his ability is not going to miss out on that. And once again, just timing that so well. And I mean, to be fair, the bats these days are also turbocharged.
Lovely shot off the back foot there. Not quite timing it though. The idea was right, just to hit it into the square adjacent to the playing strip, and hopefully it bounces up over the man in the ring. To your point around concrete wickets, I suppose that what it does is it actually allows for a fairer contest between bat and ball, because sometimes as a bowler, if you overpitch on a concrete wicket, you disappear. If you bowl short, you disappear. So at least there's an opportunity for some movement on the turf wicket. It allows you to work on your skill as well. Your control with the ball. Bowling slow balls have a lot more purchase bit of swing, seam movement. Certainly a fairer contest, but
Yeah, I don't know. I think the fairness starts leaving as soon as bowlers get a bit too quick for concrete pitches. I mean, I wouldn't exactly
Fair
want to
enough.
face a junior dollar on a concrete pitch.
No.
I don't think that's a very fair contest, but
I don't want to face Junior Dollar out there.
fair enough. Oh,
Okay, continuing. Just a defensive shot there. Remember, Junior Dollar played a lot of his cricket indoors. He played a lot of action cricket, came through the structures there. Didn't actually play any age group cricket outdoors until he got higher, university level and so on.
wow.
He played a lot of, if not all of his, for Northerns at action cricket. So that crow hop that he has, that jumping off the wrong foot, comes from indoor, and his ability to generate pace with not much room certainly comes from action cricket. Common thing in Australia, action cricket. He just tucked onto the onside, and Pele looked like he was on his bike and ready to go, but the train hadn't left the station quite yet. But yeah, think of guys like Steve Smith and Michael Clarke also playing action cricket to kind of supplement their game.
It's kind of ironic though, because some of your purists will really disagree with the concept of
Sure.
action cricket, but
Sure.
some of your best Test cricketers, if you're naming someone like Steve Smith,
And yeah, Michael Clarke.
Michael Clarke as well. I mean, some of the best Test players ever.
I think Michael Bevan as well come down to it. This is just tucked away off the hips. Safe bit of work there from Brevis. He was maybe stagnating a little bit at the wicket, but he'll retain the strike as we head to the 16th. 15 gone, 67 without loss. Brevis 42, Pele 22, and they're going at 4.5 to the over. Slightly picking it up are the momentum multiply Titans here. But if you're just joining us, good morning, welcome. My name is Dave Mitchell. Alongside me is Douglas McLeod Elliott, and this is a gorgeous day here at Supersport Park in Centurion. The Highveld showing off today.
Oh, we've been experiencing a lot of rain around and miserable weather, so it's really refreshing to have a day out like this today, where hopefully, we know how fast the weather can change, but hopefully it sticks out, as really we couldn't be set up for a better day's cricket.
Some kids just walking in front of the side screen. That's why there's a delay. And
Shame. Such a
one
tiny...
particular small child. Oh, now dad's off on a chase. It's a retrieval job here. Oh, no. We're just watching as the child runs into the fence, and I'm sure there's a couple of tears, and now dad having to apologize to everybody. That's just why we're having the delay. Trying to slink away like a sheep or a guilty dog. You know when those dogs who know they've done something wrong. I think that's where dad was looking for Blakey to continue to Brevis. Nice and tight to the stumps there, and Brevis just pushes this away to the offside to get off strike. Timing of dad retreating to his seat there. Crucial. He had to wait till the ball had been bowled. Security giving him a word or two.
The game's been pretty tense, but there's your comedic relief for the day. Yeah, it's also...
Toddler's doing a runner.
Oh, goodness. Most rewarding job in the world, apparently. Oh,
Coming around the wicket here to Pele is Blakey. Flicked away. Just one bounce, and it goes over the mid-wicket boundary. Wide-ish mid-on, maybe. But Pele is not wanting to miss out on the boundaries here. But over pitch there from Blakey. And now he's gone for 11 from just 1.2 overs. The Warriors, they don't want to run out of bowling options. They've already used 5 in this inning so far.
yeah, I think the Titans have really done well to put away the bad balls. There haven't been too many, to be honest. It has been really good bowling, tight bowling. But the odd ball does disappear as they go through for a single.
Just a bit of luck there as well. Beating the man at backward point with a bit of soft hands. That was Tristan Stubbs, who was valiantly trying to cut that one off. And Tristan Stubbs is somebody who's just gone from one strength to the other. I suppose it shows the South African pipeline, because he was in his home stadium, St. George's in Gqeberha, where he performed wonderfully in the T20 Cup last time around, not this most recently competed one. Nice and tight to the stumps, and he goes up and over the top, does Brevis. It'll fall safely in the deep, and they'll canter back for the second. Not quite getting all of that, did young Brevis, but like you said, Doug, the bats these days certainly lend themselves to feeling the fortune of risk.
Yeah, one of those maybe where he's glad he didn't really time it much better. There was a fielder out in the deep, so that is sort of covering that region.
Patrolling like a great white shark. Bit of length there, offering a little bit of an opportunity for Plaatje. Yeah, how he would love to pick up the wicket of Brevis. I suppose anybody in this Dafabet Warriors side would love to pick up the wicket of Brevis. He's 5 away from a milestone.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to know sort of the mentality of these sort of seasoned players that are part of the domestic setup. How do they sort of see Dewald Brevis? Do they still see him as this youngster that's erratic, or at what point do you start being seen as a seasoned player and sort of respected as one?
Short, helped away to the onside. There's a man under it. Takes the catch, and we've done it. We've commentators cursed him. That was exactly what Plaatje would have wanted. Short ball, and Brevis just helps it on its way, but not quite timing it. Good catch there from young Herman, and Plaatje picks up his first. The Titans in the 16th. 16 gone, 75 for 1.
Yeah, wicket number 1 has fallen, exactly what the doctor would have ordered. And coming at a good time, because it did seem like the Titans were going to start accelerating and looking to play a few more shots. And Dewald Brevis, someone who's not shy of playing a stroke or two, probably taking on one that it probably was on, but there were 2 fielders out in the deep. So probably part of the plan for the Dafabet Warriors. And yeah, just not timing it as well as he would have liked. He got a bit of a reprieve a few balls before that, just mistiming one, but this time finding the fielder, and Warriors have finally struck.
New man coming to the crease on your screen now, Neil Brandt, who's quietly gone about his job here at Supersport Park as skipper. He's really just shepherding his team. On occasion he's opened in the red ball stuff, but now having to come to the wicket with the Titans on 75 for 1. And it's exactly that, Doug. We spoke about commentators' curse of Brevis. People notice the milestones. They don't always notice when you fall short of them.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was a good knock. Let's take nothing away from him. He did the job, saw out the new ball, put a good 40-yard runs on the board, and I mean, I wouldn't complain if I was the captain and coach. It's obviously you gutted that you didn't reach the milestone, but it is a start, and it does lay a platform for the Titans. Stubbs coming back into the attack now, going for 9 in his first over, but now that we have 2 left-handers at the crease, I do believe that he'll be a lot more comfortable running in. He's also had a change of ends now. So just trying to find out where the purchase is on this pitch.
A little bit more flight there on offer for Pillay to perhaps look at having a go. There's nobody in front of square on the onside. There's just a cow corner and backward square. So if there's a sweep over mid-wicket, certainly you want to go for it. But I suppose that's what young Stubbs wants. Neil Brandt averaging 36.6 in this format of the game. So no mug with the bat. Certainly a handy average for him. Little bit of something there. Oh, Pele says, would you like it? And captain says no.
There's a bit of hesitation there, but message got through. There's just a bit of signal delay there.
Wi-Fi's down maybe. Reverse sweep. Oh, that so nearly could have gone onto his stumps. Shy at the non-striker's end, and good backing up there from the Dafabet Warriors.
Tell you what, David, when you mentioned the possibility of a sweep, I was going to say to you that Pile's not going down on one knee to at this stage.
And then tries a reverse sweep.
Not even 2 balls later does he go and reverse sweep it. So
got to back me in my ability to read the game. Come on. 2 men out on the offside. Deep point as Brunt just warms up, and then long off. And as previously mentioned, on the leg side. On the back foot, and just cuts this away. Nicely done. Get his first runs.
Brunt, must say, is I don't know. I do see him as more of a red ball player. But he has been relatively impressive in the shorter formats in that he's adapted his game relatively well over the last few years, and also matured as he's gone along.
Trying to hit this little bit of inside out there. Maybe going with the spin if there is anything there, but just the single to wrap it up. 17 gone, it's 78 for 1. How crucial do you think that wicket will be, Doug, in terms of the momentum of the Dafabet Warriors here, or do you think it will be just as always?
Well, I was saying earlier that I do believe that the way forward, you're not really going to be able to restrict the runs, as a tactic at Supersport Park. I do believe wickets are important. Batsmen that are starting to open up, and it was a good time to take a wicket in that they looked like they were starting to aggress, and we know how destructive Deval Brevis can be. So it's not just the fact that they got the danger man out, it's the rebuilding of a new partnership. It's it's just sort of gets them to claw their way back into the game, which is important, because at 0 wickets after 30 overs, it's very demoralizing. So very important wicket in the long run, in my opinion.
Change of bowling. Vian Libber will partner Stubbs. Spin twins. There's the reverse sweep again from Pele. Getting it this time. Just a 1 for him there. Clean up work there on the boundary.
That one a lot more tidy than the first one. Connecting really well.
No change in the field really between Brevis. You see, I'm still missing him. Brunt and Pele. Maybe just a little bit squarer there for the man at deep mid wicket. A lot more pace on the delivery here from Vian Libber. Many years plied his trade up in the Highveld for his former team down the street, really, the Lions, but I think he's found a little bit more of a consistent home for himself at the Warriors, just the one there. I think he struggled to find his way as an all-rounder with guys like Vian Mulder kind of taking the precedence there, and then you remember Potgieter as well. Also part of that, Nono Pongolo. It was just Miguel Pretorius.
We spoke about the depth in the cricket here at the Lions and the Titans. So for any cricketer, you just want game time, and I think that's what he's getting. As this one's caught the outside half of the bat. Good work.
Oh, almost trying to get on the end of that one. Trying to pick it and go, but not quite the accuracy you would have liked. You're talking about the talent pool here. Just 1 ball remaining in the 18. We'll get your thoughts at the end of this over. See if there's anything available here. Round the wicket. Oh, there was an opportunity for a stumping, and I think it was just too wide by Chile. Not quick enough with the hands.
Yeah, really close there for Brunt. Deciding to advance down the track, but almost immediately retreating as that over draws to a close. No, so it was more about Stubbs and being able to get more game time. as much as you want to be part of the Titan setup, the Lion setup, there's just so many players to pick from, and the opportunities are far less, I feel, than you would find at than there in PE with the Warriors. And now he's got consistent game time, and he can work his way back into the system this side.
I suppose it also gives you an opportunity to stand out a little bit more. I suppose when you're fighting for a place, you don't really stand out. You kind of just blend, I suppose. Straying onto the leg side there, young Stubbs, but not able to get it away was Pele. Yeah, the opposite side of it was guys like Cutaway, just the one. Sisana Magala and Lutu Sipamla coming from the Warriors to the Lions, where they'd done really well and just made their move to the high felt, and now they're basically part of the furniture there at the Wanderers. Cut away, and that's a lovely shot from Brandt. Just laid it off the back foot there like butter. And all the fielder can do is collect from the other side of the boundary rope. 86 for 1. 2 balls remaining in the 19th. And wonderful from Brandt there.
It was a cracking shot, that just flying off the bat, and we know Brandt is a towering figure, so if he does latch onto one, he's more than capable of sending it to the boundary.
In two minds there, wanted to come forward and then back, and decides to hang back and then just steal a single there on the offside to Vian Libber. Change in the field now. Long on coming up into the ring. Karkona making his way out to the boundary.
This one nice and full. Just pushed it down the ground. And good strike rotation here. If the ball's not going to the boundary, rather turn it into a single. Get your fellow partner on strike. As the 19th over draws to a close, we are 88 for 1. And it does look like we are going to have a drinks break now, where the Dafabet Warriors fielders and bowlers get a bit of a refreshment. And a much needed one on what's an absolute scorcher of a day here in Centurion. Really is, we've mentioned it a few times, a beautiful venue, beautiful day. And the crowd is just trickling in as we go along. The embankments are filling up. And yeah, if you are in the vicinity, do pop in. Tickets aren't exorbitantly expensive either. So yeah, rather than sitting on the couch all day, come catch a bit of sun, bit of vitamin D, as the Momentum Multiply Titans take on the Dafabet Warriors.
Not the best start in Cape Town at Newlands for the Dolphins. Struggling a little bit. 23 for 3 in their game against the 6-gun grill Western Province Blitz. Talk to me about Tony DeZorzi. What an innings for him. A 100, and one of, I believe, only 7 in South African domestic cricket. Boy, oh boy, did he look class.
I tell you what, I was at Centurion when Heinrich Klaassen went on to score 292 and then ended up chucking his wicket, probably through fatigue. And after that innings, I said, geez, that is one of the best domestic innings I've ever seen. And then Tony DeZorzi says, I'll do you one better.
I see you and I raise you, sir.
I mean, obviously, look, he's been someone that's been talked about for a long time, and you know, we've always known that he has it within him to score runs and take that next step up. And with that type of innings, you have to start asking questions. Is he starting to knock on the door now? Because it was an innings of sheer class, and it really top innings.
Absolutely. I think it's just, for him, it can only do his confidence a world of good, because it's never easy You know, remember he used to apply his trade here at the Momentum Multiply Titans, and then moving on to Western Province. It's always difficult when you move venues, home venues, move franchises, teams, and it's good for him. I suppose it doesn't help as well. As selectors, when guys are casually scoring double hundreds, Calveren is another one who's certainly showing his worth. And the selection of Heinrich Klaassen, there would have been some questions around his selection for the test squad, and then he showed them exactly what he was capable of.
Oh, it's brilliant to see when our Proteas come and step up at the domestic level, just to sort of give us a reminder that as much as they may not be performing to the standard we expect for the Proteas, that there's a reason why they are there, and I think that's what Klaassen did with that innings. Verena also just cementing that
faith in their selection.
100%,
sure.
Yes.
Right, after the drinks break, round the wicket. And Liver just gets a single conceded off the first one. Good bit of skills there in the cover region.
World Cup fever has struck as we're moving into the round of 16 matches. First quarter-final set at the World Cup. So
Dutch already through last night.
Dutch taking on the Argentines, Sky Blues. So I'm sure a lot of these Oaks will be watching the World Cup with intent. But we have to watch some cricket as this one's cut out to that deep point region.
Good to see Herman in the squad here for the Warriors. It's one of three Herman brothers, and all seem to be doing well. I know Mom will be proud of them. Slapped away through the offside. Just a single for Pillay. I can't think of any group. There's obviously twins or perhaps brothers that we've seen. The Morkel brothers. You think of the Flower brothers way back in the day. We know brothers, pairs of brothers, but three? Down the wicket comes Brunt, just bunts that up the wicket, and they'll just get the single for it.
Yeah, I must say, with brothers, you often they do come in pairs, and there's always the third brother that's sort of on the outskirts and not really part of it. But what we do also see is that it's almost ingrained in families, whereas you'll get cricket families. So
Pollock family, Kirsten family, Morkel family. South Africa seems to produce it. Oh, lovely shot there from young Pillay. Just a chip over the infield. 4 runs, son. He's shown us his skill with the reverse, and now it was time for the conventional one. 20 gone, it's 96 for 1. This partnership with 21 now. Brunt on 9, Pillay plugging away on 39. Yeah, I don't particularly know of three brothers. We know, the most common or the most commonly known one these days is probably Duan and Marco Janssen.
Yeah. I think that's obviously because of Marco Janssen's explosion onto the scene.
Sure.
Duan hasn't exactly had that breakthrough just yet, but
did well in the CPL.
He did, and he's a talented cricketer, no doubt about that.
Straight to this time, and Brunt tries to give himself room to hit it away through the offside, but a clean bit of fielding there keeps it away from him getting that run that he wants. Continuing around the wicket. Stubbs throwing a little bit more revs onto that one, and Brunt sets off, and there's an opportunity for a run out. Calm from Oshila, just collecting, no look, and removes the off stump, but umpire's not interested in that one. Remember, there's just the 2 on-field umpires, and then your fourth official, fourth umpire. Unlike if you've been watching a bit of FIFA World Cup, the fourth umpire here won't hold aloft a board with how many runs on the board that you might see with time remaining in the World Cup. Down the wicket comes Brunt, but he'll just get the one for it. I think that's the key for Brunt here. He's got to look to rotate the strike, and Pillay most likely to be the aggressor in this partnership. Not exactly ridiculous cricket from anybody in the Titans setup, despite the fact that Brevis was going along at nearly a run a ball. 4.7 to the over. Nothing wild yet from the momentum multiplier Titans. Stubbs trying to get something on the angle and just punched away for the single. And the only field change between batters is that mid-wicket goes to deep backward square, and then vice versa, as he does now come to mid-wicket. And then Cow Corner will come into the ring with long on going backwards. Down the wicket comes Brunt, chip over the cover region. Oh, just a valiant dive there, but not able to get on the end of it. And so that'll bring up the Titans 100, coming off of 127 deliveries, 14 fours, and 1 6.
It's a fantastic stroke there. Once again, just showing how fast this outfield is. Also, it's very hard. So when it does bounce, it bounces at a rate of knots.
Straight to this time, there's a shot. Has he got him? Yes! Stubbs picked up the wicket of Brunt. Just showed us a little bit of flair there, did Neil Brunt. But Stubbs picks up the wicket that the Dafabet Warriors needed. And just after the 100 comes up, it's 2 down in the 21st over.
Oh, what a vital wicket that is. And it's come at such a good time now, because Brunt was just starting to aggress a bit more there, just straightening up the line and darting it in. It's a really good delivery from Stubbs, and he'll be very chuffed to get that second wicket now. And just like that, suddenly a bit of momentum shift, no big partnership there. And could be the Warriors' way back into starting to gain a bit of momentum for their innings.
Striding to the wicket now, South Africa's talisman in the white ball stuff. 86 matches, averaging 42.1, a strike rate of 98 nigh on. High score of 183 versus the Lions. It's Aiden Markram.
Well,
Sources he's affectionately known.
Oh, you'll be very familiar with Supersport Park. He's not a man that's shy of scoring a few big runs here at this ground. And Aiden Markram, also really adored by the local fans. I think the frustration that comes in is that we just wish he would be more consistent for the Proteas. But at a domestic level, there's absolutely no question, no doubt of the quality that he brings.
Right. To begin the 22nd, they continue with spin. Libba to play. Slaps this away through the offside, and it'll just be the single for him. Now, do you just say, bring on young Herman? I mean, Alder picked up the wicket of Markram on Friday, so why not have a go, but perhaps not the right place for it. Just a change in the field for Aiden Markram. 45 in place, deep backward square, cow corner, and a man inside the ring, wide-ish mid-on. Mid-off comes up, as does the man sweeping on the cover boundary. Yeah. Still changing the field here, other Dafabet Warriors. You want to make sure 100%.
With a new man at the crease, obviously Markram so strong on the offside as well.
Has struggled in the past against spin. I suppose that's where Alder was looking to pick up his wicket. And did so on Friday, but this time he survives his first ball. Does Aiden Markram, former South African under-19 World Cup winning captain, the only World Cup winning captain for men in green and gold. Just finding his place here. I think it's also difficult when you get, one of your early massive hundreds against Australia. And then there's a bit of a dip since then. Getting I think it was a double 100 against Bangladesh also really helped him along. Bit of drama at Newlands as 6-gun girl Western Province have picked up another wicket. That's their fourth with less than 30 on the board. Good shot there by Markram just to get off of the goose egg. It's always something that plays in the back of the minds of cricketers when they come out to bat. More men behind square on the offside for Pelé, who just punches this down the ground, and they'll look for a second, but politely declined by Ed Markram. 22 gone, 105 for 2. And this game is setting up nicely here for the Titans. 4.8 to the over, 105. I mean, normally at the 30 over mark, Doug, you'll look to double the score. Where do you think the Titans are going to be at that 30 over mark?
Having a look at these first 22, I think they have been sort of uncharacteristically slow, whereas they usually are a lot more aggressive in the opening 20. So to go on and double it after 30, I mean, they might be on, say, 100 and call it 150, 160. To say 320 is all they're going to score, it all depends on the how many wickets they lose along the way.
Change of bowling. Now Abrams will switch directions, and he'll get an opportunity to make recompense for his early start. 3 overs, 22 runs is what he started off with this morning, and it was all through the sword of Dafabet. So now an opportunity to bowl at Pelé and Markram, and perhaps an opportunity to turn his fortunes around.
Well, I mean, if you remove his 22 runs from the total and the 3 overs there, I mean, the rest of the bowlers really have been tight and economical. So, I mean, with him coming back now, if he can put in a better spell, it really will tie these Titans batsmen down. Where I'm looking at this Titan innings is at 5 and 6.
Pitched up there and driven hard there by Pelé, but no options there. 5 and 6.
With Makanya and Ferreira, two players that are so capable of accelerating an innings, whether it's between the wickets or with some big hits. And I think these two, if they stick around and they get their innings underway.
Just a bit of a mistime there. Popped up there, but good cover work in the inner ring. Two balls remaining in this over. Markram still on 1. Pelé on 43. And if you're a Warriors fan, we'll say he's 7 away from a milestone. If you're a Titans fan, you'll be wanting us to keep quiet. The last time we mentioned nearness to a milestone, it was that of Dafabet being dismissed for 45. Made a runnable stuff there. But Aiden Markram, you just expect great things from him. Abrams pitching it up here, certainly offering something, but that was hit like an absolute tracer bullet. Well done there in the covers. Looks like Dasiba Ngwepe is the man who had to stand in front of that bullet there. I hope he's got maybe a vest on or something.
I don't know, David, that was a misfield, wasn't it?
You try and get your bullet shot.
No, it's a
magician's trick, that one, to catch a bullet.
Definitely, no. He saved 3 runs there. It was great fielding.
Last one from Abrams. Much better from Ziad Abrams. He bowled 3 overs and conceded 22 in his first 3, but this one just 2 coming from it. 23 gone. That's 107 for 2. Markram on 2. Pelé on 43. The partnership just 5 now.
I must say, I do sense a bit of momentum shift. I do think that the Warriors have really clawed it back after a few early boundaries, and it does look like they're able to bog these batsmen down a bit. I know it is a bit of a recovery period after the wickets, but you are sensing a slight shift in momentum.
Certainly an opportunity for the Dafabet Warriors to put some pressure on the home side. Down the wickets. He comes, does Markram. Oh, and there's a fumble at mid-on. That's just poor.
Well,
the difference between good and great is simple things like that. I know it's tough with the grass necessarily not being conducive to sliding, but he'll be disappointed with that, won't he?
Yeah, look, I mean, at this level, you really can't afford misfields. It really does look sloppy because you do stick out like a sore thumb.
Sure. Bit of room there, cut away. He'll just get the 1 for it. So rotation of strike is crucial here for these two. I think that's the key. Is always when you get these middle overs that the game seems to come to a little bit of a lull. Coming over the wicket now is Libba.
Well, it's the stage in the game where the fans will be grabbing themselves a quick snack to eat, a bit of a refreshment as well, and good little bit of social time as Libba lines up ball number 4. It's been 3 singles to start the over.
And just a defensive shot. That's something we haven't seen in a while. 1 away from Nelson are the momentum multiply Titans.
Oh goodness, you are a fan of a Nelson, aren't you?
Wow. And there's exactly what they would want to avoid the Nelson immediately. 2 runs there. And any superstition is now gone from their ears. 1 ball remaining in the 24th here. And Markram on 4. Pele 4 away. He's on strike now. Just defends this. Almost tip and run cricket there from Pele. But Markram was already on his bike.
And that brings to an end the 24th over. 113 for 2. Yeah, a much better over there in terms of rotation of strike for this pair. And I think that's probably where they're at. They'll be looking to avoid dot balls as much as possible without any sort of element of risk. Because, if they lose a wicket now, 113 for 3 does start looking a bit more gloomy. Abrams continuing after that really good first over of this spell.
He goes to Pele. Much better length there from Abrams. I think he's just had a quiet word with himself whilst fielding. He knows he's got to pull it back, and he's done exactly that. He's just conceded the 2 runs in that previous over, making sure he's finding his rhythm in this encounter. 1 man out sweeping on the offside. Again, better line and length, and Klashile appreciates it. Small applause from the Warriors wicketkeeper. Makanya, Ferreira and Bosch to come for the momentum multiply Titans. And you think if they can pick up a wicket here, can the Dafabet Warriors, it might be an opportunity to get into the real meat of this Titans lineup. You think of who's missing from this lineup, it shows the depth of the Sky Blues. Shot to nowhere for Markram. You think of Quinton de Kock is probably included in that mix. Guys like Heinrich Klaassen and Dean Elgar certainly play a role. Perhaps not Dean Elgar's favoured format, but he is still a talented cricketer and would add a wealth of experience to the side. Driven away through the offside. Fantastic bit of fielding there from Lesiba Ngwepe. Much better from him that time. So everybody has to change directions with the left-right combination. Umpires having to shift from one square leg to another. Got to be fit if you're an umpire, standing for many hours in this hot sun. A little bit of an over pitch there, and they'll get through for the single. Clean up work there from Rosier. Oh, he hits the stumps and nearly takes out his wicketkeeper. It was almost like a spear. Great throw there from Diego Rosier. And at the end of the 25th, halfway through this innings, momentum multiply Titans 116 for 2. Pele on 49, Markram on 5. Partnership just 14. If you are just joining us, good morning and welcome to this game between the Dafabet Warriors and the home side Momentum Multiply Titans. My name is David Midgley. Alongside me is Douglas McLeod Elliott. He's not without Doug, he is just Douglas. Round the wicket. Oh, nearly an opportunity for a stumping. Rashila just asking the question of the square leg umpire, and he's not gonna be easily persuaded. Glorious day here at Supersport Park on a Sunday, immaculate sunshine. Slashed away, and the man at backward points having to do a bit of hard work to clean up there. Great bit of fielding from him there, and just a single for 117 for 2, and that brings up Jivesh Pillai's 50 runs. He's toiled hard today, lost partners at the other end, and correctly he has been rewarded with a 50. It's coming from 86 deliveries, so not flying through that score, but certainly, Doug, monitored is probably the best way you could describe it. Round the wicket comes Libba, over the wicket rather, knocked onto the onside. It's just his second limited overs 50 for Jivesh Pillai.
Yeah, I think that I mentioned that he's more of a red ball player, and it seems like a more red ball innings in terms of how he structured it, but it is what Titans would have needed with 2 wickets having fallen now.
Reverse sweep again, making an appearance, but not quite getting the placement that he wants. There's certainly a gap there between kind of a backward point in the ring and the man at the cover boundary. Knocked down the ground. Not quite timed as he would have liked, and I think it's a miscue really, as Libba puts his hands on his head. 1 run there.
If the last 2 deliveries were anything to go by, I do think that there's going to be more of a element of intent that's going to come now from Pillai now that he's reached his 50.
Cut away by Markram. He'll just get the single, and more drama in Cape Town. Prenel and Subrayan is the latest victim. Boy, oh boy, is it not going right there for the men from Durban. 44 for 5 inside 20 overs. What a game the Blitz are having. 26 overs gone here at Supersport Park. 120 for 2. Markram on 7. Pillai on 51. This partnership now worth 18. Thank you for joining us, for being alongside us, for being our partners in crime. You're basically a commentator with us. You know, your comments in the comments box makes you a commentator, does it not? Right, Ziad Abrams continues to start his 6th, 0 for 27. Slashed away a little bit by Markram. Hard hands. Trying to find his way through the onside with a bit of an on-drive there, but catching the edge and on the bounce. Yeah, it's good to have you all joining us on this stream. If you're in and around the Supersport Park area, please make your way down. Glorious day here, bathed in high-felt sunshine. Smacked away to the onside, not timed at all, and looked unconvincing by Markram, but there's just 1 there for him. Hasn't quite found his rhythm yet, has Aiden Markram. A couple of heave-hoes and a couple of throwing the bat at it to try and get something from it.
Yeah, still very early on in his innings though. Hasn't really found the middle. So yeah, and I mean Markram isn't usually one to come out from ball 1 either, and hasn't looked exactly comfortable yet. But I do think it's got a lot to do with the Warriors bowling. I think they've been bowling really, really well. And yeah, just making life a little bit more tricky than you would expect on this wicket.
Short, and Pillai just dropping his hands at the last moment there. Or umpire says wide, sir. And that is also the 1 for the over. Signals all round. Trying to drop it short.
Abrams, not exactly the tallest figure in the game, but he's not. His back. But he's not shy of bowling, dropping it in nice and short, just to let Pillai know that he is capable.
He has something full. I'm certain of it.
Had to be.
Oh, nearly the trick worked there. They dropped Swanepoel to long on, and you would have hoped that with a straightish ball that the man at a catchy mid-wicket would be in the game, Siba Ngwepe. Talented cricketer in his own right. But not quite getting the victory there with Abrams. But he still got 3 balls to try and find that. Oh, pitch up and over. That'll go all the way. Fan in the crowd looking to try and get on the end of it. Not quite. But Pele's not messing around. You said after his 50 he was going to go for it. Just a chip inside out over extra cover. And all the fielders can do is collect it from a fan.
Honestly, one of my favorite shots in the game. It just looks so good when it's executed. I mean, it's a beautiful stroke. And a bit of a crowd catch there for the spectators.
Bang! Back to back from Pele. Just a long hop. And somebody else now gets to collect it on the embankments on the opposite end. What a shot, son. 6 runs.
Oh, that one was huge. That one finding its way right up to the top of the embankments. And Pele, well, we were talking about how he's batting like a 4-day batsman. That is not the case anymore. He's launched 2 massive ones in a row. Is he going to make it 3?
What is going to be the reply here from Abrams? Oh, a little bit of a sensible bit of cricket there from Pele. Just driving it out square of the wicket on the offside. And he'll canter through the single. For the single. Smart cricket there. Why? Because now he retains the strike. 27 overs gone. 135 for 2. Markram on 8. Pele on 64. This partnership now worth 33. Exciting prospect of cricket in the new year. That of the SA20. And certainly going to be an opportunity to see your favourite South African players and some internationals rounded about your local ground. But good for you to get involved early by coming down this afternoon to Supersport Park in Centurion. The Warriors continuing with spin, but it's going to be Stubbs. And he's just got 2 men out on the offside. Round the wicket, helped on its way. Oh, that's going to be a slight type of parachute there. Not quite. Very flat hit there from Pele to deep backward square. And so Rosier, who's down there at deep backward square, cleans it up. Diego Rosier, you'll remember, is like Reza Hendricks, a boy from Kimberley. Well, he was a boy in Kimberley. He's no longer a boy. But
and he's not in Kimberley either.
No, exactly. Although it might be that heat. Markram trying to find this one wide of the man in the ring on the onside. Not able to. But he certainly will know what it's like to experience this heat and play in this heat. Shot by Eden Markram. Lifted up and over the mid-wicket boundary. That went way back. It's another 6.
That's a huge hit, and ironic that it went and hit the Airlink aeroplane there, because that one caught wings. That was a beautiful shot and timed to absolute perfection. Just rocked back on that and pulled it out into the leg side. And the local faithful will appreciate that one.
Yeah, you were looking for 150 at the end of the 30. I think we might get a little bit further than that if they continue batting like this. 160, 170 in the next 3. Maybe a little bit too hard for it. Down the wicket comes Markram. Thinks about a quick single there. But Stubbs is aware of his wily means and snuffs out an opportunity for a quick single.
Oh, it really has been an acceleration in the last 7 deliveries. 3 6s. This one's just worked out into the leg side. Damage is already done for the over as 1 ball remains, and already 8 runs coming from it as
yeah, it's just these two getting moving, getting going, trying to shift the momentum back in the favour of the momentum multiply Titans. Yeah, it's not even there. Right, 28 gone, 143 for 2. Glorious bit of batting from these two in the last couple of overs. Dispatching Abrams. We said he bowled well, but then he certainly decided, young Javesh and Piller, that he would take a liking to Abrams. 42 from his 6 overs. And sensibly, they're not going to continue with him. Will the Dafabet Warriors? The change of bowling. We'll let you know as soon as we do who it is. It's Akona Nyaka. 4 overs, 14 runs. He's been good, but he's just got to try and stem the blood flow here. He's got to make sure that he's able to dry up the boundaries, particularly the big ones. Boy, oh boy, does it hurt as a bowler watching the ball sail over the ropes, but even more so when it goes that far back, 20 meters maybe over the boundary here, and not exactly the smallest boundaries in the country at Supersport Park. Nevertheless, Nyaka will go to Aiden Markram. Round the wicket he goes and pitched up, and so Markram just squeezes this away to man out on the ring there.
Not exactly the length that you want to be bowling to Aiden Markram. He's so good on that cover drive, and even offering up a bit of width. Quite surprised that he didn't. That was bread and butter for Aiden Markram.
Double bluff maybe, looking to maybe disappoint Aiden Markram's day, or to disappoint any Momentum Multiply Titan fans out on that region. He's going to come now to Pillay. Good shot there from Pillay. Clean up work here in the deep. Good bit of work there. What an arm there from Diego Rossi. My word, he's got a bullet with him.
Jeez, wouldn't exactly want to be the bowler that he's chucking that at either. No, massive arm there. But you can definitely see a shift in intent from Javeshan Pillay. He's starting to accelerate his innings now. He's moved on to 66, and he's on for a big score today. If he sticks it out into the later overs, there's lots of runs out here for him.
Nyaka coming around the wicket to Aiden Markram, perhaps trying to cramp him up there, but Markram up to the challenge to just drive it out into the offside. I'm just wondering here, are the Warriors able to just dry things up a little bit? They've done well in this over so far. Not as much bullying as we saw in the previous over. Good to see from Nyaka. Maybe the left arm bowling is what's helping. This one's driven on the up. Great bit of fielding there. Lesiba Ngwepe getting a hand to it, and like a goalkeeper in a knockout game at a World Cup, making the all-important save.
Oh, it's a brilliant stop. He's put in the dive there, and again, those are vital runs that are being stopped, and they get accumulated over the course of an innings, and could mean the difference of about 20 runs in a one-day game. So, yeah, excellent fielding there, probably saving 3 runs. 4 actually, it was a dot ball.
Yeah. Wonderful ball there from Nyaka.
He's persisting with that. He's persisting with that full length, and it's working for him quite well. It does seem like the shorter balls are being dispatched with more ease than the fuller deliveries.
I guess it also is brave in the sense that until this last delivery, he had mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. He's gone with mid-off moving back to long-off. Yeah, I think if there is to be a wicket here, it's going to be down Swanepoel's throat. A mistimed drive. Let's see how he goes here. He goes around the wicket. Oh, now he hits it to Miran, who is in the ring. Maybe a bit of a gamble there to finish the over. 29 gone. 145 for 2. Markram on 16 and Pillay. Double sixes to his name.
Well, we're inching closer towards that 30 over mark, which we were talking about as a sort of a reference point. And 145 on the board at the moment. You asked me what my thoughts are on a total at the end of the 50. What are your thoughts? Where are we going with this?
Yeah, 145 for 2 after 29. I think the 30 to maybe 45 or even 40 period for the Momentum Multiply Titans is going to be crucial. I think if they can get to maybe 200, 220, I think we're going to see a massive score here in the back end without losing the wicket. That's the crucial thing here for the Momentum Multiply Titans, with Pillay doing well, and that ball's wide. Umpire signalling as such.
There's not been an exorbitant amount of extras in terms of wides and no balls.
Yeah, that one's just defended nicely there by Pillay. Continuing with Stubbs, a bit of brave work here by the Dafabet Warriors. Into his sixth now, and he's conceded 34 runs. Reverse sweep, there's a shout, but it's more of a stifled appeal.
Looked
I'm
like
not
it
convinced.
moved. Looked like it moved right across his stumps and almost to like a sixth stump line there in terms of where the ball hit. And Pillay getting creative once again. He hasn't really executed that reverse sweep.
Yeah, he's only got one to it. Oh, and then another fielding error there means that the Titans can get there for one, and Kwashila having to do a lot of cleanup work there.
It's not exactly pretty, is it?
No. I suppose the throw doesn't help in the slightest. And the change in the field with Markram on strike now. Everybody in the ring, barring one man at the deep cover region on the offside. 3 out on the leg. Markram giving himself some room, just knocking that up the wicket. Will they get 2? No thought at all about it. Good bit of work there from Markram, just giving himself a little bit of space and using his levers there. Again, the change in the field. Kai Corner going out for the left-hander, who comes down the wicket, nearly chops it onto his own stumps. There's a shy at the non-striker's end, but the throw isn't quite precise enough to really put any pressure on Jivesh and Pillay. Just one ball remaining in the Stubbs over. 4 runs from the over so far. And there'll be one more to finish the over. So 150 up after 30.
It's a rather satisfying score, if you ask me. Going at exactly 5 to the over. And really, the first 30 have been very much dependent on momentum. I mean, there's been lots of sways back and forth. There's been periods where the Titans have been bogged down, and it looks like they've been struggling. Where there's been the odd wicket. But there have been flurries, and we've seen the flurry of boundaries recently. And I think it's very evenly poised at this stage, because a few quick wickets does put Titans in a bit of a tight spot. However, I do believe I'd rather be wearing blue at this stage of the innings.
It's the home fans. It's the advantage that you get from them. They've streamed in here today, avoiding the sun, making sure that they're well covered. This one just allows Markram to free his hands a little bit. It's actually quite interesting to see on the the conventional seating at Supersport Park that there's only one person really who's favouring the sun, maybe one or two. The rest retreating into the shade, and sensibly so. I suppose if you don't have those wonderful umbrellas, gazebos and the like, it's certainly one that will leave you feeling the heat here. If you're having a beverage, it might hit you a little bit harder. Round over the wicket rather, and on the back foot, defending nicely there by Pillay. He's never been senseless, has Jivesh and Pillay. I've always found that he's been smart about the way he's gone about it. No, low risk cricket, but positive cricket.
He is a very, very composed batsman in general. He's very measured in his approach to his innings, and you'll see that very rarely plays a sort of an expansive, unnecessary shot.
A shot in anger, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he has a very mellow nature about his game.
Oh, that one's wide. Wayward there a little bit. Perhaps with the breeze blowing across the ground, just maybe dragging the ball a little bit further across than he would have hoped. That obviously is the 50 partnership for these two. 50 runs coming from 59 deliveries. Nearly runnable stuff, this, from Markram and Pillay.
Jeez, but it's felt like that's come up in no time, really. Again, the left-hand, right-hand combination.
Better line there from Nyaka. Just get the one from it there.
Nyaka's also been really, really good. We haven't really seen too many bad deliveries from him in his 5.3 overs, going for
3.5.
19. Yeah, very, very economical. And yeah, if you can keep this going, it'll be interesting to see how long Captain's going to keep him going.
Because you've got to be thinking, okay, back end stuff. If he can, bowl the Yorker length that he has been bowling, why not reserve some?
Exactly, and
Missed time there from Markram. He'll get a boundary for it. Fortune favouring, like the Irish can only understand on young Aiden Markram here. Not really young anymore.
also did stray a little bit on his line there. And we often speak about that commentator's curse, but just straying slightly on his line, but that will happen when you're angling it into the right-hander. And yeah, I mean, Aiden Markram's always going to take that on. So he'll take the runs, doesn't matter how they came.
Yeah, just bunts this away, does Markram. Hasn't looked convinced of his own abilities here this afternoon. Just maybe getting in his own head, feeling like he should come out and absolutely dominate this Warriors bowling lineup. With great respect to them, I think he would have fancied his chances of getting away early here. I think to your point, the Dafabet Warriors have bowled really well in parts. Swanepoel just 2.5 runs to his overs.
Oh, he's dropped that one nice and short. A feisty delivery there to end the 31st as scores on 158 for 2. Just back to Aiden Markram, I think with his sort of dip in form for the national side, there's been a lot of work being done on his technique, on his mentality going into games, and you have to wonder if that's maybe affecting him at all, because you do have to often fight against your instincts when that is the case. So I mean, he's not looking as free and as confident as he usually would, which just makes me wonder, maybe it is those little tweaks that they're working on, where he just needs to grow into them and become a bit more confident with it.
Certainly, it's that natural inclination you speak about, and it's the wonders of international cricket these days. Change of bowling. Siaplaiki gone 7 to the over for his 2, but he's now going to go to Aiden Markram. What a waft! As he got him, seems to be celebrating here. Siaplaiki. He was on his bike, ready to go, and the umpire couldn't be bothered.
Oh well, Plaiki did get that wicket, that all-important wicket earlier on, and I mean, he looked convinced that he'd got number 2 there. But as a fast bowler, aren't you always convinced?
Particularly when they don't turn around. That's when you know fast bowlers are certain that they've picked up a wicket. I know Vernon Philander used to do that with his leg before dismissals.
Oh, but Big Vern it was always out. It was never not out.
The Cape Surgeon backing himself. More misery for the Dolphins. Another wicket has fallen in Cape Town, and it's not looking good for them. 66 for 6. This one, much better bowling here from Siaplaiki. He just wants to show off, doesn't he? He's a youngster who's come into the side and certainly said to Robin Peterson, his coach, I deserve to be here. You don't just get thrown in as a youngster and they hope that you perform. I think there's an air of expectation about how you are going to perform, and some learning opportunities as well along the way.
It's very much as well the mentality of a youngster. You've got to believe that you belong, and you've got to believe that this is your spot. And he's running in with that confidence.
Driven hard by Markram. It's going to take some work here to cut this off. Good bit of work in the end. Like you mentioned, that lightning outfield here at Supersport Park. They get 2 for it. And like you said, there's just that confidence. And that confidence comes not only from the youthful exuberance of a cricketer, but I suppose just being in the setup can certainly buoy your confidence, depending on where you've come from in the structures. To be at this level is certainly a nod of approval as to how you've gone getting to this point. Oh, how was that, Mr. Umpire? Getting a hand to it, and Jefferson Pile collapsing there to try and get home safely. Umpire's not interested, and I think if there were a third this afternoon, they would have asked the question.
Yeah, no, you got to wonder, was the not out given because he doesn't feel there was a touch to it, or do you think
There's
that
clearly
Pele
a
was,
deflection there.
So Pele obviously making his way back in. Just back to that sort of youthful confidence. I do believe that if you're going to play at this level, you need a bit of arrogance. You do need that belief that that you are meant to be there.
Just chipped away there by Markram, squeezing it out there. Has a look at his willow as to say, "Why do you betray me?" But it's such a balance though, because arrogance can.
It can work against you. It can work against you.
Sure.
So it's a tricky one. It really is. And I mean, at the end of the day, you've got to back your abilities. And as a youngster, you've just got to show that you've got to put it all out there on the field. That's what it comes down to. If you can perform, you will earn your spot in the squad.
Smashed away by Ed Markram, but he's only able to find mid-off. 32 gone at Supersport Park in Centurion. The Momentum Multiply Titans are 160 for 2. Dafabet Warriors winning the toss and deciding that they'd have a ball. Markram on 26 and Pele on 69. This partnership now 58, and a brief delay in the turnover here between overs because Pele wants a drink.
Well,
the umpires will make sure that they keep the time here. There's no need to unnecessarily delay a game.
Well, I mean, we've just hit the stroke of midday, and the midday heat will be cooking everyone that's out there today. And look, to be fair, these are players that have played in these conditions before, so it's nothing untoward. As the refreshments have been taken in. It does get hot under the helmet, though. That's probably what's so brutal about batting in these conditions.
I suppose it's better to be under the helmet than it is to be chasing leather.
100%.
Over the wicket comes Mnyaka. Oh, he tried to hoof that one onto the onside, did Pele. Didn't quite read the bounce off the wicket, so it's just hit him on that hip. 160 for 2.
Jeez, he's had a massive swing at that. And once again, just sort of solidifying the belief that his intent is now to start scoring runs. There is a man back there on the leg side,
just lurking in the crowd there. If you're not careful, you might just blend into the crowd.
It's only gone at 4 to the over. It's really, really good bowling, tight bowling.
Hard push of the hands there from Pele. Koshila jumping whilst taking the catch there, maybe showing off his football skills, lofting his foot there, maybe saying, "Coach, pick me, I can trap."
Well, we do know that cricket players love warming up with a good
bit of
footy
footy,
session. Yeah.
The source of so many injuries as well.
Oh no!
Rolled ankles before the morning of a test, or on the morning of a test match.
Problem is, it still gets so competitive. you still want to win there.
A little bit of width there, hard drive there again from Jivesh Pile.
It's a beautiful stroke. Unfortunately, just finding the fielder. It's one of those where if it pierces the gap, he's just holding the pose for the cameras. That's how well he hit it. But just hitting it straight to the fielder, unfortunately.
Amazing day here at Supersport Park. Lovely breeze as well. So don't worry if you do come through. You're not going to be completely baked in a heat that has no respite. But I would bring some sunblock. Shorter this time and just drops his hands. Does Pele, and the signal is 1 for the over, sun. The breeze certainly helps. Doug, I mean, when you're out there running in hard, that breeze across the ground as well will certainly help you, keep your head when bowling. When the heat gets to you, then you start, you start doubting yourself, maybe overthinking things, trying to do too many things at once.
Yeah, I mean it's brutal conditions. I mean these guys have long run ups as well, and it does extract energy from you to run in constantly with intent.
Flicked away to the onside. There's a man under it. Is he going to take it? Yes! Wonderful catch there in the deep. And again, a Titans batsman, after getting a start, falls short. Jiveshin Pillay is caught. He's caught by Herman. Bolden Nyaka, 69 runs from 107 deliveries. And the Titans now 160 for 3.
Yeah, Pilay's been looking for that flick into the leg side with a few of those straighter deliveries. And he's flicked this one really well, but once again, just hitting it straight to the fielder. Fielder initially misjudging it in that it came in and then had to track back a few steps, but claiming it quite comfortably in the end, right in front of a few supporters there. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. As wicket number 3 has fallen now with the Titans on 160. Do believe it is Sibonelo Makanya, my captain.
Averaging 26 and a half in this format. Just one away from 1,300 runs. 68 matches to his belt. 1150, so a consistent performer, yet to get 100. Is there enough time for him to get 100? He's going to have to really move it if he does. Just nearly 17 overs left.
Look, that is more than enough time, but if we're looking at it realistically, it's he's going to be quick between the wickets. He's going to be looking for rotations of strike, and I think looking at his average though, it's almost sort of unflattering in that it's an average of 26. Whereas he's capable of a lot more. I think that his average isn't exactly a reflection of his ability. And I think that he's definitely going to be looking at rotations of strike and just getting the scoreboard ticking going into those final 10 overs.
Putting it into the hands rather of Aiden Markram. Nyako with his first, so round the wicket and just guided down to third man.
This is a really, really good over. He bowled 4 dot balls in a row there. That's probably why Pillay felt the need to maybe play a bit of an expansive shot. And with that single, just the 1 run coming from the 33rd, 161 for 3.
Yeah, that wicket was crucial, not only in the timing of it, but the man who was going along quite nicely, Jiveshin Pillay. Just the 3 wickets have fallen now. It was Deva Brevis on 45 when he was dismissed. And he was batting very nicely before he was caught by Herman Boldplaki. And then Neil Brandt only scoring 14 before he was dismissed, leg before wicket by Tristan Stubbs. And then it was the most recent wicket, Herman again with the catch, this time off the bowling of Nyaka. So Herman certainly adding his name to the game so far. He hasn't yet played a role other than in the field, so good for him to contribute in such a way. Plaiki, 1 for 16 from his 3, goes again. Makanya just dropping the hands and swaying out the way.
Yeah, Makanya, a very sort of wristy player. Not shy of using the wrists when he plays his shots, but also more than capable of clearing a fence. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle here between the youngster coming in, steaming in actually. He's looked impressive. I mean, he's held his lines quite well, hasn't strayed too much. Showed that little bit of aggression.
Oh, well played there from Makanya, just gliding that one down to third man, who was lurking there, desperately being begged by some of the players, fans, the fans of the players, fans, for a signature. Not yet coming out. Some have, on the square boundaries have come right. The problem is where you'll find the covers, and so players are having to kind of gingerly step over or step on those covers. The last thing you want to do is put holes in the covers because you've got spikes.
It's almost a cricket etiquette
Yes,
been engraved into players.
You don't let anybody but the captain, or centurion, or a 5-wicket haul, or a 50 caps or 100 cap player. You don't let anybody go before them onto the field. Similar type of etiquette thing, I suppose.
Yeah.
Common courtesy. Right, eventually we'll get the ball bowled. He goes to Markram. Oh, in Markram. Trying to flick that one onto the onside.
No,
Got nothing on it, wears it as a bruise.
Very, very similar shot to the one that he launched into the top of the embankment earlier. And just once again, not looking as comfortable and confident as we're used to, especially on home ground soil here.
I suppose that's why they've brought him in ahead of Simonela Makanya, just to give him some time in the middle. It's always invaluable as a batsman to spend time in the middle during a game. Slashes this away. This is right through the men in the ring. That's the Aiden Markram we know.
No, he's had a bit of a waft at that, and he's connected really, really well. And I think also what might affect Markram is being adapted into that number 4 role, and it's a whole different mentality. And I mean, I'd love to see him play his expansive shots like he is now. Like he did that previous delivery, because that's what we love to see. That's what we know him for, what he's capable of.
No change in the field. 3 men out on the leg side, 1 on the offside. Similar type shot, this time straighter. Back-to-back boundaries for Aiden Markram, and not missing out on that opportunity. Looks at his willow to say, finally.
Well,
found the runs.
He didn't even connect that one solidly either.
No.
I mean, he mistimed that one, and it still found its way through the gap. It just shows, when he does connect, that ball is going to travel. So another great stroke, and just slowly starting to find his timing. And that's a scary prospect for any bowling unit.
Particularly with some time remaining in this game. After this delivery, there'll be 16 overs left. So the Titans will want to get 230, 240 maybe. 250 would be nice. Just not able to find any gap there, but it was a good ball there to finish the over. 34 gone, Markram's on 34, and the Titans are on 170 for 3.
Yeah, really, really good platform to launch from. With 16 overs remaining, there's definitely a score in excess of 300 on the cards here. And with the explosive Donovan Ferreira still waiting in the dugouts, there's once again lots of potential runs waiting for these final few overs, as Bayer Swanepoel comes back into the attack. After his 6-over spell at the beginning, where he really he sort of set the tone for the Warriors bowling unit from his end.
Yeah, it's crucial when you do get the opportunity to bowl a long spell like that you don't let your skill or your control wane at all, because particularly when the heat is putting you under pressure as a fast bowler, you want to make sure you keep things tight. Shot, son, shot.
Oh,
What a shot, Simonela Makanya. We've commentated curse again. Commentators curse again. Not our day.
Well, quite honestly, that's probably shot of the day. It just so elegantly struck down the ground, straight past the bowlers. Bayer Swanepoel with a bit of a loosener, just putting it in the slot, and Makanya with the utmost of ease, just punishing that down the ground. Brilliant stroke.
Glorious. We were chatting a little bit earlier about brothers, but now we've seen father and son in the Chandapal household. That of young Chandapal being capped Oh, lovely delivery there by Swanepoel. Good response. Chanderpaul being capped in that Australia Test match, but by Brian Lara. I thought his dad would have been the one
Oh yeah, you would
to
have
cap
thought
him,
for
but not not the worst person to cap you.
Brian Lara is a famous name. Is he
I'm
a
sure
decent
he,
cricketer?
there was a video game named after him, like Brian
Oh.
Charles Lara.
What an honor.
This one is just guided down to third man, educated edge, is what Makanya would call it. But yeah, just to be capped by somebody who was there when your dad made his debut. I think it was 1994 that Brian Lara mentioned.
And I think he scored a 50 as well.
Young Chanderpaul or old Chanderpaul?
Young Chanderpaul, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I'll have to fact check myself on that one.
No pressure there. Your dad scored 10,000 test runs. I think that's also something that we've wanted to see, and I'll come back to it now.
Oh,
Good shot. Aiden Markram's son. Just using his hands, hard hands there, but you can rely on it at Supersport Park. And nobody was going to get a hand to it. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Oh, that's textbook Aiden Markram. That full straight. Oh, sorry, wide and full, driven through the covers, and one of the most glorious cover drive techniques in the country. Really, when he executes it, picture perfect.
Absolutely a vision to behold. I think that we wanted that with Tando and Tini. We wanted that type of interaction where dad could possibly cap him, or somebody who was there when he did get his cap. Again, we see Markram pushing hard at it, but this time not quite timing it, and he'll only get 1 for it.
Markram starting to put in a few big strides for those drives that he's putting in. Yeah, I think with Tando, it's he's also one of those where a lot of expectation came in with his dad, and I mean he's a big part of the domestic scene now, and we would love to see him kick on.
Yeah, a bit of length there from Swanepoel, just cleaning things up. Makanya not going to get anything from it. That's the 35th gone, 180 for 3, and it's been quiet from the Momentum Multiply Titans in the last little bit.
Yeah, it's, the one thing that I have been observed is that the Warriors haven't bowled too many variations, in that there haven't been many slower balls or cutters or anything untoward. They've really been sort of sticking to their lines and their lengths and stuff, and it has been working for the most part. And I'm wondering if they are going to stick to that tactic. Or going into the final overs now, do you start trying to manipulate a few wickets into your plan?
We'll just have to wait and see. Sia Plaiki comes to Markram. Short and pulled away. Bang, son. Fetch. What a shot. Aiden Markram just sitting on the back foot there. Smoked it. And not missing out on pace.
Oh, that is a fantastic stroke. Aiden Markram just devouring the opportunity there, rocking back and smashing that deep into the grass embankments. And he's moved into the 40s now, 45 on the board from 40 deliveries. Cracking stroke. And also starting to increase his intent with his stroke play. Blakey, how does he respond?
Oh, nearly picked up an opportunity for a wicket there. Just mistiming it. Did Markram a little bit of a leading edge, maybe? Or just not quite picking up the slow ball there from the young Blakey, deceiving the experienced Markram.
I do think that the length had a big role to play there, in that he dropped it just short of that full length. And maybe even popping up just a slight bit, making it uncomfortable for Markram.
Bit of extra bounce, perhaps, than Markram was expecting. This is turning out to be a good contest, and it's only 2 balls in. Let's see how Plaiki goes. Markram looking again in that region, but not able to pierce the men holding the line there. Widishman on. Now he wants to have a word with his partner, Sibonella Makanya. Maybe just saying, what are you seeing? Is it actually doing anything, or is it just my eyes that do deceive me?
Oh, it's probably telling him, hey, the top of the embankment's waiting. They're looking for some catches. I must say, all of the Titans batsmen, barring Brunt, have all got proper starts in.
Capitalizing is going to be crucial for them. This one's hoofed away to fine leg, and the man who was there, not really interested in getting a hand to that. I thought Swanepoel would go for a bit of a dive and attempt to get it, but it's 4 runs nevertheless, and
Yeah.
that takes the Titans to 190.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's that we spoke about it. It probably only was about 5 meters away from the fielder, but it just raced away so quickly as Aiden Markram moves on to 49. Can he get that milestone?
Isn't it time now for a wicket?
Oh, are you trying to reverse commentator curse here?
Maybe,
What's the plan there?
Maybe he smashes this one for 6, who knows? Or nicks it off to the keeper. Here we go. Drive!
Oh, why
what a
not?
shot! Glorious shot. Ed Markram, 50. Raise your bat, son. It's his 4th limited overs 50. And for somebody who's part of the SA side, you would have thought his 50 numbers would be higher than that. But nevertheless, he should be proud of himself. Just 44 deliveries is how long it took him. A lot of stuff on the square, on the onside. But 50 nevertheless. And that's how you do reverse commentating.
What, you throw out 5 different options and just see what happens?
Yeah. It's called fishing, son. One to come in the 36th.
Oh, that was also just such a glorious stroke down the ground. What a way to bring up a 50.
Plykey. Here we go. Ooh, and well bowled there from Plykey. Surprising Markram a little bit.
Once again,
36 gone.
really good response there from Plykey. But the damage was done in that over already.
Certainly. Markram on 53, Makanya on 7. The Titans 194 for 3 after 36. And there's joy for the Dolphins as they have now crossed the 100 mark, just shy of the 30th over. And Porteous, along with Bosch at the wicket there, as the score is 106 for 6. And there'll be a drinks break. 36 overs gone, 194 for 3. Welcome back to Supersport Park in Centurion. It is Sunday afternoon, a glorious day for One Day Cup action. Cricket South Africa bringing you One Day Cup action. The Titans 194 for 3 after the Dafabet Warriors decided they have a ball here. It is a glorious day. Swanepoel going to Makanya. Shot up in the air, high hanging ball. It'll fall safe, will it? A man under it. Yes, what a catch! And immediately after the drinks break, the Dafabet Warriors have picked up a wicket. It's the 4th one, and it's Sibonelo Makanya who's going back to the dugout with less than 10 to his name.
Oh, David, that's a questionable shot. First ball after a drinks break. Probably felt it was on, but was it necessary don't know. First ball after the drinks break. Unfortunately, missed timing that. Ball hung in the air for a very long time, and you could almost hear the gasps in the crowd as the fielder was lingering around underneath. A fantastic take at the end, and wicket number 4 falling, and it's a really good time for once again. There's always a good time to take a wicket. Let's be honest, but Makanya really would have been a pivotal part of accelerating this Titans innings.
Yeah, I wonder if the conversation at the drinks break was, right lads, we got to go. Nevertheless, Donovan Ferreira coming to the wicket. Hopefully he can accelerate things and continue with the perceived chat, the tactical chat at the drinks break. His average isn't really flattering, but it is his strike rate, Doug, that makes the difference with a cricketer of his caliber.
Well, we know Donovan Ferreira has proven himself over a few years now, where he was top scorer in the T20 competition 2 seasons ago, and really explosive batsman. So if we're looking at a Titans team that wants to aggress, Ferreira and Markram's not a bad combo.
Block hole stuff there from Swanepoel.
And we see the implementation of the new rulings with the new batsman having to face if getting caught, even though the batsman would have crossed with that dismissal.
I think it just makes it more favourable to the bowling side. You always would like to bowl to the new man, but if you've at the other end you've got a man on 53.
I must say, as they scamper through for a quick single here, I personally don't know why the rule was implemented in the first place, that if batsmen cross with a catch, why that the current batsman would retain strike. Maybe
it's a batsman's game. I mean, how many more reasons do you need?
No, I don't know. You'll say that in front of bowlers, and they'll disagree sometimes.
Definitely, I think it's a batter's game. Right, fine leg, 3rd man in the ring, long off, going back, long off, long on, going back. This has got to be 4. It is exactly that. Cut off here. Great bit of fielding there, and Tristan Stubbs looking like he's the man who's cleaned up there. But a good bit of work there from the Dafabet Warriors. It's Vian Libber rather, confusing the two. Excuse me.
Yeah, I do foresee a few singles just to rotate strike a bit, to get Donovan in.
Defensive shot there, holding his line behind that one, and one your coaches will be happy with. Somebody's gone for a bit of a fetch game there at the Newlands. And it's a youngster who's gone to fetch the ball for the fielder. Smashed it for 6 over long on, but nevertheless still in trouble there at 115 for 6 in this game. Defensive again from Donovan Ferreira. 37 overs gone, 196 for 4. Markram on 54. Ferreira just a single to his name.
As you can see, the wind starting to pick up here as the banners are starting to rattle about in the wind. Lots of gazebos and shade being provided or produced by the spectators. It's a fantastic day to come out and watch cricket, as we've mentioned. And there's no better sight than the kids running around playing cricket on the embankments while the parents are resting and parking off watching some brilliant domestic cricket. as the ground has filled up as we've gone along, and I do foresee it still filling up a bit more as we go into the afternoon session, as Lisiba Ngwepe has reached his 100th limited overs career match. Fantastic achievement, and yeah, still many more to come from him.
Absolutely. Best of 2 for 27, so not particularly known for his bowling prowess, but he'll want to pick up another one here in his 100th game. Slapped away, and nearly a one that would have found the gap, but not to be the case today.
I must say I've seen Ngwepe being used a lot more in the 4-day game as a bowler as well, as this one's just pushed down to the long off fielder. Very much a bowler that would usually come on to contain, so pretty sure that's what his job is at the moment. Maybe run through a few overs.
By a wicket, maybe?
Oh, if not, why not? But Donovan Ferreira surely licking his lips.
Yeah, certainly, particularly since he, with the greatest respect to Lisiba Ngwepe, perhaps a bit of a part-timer, but he goes again. Left arm round the wicket, and this time he'll get that single. So 2 runs now for Ferreira. I think he'll put it in the hands of Aiden Markram in terms of how to accelerate and when to do so. 198 for 4, so 2 away from the double century for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Almost a round action from Lisiba Ngwepe, not quite your high arm that you would expect with your off spinners. Almost coming at maybe a 45-degree angle, not quite, Dhananjay De Silva.
Yeah, yeah. It was not the most conventional action, that's for sure.
Down the wicket comes Ferreira, up, and it's gone. What a shot, Donovan Ferreira. Down the wicket, you said he was going to accelerate, but boy, oh boy, did he say bowler fetch.
That was a massive hit. Donovan Ferreira opening the arms up and bringing up the 200 for the Titans with an absolute mammoth of a 6. That was a brilliant stroke, and as much as you'd want a crowd catch, that's cleared the embankment. So a massive strike from Donovan Ferreira, just showcasing that raw strength that we know him capable of.
Yeah, with the long sleeves, he is hiding a couple of guns under those sleeves. And there's a couple of classic cars out there on that embankment, so there's a risk of perhaps a big dent or a windshield going missing or being damaged.
Oh, we know those competitions where if you hit the car, you keep it. I don't know, is that in play today?
I'd love that to be the case. It's not a bad car. I mean, a couple of really old school looking muscle cars. Round the wicket. Smacked, but with no timing there. Means that Mnyaka, as he begins his 8th, doesn't concede a run there. Mnyaka is not to be confused with Makanya. 2 different players, 2 different upbringings, equally as talented.
Nyaka's really impressed me today with his consistency and just general economic bowling.
Very wide of the crease there, but still hitting it through the covers is Markram, and a bit of a comedic dive and tumble there from Donovan Ferreira.
Got up just as quickly, just to show how agile he is. Not the smallest guy around either, but yeah, the Titans starting to take a few runs straight to the fielder, which also shows that they're looking to grab as many runs as they can at this stage in the game.
Yeah, with Donovan Ferreira on strike here, you and I are now possibly in the firing line here, Doug. Round the wicket he goes. Oh, good length and good line there means they're just going to get 1. They think about the 2nd, but polite declination there from Ferreira. We're safe once again.
How about we tempt some fate and say that Donovan Ferreira will never hit it up here into the media box.
Okay.
It will never reach here. Put a bit of word out into the universe.
watch him hit his own wicket now, just because the fast that is hitting your own stumps. Down the wicket comes Markram, smashes it, and a good deflection there from Nyaka to save certainly 2 runs, if not 3. He's wringing his hand. That was a sore.
It's always a bit scary when the bowlers try and get a hand in front of a ball that's hit back at them, just because of how important their hands are,
Particularly his left hand, because of that it is his bowling hand.
His bowling hand. So for the same reason, you don't want to see your fast bowlers diving on the boundary ropes. You just don't want injuries.
Particularly at the start of competition, as the umpire signals wide.
I mean, second game day for these teams.
Yeah, it's still early in the season as well. Still a lot of games to be played, particularly in a one-day cup format. You want your best guys available, and you don't want to have to be scraping the barrel to try and find players. I seem to remember Jeff Toyana fielding in a one-day cup game as a coach at one point. I think it was when he was at the Lions, at the Wanderers, when they were struggling with a couple of injuries. Cut away and immediately cleaned up there by Libba at backward point.
Yeah, David,
quite hard into the ground.
I think that there's also a lot that goes into preparations for these tournaments, and you don't prepare around 17, 18 players.
Yeah, sure.
You prepare your squad as a core group of probably 13 players, maybe even a 14th. But as soon as those injuries start rolling in, it does hamper your pool in which that you have players to pull from.
Certainly. Drop and run here from Donovan Ferreira, and he's safe and also executes his hurdle skills. We saw something similar with Sasana Magala in last year's one-day cup, where he didn't plant his bat and was given run out at the non-strikers. And I just got to beg the question, what do you say to coach and or captain when you walk back to the dugout and you've jumped over a ball and been given run out? What's the conversation there? How do you save your dignity after that one?
We talk about injuries. You probably go that route. Coach, I don't want to get injured. And it's no, I don't know. It's a difficult one because it's also a natural instinct. Something is being thrown at you. You're not going to exactly run into the way.
You've got to put your bat down, though. You've got to plug it down. 210 for 4 as we start the 40th. You try to hoik that away, did Ferreira. Not quite the timing you would have liked. A little bit of a quicker one there from Lesiba and Ngwepe.
I think it's pretty brave to bowl him at this stage in the innings now.
That's why I'm wondering if there's a wicket purchase available. Smashed over deep backward square, sweep shot, and nearly into the pool there, and nobody's able to fetch it because there's a gate keeping people out, so somebody's going to have to hop the fence there. What a shot, Donovan Ferreira.
Oh, just going down on one knee and pulling that. Oh, he timed that to absolute perfection, and Castle Corner got its first action of the day, since it seems to be an inanimate object for this fixture.
Boy, oh boy, would I have loved to have been in that swimming pool.
Oh, the problem is, if that swimming pool was open, it would just be piled in like sardines.
Yeah, certainly.
As we finally seem to have retrieved the ball. One of our officials or security have collected the ball.
Surprisingly, gives it to some youngster instead of giving it to the player.
Yeah.
If I was the youngster, put it in my pocket and disappear. Bye.
Oh,
you can fetch me a new ball.
Oh, grab yourself a souvenir, why don't you?
Absolutely. It's a surprise that youngsters aren't able to keep match balls after games. Because why I say that, and I'll get to it after this next delivery from Ngwepe. Another hoof there attempted by Donovan Ferreira. No connection this time. In baseball, obviously they rotate through a lot of balls, but you can go to the gift shop / merchandise shop of a side gives himself some room, just whacks this away onto the onside. Wide mid-on collecting, and just the one there. You can actually go and get the... you can get balls, match balls that have been used in a game. And it's nice to see that you can still join in on the action. I suppose that's how some cricket sides keep their ball collection up for practices. And a bit of a fumble there means that Markram gets through for another single. He moves on to 59. Ferreira on 17 and one ball remaining in the 40th. Nguepe continuing around the wicket for the last ball. Donovan Ferreira just dotting this out into the offside collection work. And that is the end of the 40th. 219 for 4. Partnership now worth 25.
Yeah, 10 overs remaining now, and it's the crunch end of the innings as 60 balls remain for the Momentum Multiply Titans to set a target. Umpire signaling for the power play number 3. And going to be interesting to see how well the Dafabet Warriors are able to restrict the Momentum Multiply Titans with these two explosive batsmen at the crease. Aiden Markram, having spent quite a lot of time at the crease now, surely would consider that he's got his eye in and very much capable of accelerating an innings, while Donovan Ferreira had a few come out of the middle. So if the Warriors don't stick to their lines and lengths, we're in for a few fireworks.
Right, so the final 10 overs begin. Long on is back. Deepak with square on the ring, on the boundary rather. Fine leg, third man, and a man in the covers sweeping. Abrams. First ball down the wicket it goes. Good cover work there for the Dafabet Warriors. Just the one.
Ferreira trying to hit the cover with that ball. Just getting a single for that.
Not really looking to hold back, is he? Now there's a change with long on going into the covers, and the cover fielder going to long on. Vian Libber now at long on. Maybe they favour his catching abilities with Bayer Swanepoel at long off. Abrams in again. Smashed! But the timing is not the concern. It was the placement there, because it was easily picked up on the cover boundary.
Oh, he's hit that extremely hard. Once again, just finding the fielder and just looking forward a bit. Even if they do lose a wicket, they've got Bosch to come in. Another man that's more than capable of hitting a long ball.
This one is hoofed away into the onside. There's a lot of hard work here for the man in the deep. He's not going to get to it. And it's a boundary for Donovan Ferreira. 19 is where he now finds himself. Or rather, 23. That'll take him into the 20s. Scorecard is a little bit delayed. Nevertheless, 23 from 17 deliveries. And now he has a 4 to his name to go with his 6s.
Didn't exactly time that well, but this lightning quick outfield just proving its worth once again. As mentioned many times, there's so many runs around here at Supersport Park.
Yeah, just guides that into the offside. Thinks about a single, does Aiden Markram. The change in the field was fine leg coming into the ring, and a man going out to cow corner. And poor Vian Libber here was swamped by kids, and then had to deal with the hailstones of miniature bats, desperately in need of signing. Maybe a shirt, I think, was thrown as well. Comes down the wicket, does Ferreira, but not able to upset Abrams.
It's great to see that signatures are still a thing. You know, with cricket these days, or with the new age that we live in, it's all about selfies and it's all about, you know, proof that I was there. But it's great to see the kids still love grabbing autographs and from their heroes.
Smashed! High in the air, there's 3 men converging. Swanepoel under it. Yes! Get it! Get it! Get it, son! That's the 5th wicket for the Titans. The Warriors have been good under the high ball this afternoon. And that brings to an end a flurry from Donovan Ferreira. Cameo innings 23 from 19. And that is the end of his stay at the wicket. 225 for 5 after 41.
Yeah, not the longest innings that's ever been batted out, but few explosive shots as we know him to be capable of, and unfortunately just mistiming it and skying it. Swanepoel with a rather comfortable catch in the end, making it look a lot easier than it probably was. And that does bring the new man to the crease. Corbin Bosch, also not the smallest figure around, can definitely launch a ball. But the Titans now 5 wickets down going into these final 9 overs. You have to wonder, a few more wickets might really prove problematic when setting a total.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an opportunity here for the Dafabet Warriors to really tighten the screws. And Ngwepe is going to continue with his left arm spin to these two, Markram and Bosch, both capable cricketers. But it is Markram that is the key man here for the momentum multiplier Titans. Corbin Bosch, son of Tertius Bosch, also an indoor cricketer. So if you were listening to our conversation earlier, we were talking about Junior Dala having played a lot of action cricket. Short and cut away, and this will beat the man at backward point. It's just a freebie, really. And Markram with Bosch, not going to miss out on that one.
Oh, short, wide, decided to play it rather late. And as soon as that ball departs from the bat, there's just no ways any fielder's reeling that in. Brilliant shot. 4 more runs to the total.
Ngwepe's got to clean up his act here. Let's see how he goes. To Markram again. Fuller this time, just driven out too long off, so they'll meander through for a single. 230 now for 5.
Ngwepe has been going at 9 to the over, so he has been relatively expensive. Makes you wonder, they did take the wicket now, and they've still persisted. So there's obviously a plan here.
Ngwepe forcing Bosch onto the back foot here. He just cuts this away. And the man sweeping on the cover boundary will get his work in for the day. He's been a busy man. 3 balls remaining in the 42nd. Markram on 65. Bosch just on the 1. Cut away again. This time collected inside the ring. Means that the Titans will only get a single here. This partnership, just 7. Still in its infancy, but they're going at 5.6 to the over. Oh, change in the field. And the man at 45 in the ring has just gone a little bit finer. Just working this down to long on. There'll be 2 here, you would think, if they run quick enough, but not the idea there, it seems. So just the 1.
It's been a really good over for the Titans. There hasn't been one dot ball yet. Just constant tick over of runs. And exactly what they would need at this stage with that early boundary in the over.
Yeah, just making sure that they set themselves a nice little platform here. There's still 8 overs remaining in this encounter for the momentum multiplier Titans in their batting innings. 42 gone, 234 for 5. So 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, a bit poetic, isn't
yes,
it?
if you're following along.
And yeah, look, 8 overs, you know what, it doesn't sound like a lot, but at 8 overs there's a lot that can happen. I mean, if Titans go at 10 to the over, suddenly they're 320 plus, or around 320. And I mean, in 8 overs there's also lots of opportunity to take wickets. For Warriors, if they can restrict Titans to less than 300, they'll definitely feel that they're in with a shout here with the pitch that's not really offering much to the bowlers. Lightning quick outfield. Is the 300's definitely chaseable.
Oh, full toss, and I think Ed Markram's missed out on a wee bit of a pie there. It was a slow ball, and I think that's why he's mistimed it there. But a ball like that, you would hope that he would be able to get rid of it. Bosch just on 2, and so his job is, as you can see, Markram just having a word with him there. His job is just to rotate the strike, give Aiden Markram as much time to really be the one in the driving seat of this game. Swanepoel comes into the ring now from his long off position. Good length there. And so a defensive shot means there's only 1 run on offer. 235.
Brings the in-man on strike. Brings Aiden Markram out. 68 or 59. It's been a very well calculated innings. He's been a very matured innings. And he's given himself a real launch pad going into these final few overs.
Abrams slashed away. It's beat the man at third man. And that'll race away to the boundary. Umpire wafting his arms there. Getting a bit of work in. But that's the 240 up as well. A little bit of width there from Abrams. He wouldn't be happy with himself.
Yeah, Markram's been pretty brutal on those wider deliveries. He's made sure to punish the bad bowling. How does Abrams respond now?
Straight and through the gap between mid-off and mid-on, but there are enough strides for Vian Libber to collect that one. Slaps his long-off partner on the hand as they keep it to just 2. Good hard running there from the Momentum Multiply Titans. Dafabet Warriors here. Can they pick up another wicket? They might think they're in with a chance here if they do. It's tucked away to the onside. Sensible stuff from Markram. Confident as well from him. 75 is his score now. And he is today's highest scorer so far.
Really found his way into this innings after a rather nervy start. And as it's gone along, he's just looking more and more like the Markram of old. The one that we know and love. And giving the locals a bit of a treat here today.
Certainly is the case. Abrams over the wicket. And just flicked away by Bosch. Seems all too comfortable, all too well-oiled from the Momentum Multiply Titans. As we finish the 43rd over, 244 for 5. And I wonder, are the Dafabet Warriors just passengers in the last 10 here? I think there needs to be a discussion between captain, wicketkeeper, maybe some of the senior men to just say, I feel like we're just being tagged along like a trailer on a holiday journey.
Tell you what, David, there's always that side of it where you've got to have a look at both teams batting. As much as it looks like the Warriors are a trailer in your metaphor, I'll be curious to see if they look as comfortable with the bat as well.
Much better bowling there from Ngwepe. He tried to chase it himself, but gave up that vain attempt. And there's just one there. I think with the field spread as it is, you've just got the 4 men inside the ring. That's where you're able to find the gaps. Or nearly through the kitchen sink and grandmother's lunch there, Sunday lunch at that one.
Just miscuing that one completely. Once again, there's lots of runs on offer here. They can't really afford dot balls.
Bang! Aiden Markram. He missed out in the previous one, but Sonny boy, you've got to fetch that one.
And the spectators have been asked to do some fielding for the Warriors out here. What a fantastic stroke to bring up the 250 for the Momentum Multiply Titans. They've done it in 267 deliveries, 24 fours and 8 sixes. We're going into the fun part of the innings now. Great shot from Aiden Markram.
Back-to-back opportunities there. Markram just opening his shoulders a little bit. Good bit of fielding there in the deep to just keep it to 2. Certainly wanted to open his shoulders there and smash it over long off's head, but not quite getting all of it.
9 runs off the over already. 2 deliveries remaining.
And there's a child running in front of the side screen. This time, I think, fetching his own hat because I believe his brother threw it over the fence. There is a fence there to keep random stragglers from getting involved there. But twice today, we've seen the kids wanting to be a part of the game. Another big waft there from Aiden Markram. Wanted to slash this away a little bit squarer of the wicket.
They have targeted Nwepe. They've looked to score quick runs off of him. There's a bit of a dead ball there.
He pulled the handbrake up.
I'd be very surprised if he bowls another one after this. I don't foresee him bowling another over now.
No, certainly not. He's gone 6 to the over. This one's cut away, and there'll just be 1 to wrap up the over. So it is exactly 4 overs gone for him. And not 6 to the over. A lot more. I'm trying to be generous here. 9 to the over. So it's a tough one for him. Last 6 overs. And a quick drink on offer for Ed Markram. The number is there for him. Nobody yet going on to that 100 mark. But
David, you just had to mention the 3 figures, didn't you?
I have to. I've got to do something for the Warriors fans. They're struggling.
84. Aiden Markram. Jeez. I mean, since he's got to 50, he's just accelerated. And it's been great to watch. Another reminder to refresh yourselves. Grab some drinks. It's a scorcher out here in Centurion. And
still lots of cricket if you want to come through. You've spent your morning however you may have. Now it's an opportunity to come down to Supersport Park and enjoy the glorious sunshine. A couple of clouds making their way into the periphery, but nothing yet threatening. Abrams to continue.
Cracking shot through the covers there. He's rocked back onto that. There is cover out on the boundary though, as they come through for a comfortable 2. And Aiden Markram holding on to the strike.
270, 280? Is that where we're looking in the final 6 overs?
Oh, you've got to be looking at 300
290,
plus.
300?
What, in 6 overs?
Anything is possible. Smash down the ground. There's a hard attempt here for Vian Libber. Yes, well done, son.
Fantastic effort in the field there. We speak about how quick this outfield is. That was timed really well as well. And an excellent effort there, getting acknowledgement from the crowd as well. And he saved 2 runs for his team there.
Yeah, at risk of picking up a bit of a grass burn as well. Yeah, I'd love to see this Titan side really put the screws down. Better line and length there from Abrams. He just forced the single there. It was an uncomfortable shot there from Markram. But now Bosch, with just 3 balls to face in this over, will he free his arms or will he just look to knock it about? Well bowled there by Abrams. Really honing in on that Yorker type length. Just whipped away by Bosch for the single.
Bosch getting the wrists out. It's not usually one to play around the legs and do all the fancy flicks and tricks.
Depends how much hockey you would have played at school. Normally that's
true.
An indicator of a wristy player.
Well, cricketers are quite commonly ex-hockey players.
Slapped up high. There's no way it's going to... Oh, he does get it. What an absolute screamer of a catch. I thought it was going to go away from him. Thought it was going to land short. But Bear Swanepoel taking a comfortable catch. And I've done my job as someone who's paid to commentate because I've done it. That's 3 in a row, by the way. That's a hat trick. Ed Markram is gone for 89 from 107 deliveries. No, not 107, 71 deliveries. And falling short, 11 short of his century. And a shake of the head as he strides off, and the Warriors players are jubilant because they've picked up a crucial wicket in the last 10.
Oh, David Midgley striking again with another commentator's curse. It's just... Oh goodness!
Get in there,
Warriors
son.
fans out there, just say a big old thank you. Oh, anyways, Aidan Markram, fantastic innings. That was really setting the momentum multiplied Titans up here for a highly defendable total. And Aya Kamane coming to the crease now to join his bowling partner Corbin Bosch. And these two will have a big role to play with the ball later. But for now, there are 31 deliveries remaining in the innings for them to do some damage with a bat and give themselves something better to bowl at.
Still feeling confident about your 300 here?
Both of these boys are more than capable of scoring some runs. And even Junior Dala coming in has scored a 50 recently in the 4-day series. So definitely no Palookas with a bat here. And I think 300 is most definitely on the cards.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Momentum Multiply Titans approach this final 5-1 delivery. Final 5 overs and 1. And the 4 men in the ring. We'll give them to you after this one. Abrams again. And just guiding that down. Great bit of fielding there at a short third man. And that is the end of the 45th. The Momentum Multiply Titans. 261 for 6 after 45 overs. It's exactly 1 o'clock.
Yeah, the spectators will be preparing their lunchtime snacks as Bayer Swanepoel will come into the attack now for the 46th over. He's bowled 8 overs and he's only gone for 27 in those 8 overs, so he'll be looking to try and maintain that economy rate going into these final few. He has grabbed himself a wicket on the way as well.
That of Sibonela Makanya.
Yeah, big wickets. First ball after drinks. Wonder how much that has affected the flow of this Titans innings, that Makanya wicket. Bayer Swanepoel, 2 overs of these final 5 in his hands. He gets to have a bowl at the new man, Aya Kamane, facing 1 ball so far, grabbing himself a single.
Just guiding that one down to third man. And the Warriors, if you're wondering why there was a slight delay before we got underway, the Warriors had too many men out of the ring. Just a reminder, there are still fielding restrictions, and Viandaba nearly transgressing once again. So there are 3 men on the offside, 1 man on the leg side, inside the ring. Everybody else is out and enjoying the sunshine. So it's a backward point. It's a man in the covers, mid off, and then mid wicket or inside the ring. Slapped away, a couple of bounces. The sweeper on the cover boundary doing a great bit of work there to keep things quiet. Young Herman showing off his skills.
I must say the Warriors fielding unit have stepped up today. There's been a few brilliant catches that were taken, and ground fielding for the most part has been really clean. Just 1 or 2 little lapses here and there, but as a unit, as a whole, I think fielding coach will be satisfied.
Certainly. Right. Fine leg. Third man in the ring. Fuller delivery almost in the offing. Doesn't. It's a length delivery, and he half hits that out onto the onside, does Bosch, and there's a fumble from Libba, which means they get comfortably back for a second and even possibly consider a third, does Aya Kamane. So nevertheless, they'll just get the 2. Aya Kamane's his pads look like they've just been fresh out of the bag. He's just unpacked them out of the plastic. Look how sharp those blue pads are. Not quite blending yet with his uniform. Still got the fresh paint. Worried if it's just wet still. Down the wicket he goes, does Bosch. And just a 1 run for him there.
Highly doubt those pads are still wet. The moment he stepped into this dry heat, those pads would have soaked it all in. And really are blinding those pads.
Yeah, certainly making the most of all the colours available to him. Glorious day here at Supersport Park. chips that one over backward point. I think he was trying to go through the cover region. Doesn't matter if you pick up the 4. Lovely result for him in the end. And with one ball remaining in the 46th, the Titans going along nicely. Kamane on 6, Bosch on double 111.
Just a few visuals from this beautiful venue. Saw that train out in the background and the numerous gazebos that are out.
Give yourself a go, son. But he's just scooped it straight to the man in the cover region. And a big smile on the face there from the Warriors. Bit of an anticlimactic celebration there. Kamane has gone for 6 from 4. And it was just that single 4 to his name. He tried to repeat it, but this time could only find Abrams. And that is the end of his time. 2-7-1 for 7.
You say anticlimactic celebration. Can it be anticlimactic if it was non-existent? It just didn't seem like there was any celebrations there. I think half the ground didn't even know that there was a wicket that had fallen.
Yeah, it was the stadium announcers' music that really got things going. Junior Dala with just that 150 to his name in this format of the game. Surprisingly, they put 50s to his name 1, but his highest score was 45 according to their stats. So perhaps maybe just he got a 50 or didn't get a 50. That's the question I'd like to ask.
Never let them know your next move.
No, sure. Don't let the enemy know your next move. 46 overs gone, 2-7-1 for 7. And Junior Dala will not be on strike for the first ball of this over. Bosch, who's on 11, will have to face up.
24 deliveries remaining in the innings. And Corbin Bosch more than capable. That 300 target is starting to slip away slightly for the Momentum Multiply Titans. And the Warriors will be pretty happy with the way things are going at this stage towards the end of the innings.
It's tough though when you've got 271 on the board. We know that this is traditionally a venue that offers more favorable batting conditions, but we'll just have to see how we go here. Nyaka with the first ball of his over, and there'll be 2 runs comfortably. Not sure why the scorers still think that it's Swanepoel's over, but nevertheless, we're with you. 1 for 31 is where Nyaka finds himself from his 8.1 overs.
Yeah, he's been one of the standout bowlers for me today. He's really hit his lines and his lengths here, and he's got 2 more overs now to see out that innings. As we do have a football that's found its way onto the field, and spoken about World Cup fever.
Yeah, good skill there. Just a chip over the goalkeeper to score. Lovely stuff. And it's not to qualify. It's not our scorers. It's the scorers at the ground that perhaps made an error in judgment. Very wide of the crease there, angling in, and just a single there for Bosch. 2-7-4 for 7. And Junior Dala now having an opportunity to take guard. Good afternoon, sir. Can I please have centre?
Very interestingly poised now going into these final few. It's
you don't want to be bowled out. You don't want to be bowled out.
You really don't. And at the same time, you don't want to be stagnant at the crease. You don't want to be giving away 3 dot balls every over. So, very interesting times here.
Man coming in from the boundary on the onside, as well as Siba Ngwepe coming off the long off boundary. I've got to ask the question, what is he going to go with Nyaka? Is he going to go with a slow ball? He doesn't. It's carved away, and it'll just be 1 to him. And like you said, it's just a balance and a timing of everything with these 2 at the crease. Not necessarily your first choice when you're selecting your batting, but they still have a vital role to play here.
Nyaka, I'm surprised we haven't seen that Yorker come out now in the death. He's bowled a few really good ones so far. As we say that, there it is.
Good call, coach.
Oh, very well executed. Fielding off his own bowling.
Nyaka, one of the more miserly bowlers today, only going at 4.25 to the over, so 1 for 34 in his nigh on 9 overs. So he's really been bowling well today. Good to see him really putting his name down on the list and saying, in the absence of Nokia, Janssen, and Stierman, I want to contribute. Yorker length this time, just whipped away onto the onside by Bosch, and good bit of work there from them. And the Dolphins having recovered a little bit from less than 100 for 6, 172 now for 6. Porteous on 83 from 102, and Ethan Bosch on 39 from 44.
Has been a really impressive recovery from, I think we saw 66 for 6 as they've gone and scored another boundary. Ethan Bosch holding the other end with Porteous. Really, really good comeback with what looked like a really dismal opening few overs there for the Dolphins. Dolphins obviously taking on Six Gun Grill Western Province at Newlands as Mnyaka comes in to finish the over.
Oh, wow. Well done, son. Well bowled.
Fantastic execution of that Yorker, that wider Yorker. And there are 3 overs remaining. And Momentum Multiply Titans find themselves 276 for 7. And just having a look at these bowling options, Swanepoel probably going to bowl out his overs now. Nyaka also, and probably Ziada Abrams. Each of them having 1 over remaining in their spells.
Yeah, Plaiki really not clothing himself in glory today. Sia Plaiki going at 7 to the over. Perhaps if Jan Libber, I know he's only got 5 overs under his belt, but he's bowled at 4.8 to the over, so certainly not horrendous, and possibly a way to pick up a wicket, but you would suspect they'll continue the seamers. Down the ground goes Bosch, and just extracting a single there from it. Good bit of clean-up work there on the long-off boundary, and Junior Dalla now has to take guard at the other end.
Junior Dalla, one of the... there's been a recent bunch of testing in terms of the pace bowlers, one of the few that crack 140.
Just guides this away off the back foot there, and he'll get comfortably through for the single.
Really, Dalla's been picking up pace over the last sort of 2 or 3 years. They've obviously been working really hard with him in the background, and it's really been improving, and it's visible improvement as well.
Certainly a challenge for coaches, his action, because of the jumping off the wrong foot. Not many kids would perhaps look to emulate it. It takes some skill, but it also puts a lot of pressure on the ankle. Reverse sweep attempted there, and will there be a strike at the non-strikers in? Nope. But
yeah, I mean it's an action that's really not favourable. It's not ideal. It's you risking injury. So unless it's really looked after, it's a big no-no if you're any coach. You want to wheel that out really early in a bowler's career. But he's really found a way to make it work.
Yeah, Nandre Berger just ripping through. This one's whipped away onto the onside. Nandre Berger just dismantling the stumps there for the Western Province Blitz players. 6-gun grill to remove Ethan Bosch. Boy, oh boy, with the furniture dismissed and dispatched.
We talk about quick bowlers. That's another one coming through. Nandre Berger also cracking 140 these days. Really quick.
Swanepoel.
Shot.
Lovely shot. Almost looked like a good bit of cleanup work there in the deep to prevent the boundary. Almost looked like he'd been spending some time, young Bosch, at the country club, working on his drives there. That looked very much like a drive, but didn't quite get the 300-yard bomb that he would have wanted.
Wouldn't be surprised. A lot of these cricketers as well in their part-time spend time on the fairway.
Sometimes I'm sure coaches think they're actually part-time golfers, or part-time cricketers, full-time golfers. Just the one there. 282 for 7 is where we find ourselves with just 12 legitimate deliveries remaining. Junior Dalla on 4, Bosch on 17, and And the momentum multiply Titans, despite the loss of wickets consistently along the innings this afternoon, going at nigh on 6 to the over. And crucial for them is not being bowled out here. I don't think there is that opportunity, but there are still 12 balls to navigate and only 3 wickets available to them. Nyaka will conclude his bowling spell today. 1 for 35 from 9. What's a healthy number that he'll be happy with? 6, 7?
Definitely, yeah. Run a ball, anything around that run a ball mark.
He goes now to Dala. Well done. He just squeezes that out, does Junior Dala. It's never easy digging that one out. It's like you have to dig at the bottom of lost property when you find your jersey there from school. You swimming through swimming caps and all the random manner of things. Strange metaphor, I know, but it's just the one that came to mind.
I'll let you run with it. I'll let you run with it.
Bring me back.
Full commitment.
Long on our back. There's 2 men back on the leg side as well. Reverse sweep, it's gone high in the air. Leading edge, tough catch if he's going to get it. And that'll go all the way. 6!
Well, I mean, that's not exactly the first shot I'd see Corbin Bosch playing, but he's decided to the pace bowler, let me reverse sweep him. And he somehow caught the top half of the bat, and with the willow being what it is these days, that one flying over the deep third man region, and the fans have another 6 to celebrate. Local boys getting ever closer to that 300 mark.
It's going to be crucial to see what the response is here from Nyaka. Round the wicket. Chip this time, nearly carrying to the man at short 45. I don't think he quite realised that it was coming his way, and reacted slightly later than would have been advised.
Definitely not a bad option to try and score runs, as third man and fine leg are both in the ring. And with the pace bowlers, any sort of bat is ball's going to race away to the boundary. As 9 balls remain in the innings, 290 on the board.
8 from the over so far. How is he going to reply? Shortish delivery, but it's a slow ball this time, and Dala's not able to read it out the hand. Intelligent bit of bowling there from Nyaga. 1 for 43 from him today. And it's a crucial thing for him to finish his spell with confidence. Excuse me. 2 balls remaining in this over. Dala on strike, not yet reading the slow ball.
Always a good option to bring in some variation.
He goes again. Another Yorker length delivery, trying to find that block hole and able to squeeze one out to a short, fine leg.
Outside of that 6 that was hit, I think it's been a really good over. It's been a really tidy over, but unfortunately, a 6 does ruin the figures, and it does make the over look a lot more expensive than it is. And
just accelerates things. I mean, you've already got 3 runs to the over, and bar the 6, it actually is, like you said, quite a tidy over. Nyaka to finish his spell, and they're still chatting on the boundary are some youngsters to Tristan Stubbs. I'm sure he's prize among their signature collection. Very wide, and it's a great bit of bowling there from Nyaka. They screen through for a single, and there's a yell of anguish as that so nearly could have been something more, perhaps more for the fans than for the players on the park. So 10 overs gone for Nyaga, 1 for 45, and it was just his only wicket was one that was a crucial one in terms of the game, because it was that of Jivesh Pillay, who was gone for 69 from 107, caught Herman, and Ziad Abrams is somebody who will be the man finishing it out there. Lazard Williams, you'll note, is absent from this Titans lineup. That's because he's been brought in to the South African setup to replace Glenton Stierman. Hoiked away to the onside, and a bit of work there for Junior Dalla to avoid getting hit by that one.
Yeah, Titans will be missing Lizzie Williams. He's coming to some real good form in the 4-day format last few games, and it's really been a pivotal part of their attack. So very happy to have him part of the Proteas setup.
This one is smashed down the ground. Hits almost too hard when there's a man out there. You need to hit it slightly, with slightly softer hands, just to get those the opportunity for 2 runs. And there's another wicket in Cape Town, 188 for 8. Porteous is on 92. Will he get his 100? Swatted away to the onside, and Junior Dalla has to stretch to get his bat down there. Just 5.5 overs remaining in that game in Cape Town. But in this game, the Titans set for 300. Will they get exactly 300? Just 3 balls remaining. And if they're going to do it, Abrams certainly will want to keep them quiet. Yorker length is flicked away to the onside. Catch! What a catch! It's a low one, difficult catch, and he just dispatches with the ball.
What a fantastic effort out in the deep. That was the catch of the day so far. It was flicked with some real power, but it was dipping on him and moving in from the boundary, collecting it just before it made contact with the ground. Junior Dalla, in an attempt to try and accelerate in these final few deliveries, grab whatever they can, has unfortunately fallen to a fantastic catch.
Young Herman again.
Oh, who else would it be?
The mix.
I think there's
Three
three of
catches.
them. 3 of them on the field.
Yeah, there may as well have been one for each of the brothers, but what a great catch. Dying to his left. But it's the senior statesman in his 199th game today. Aaron Pangiso is averaging just 11.2, strike rate of 69.5. His job is just to assist in hopefully getting them to 300. 2 balls remaining in the innings, so he'll just want to maybe collect a single and then hope Bosch can get a boundary. Senior statesman
Aaron Pangiso, very, very popular name amongst the domestic franchise game. He's been a veteran, and he's been around the block. Definitely some valuable experience that he has to offer.
He's somebody who played for the Lions for a long time, but then made the trip across the XK. Sonny boy, you're out. First ball, it's a golden goose egg, and that's exactly what we do as commentators. Curse them, we hype them up, we say wonderful things about them, only for them to try and reverse sweep or switch hit.
A bit of everything in between.
And he's been outbowled, clean bowled.
Look, to be
Abrams
fair,
has 4 now.
Pangiso not exactly known for his work with the willow.
No, but I would have hoped he would have done what was needed.
It's really good bowling though. It's Abrams just sticking to his line, making sure full and straight, you miss, I hit. And David, you mentioned the unlikelihood of momentum multiplier Titans being bowled out. 1 delivery left, 1 wicket in hand. And that 300 mark seems to have evaded the momentum multiplier Titans. Some really tidy work at the end from the Dafabet Warriors.
Okuhle Cele coming in at number 11. Sticks is what it is affectionately known as in the cricketing community. So just 1 ball for him to face, 1 legitimate delivery. And Abrams, if he's fortunate here, might pick up a fifer, just quietly going around his business. Do they throw in the slip? Come on, be brave. Chuck in the slipper for his fifer.
Well, they've got
a fly slip, short third man.
Oh, yeah, he's moving wider.
Right, here we go. He's not going to get his fifer. They're just going to work it onto the onside. They're going to run for 2. There will be certainly a run out here. Goshile runs out Clele, and that is the end of the momentum multiplied Titans innings. 296 all out. is where they find themselves at the end of 50. It was off to a flurry with the work of Brevis and Jivesh and Pillay. It was Brevis who was the first man to fall. He was gone, caught Herman Boldplaki for 45 from 45. Jivesh and Pillay 69 from 107. And it was so nearly for him to get some sort of serious score. Neil wasn't around for long. 13 deliveries, 14 runs is what he got for himself. Ed Markram, the Protea, with pressure on his shoulders. 89 from 71, falling 11 short of 100. Simonela Makanya, he was caught Rosier Bold Swanepoel for less than 10. 7 runs from 8 deliveries. Donovan Ferreira was here for a long time. Not a long time, but for a good time rather. Strike rate of 115. 23 from 20 deliveries. And then Ayak Kamane caught Abrams Bold Swanepoel 6 from 4. Junior Dala 7 from 10 with a great catch by Herman. Pangiso was gone without a score on the board, and he just faced that one delivery, and that meant that Bosch was stranded when Tele was run out for just the single at the end of that. He was not out on 27, was Corbin Bosch. So the momentum multiply Titans, finishing on 296 all out from their 50 overs. Enjoy your break. Enjoy the lunch. We're going to get ourselves something to nibble on, and we'll be back after the lunch break with the Dafabet Warriors innings. Welcome back to Supersport Park in Centurion. It has been a glorious day for cricket. And the Momentum Multiplier Titans scoring 296 all out from their 50 overs after the Dafabet Warriors decided they'd win the toss and have a ball. My name is Dave Midgley. Alongside me a little bit later, Douglas McLeod-Elliott. But this is a pleasure to bring you this CSA One Day Cup game. Kamane opening the bowling. He's going to Libba, the left-handed Vian Libba. Dot ball of the first one and dot ball of the second one. Let's see what the Momentum Multiplied Titans can do in their restriction of the Dafabet Warriors. Dafabet Warriors are going to rely on key men here. That's what we call key man dependency. Vian Libba is going to be crucial. Matthew Breetska. And probably somebody like either Diego Rosier or Lesiba Ngwepe have to score big here. Two big scores from the Momentum Multiplier Titans. And if you're just joining us, a very good afternoon to you. A bit of a waft there from Vian Libba, Kamane, following up with a bit of a casual reply in his ear, just to remind him that he's far away from home. You remember that the Warriors' home ground, is St. George's Park, the oldest test venue in South Africa, and the area known now as Gqeberha. Such an enjoyable word, Gqeberha. Nevertheless, we're at Supersport Park in Centurion. Aya Kamane is halfway through the first, and trying to just get away here is Vian Libba. And good follow up there from Kamane. He's not the tallest of bowlers, but certainly looking to intimidate the quite towering, by comparison, Vian Libba. Finding his feet here in this innings is Vian Libba, and young Herman is on the other end. One of three Herman brothers. And they're all spread out across the country. How will Kamane wrap this first over up? Driven hard by Libba. What a top-notch bit of fielding there. Simonella Makanya, maybe? That's certainly somebody who's putting his body on the line there. Fantastic dive across from mid-off. And putting in the hard yards. Just the two men out. Long leg, or fine leg, as well as third man. So it's an interesting start here. Nothing on the board. There was a maiden to begin the Titans innings. We're yet to see another one. One ball remaining in the first. And that's exactly what we get. Maiden over to begin at the end of the first of this Dafabet Warriors innings. Noughts all round. Doug McLeod-Elliott is alongside me as we bring you this Warriors chase. Doug, who are the key men for the Dafabet Warriors?
Well, Dave, I think anyone in the top four. This opening pair already is really vital. If they can see out the new ball, the opening bowlers, Junior Dala coming into the attack now from the Henops River end. I think with Jordan Herman, he's just fantastic young talent as well. Vian Libba, this opening pair as a whole, the longer they can stick around, bigger platform they can lay down for the Dafabet Warriors, the better. And I think it's all going to come down to how they can negate this Titans bowling attack. Dala coming in.
And a wide to begin from Junior Dala. Surprisingly, the way in which young Jordan Herman started this game was with 3 brilliant catches, but now he really has to put his name on that score sheet, primarily because there'll be a little bit of pressure on him. He just wafts that one, particularly because this is not foreign conditions to him, Doug, because he's a Waterkloof born and bred, so to speak, young man. So he spent time here at the Momentum Multiply Titans, but then only moving to the Warriors at the start of the season.
No, definitely. Having your schooling career here in Pretoria, very familiar with these conditions. But we've mentioned before, it's that step up into the professional realm.
Oh, cuts him in half there.
Junior Dala just having a dig in here at him, at Herman. And Dala coming back from injury now. Really exciting to see him back in the fray. Got some real wheels on him. Very strong upper body. And generates a lot of pace. And was in really good form in the 4-day format before injuring himself. But glad to see it wasn't a serious injury. And back in action.
Yeah, it's almost like a contest of old dog versus young gun. Just a reminder that Jordan Herman was, playing for the SA under 19 side last year, and so his time here at the Titans, just 350s and a century for the Titans during the 21-22 4-day domestic series. So he has found success at this level. It's a different environment when you're playing for seemingly the opposition. And again, he's cut in half there. Junior Dala gives him a scowled look. Boy, oh boy.
Don't you love it when a fast bowler steams in and he's just having his way with the batsman, giving him a few shiners. Jordan Herman, obviously, he's still young and he's still got a long way to go with his cricket. But I do think to an extent he's also proven himself capable at this level, and he'll only get better over time. And it's turning out to be a very tricky contest with Junior Dala.
It's exactly what you want to see from a young Herman. Not wilting away, but rather fronting up to Junior Dala. He'll have it at the back of his mind, like you said, that 140 plus delivery that we know Junior Dala is capable of. On top of that, the experience at international level. Only a few games to Junior Dala's name, but those are games that are tremendously invaluable. Playing at that level, whatever format, certainly brings confidence. Short, and it pops up to square leg on the bounce. Racing in, trying to get a hold of that one. But it has been all Junior Dala in that over, on top of young Herman. Rub your chest, young man. It's sore. It's okay. We get it. 2 gone, 1 without loss.
Yeah, 2 really tight overs to start with here by the openers for Momentum Multiply Titans. Obviously, that first over going for a maiden. I think that final ball of the over maybe an attempted pressure release shot just to get runs on the board. Because at the moment that single run has come through Junior Dala just straying down leg side. But still very early on, Vian Libbe. He's got Ayat Ramane to take on.
Looking for a quick one, and he does. Bit of an exclamation from Ramane. Not quite getting the result he thought he might squeeze away, put some pressure, but now he'll bowl to Herman and somewhat of a cauldron of fire here. It's not only hot out there in terms of the temperature, but when you're facing 2 experienced bowlers within the South African domestic structures, this is an opportunity for young Jordan Herman. Defends that one comfortably.
Yeah, it's two left-handers opening the batting here for the Warriors. It's pretty similar to our national side for the tests, that is, especially. But yeah, it's unusual to have 2 left-handers just because of the rarity. But I don't know about you, but it seems like there's more and more left-handers coming through the system and taking on important roles in a lot of our batting units. So
Shot, young man. What a lovely straight drive. Jordan Harman gifted with an absolute peach, and he wasn't going to miss out on that one. Overpitched and suitably punished. We spoke about his mettle at this level. That's one way to show things off.
That was a brilliant presentation of the bat, just playing through the line of the ball. Amane over pitching. You would have thought that Titans would have learned that back of a length is the way to go on this track. Anything too full is bread and butter for a batsman.
Overpitched that time, and it'll be wided, and they'll get an extra run for it on top, making life difficult there for his wicketkeeper is Kamani. You think about the balance and connection within this Warriors side. I think crucially they've lost two senior players in Eddie Moore and John Smuts. Another one that's also missed or will be missed is Dane Patterson, who was here briefly before rejoining the Western Province side. So a couple of changes that have put them under pressure, but it's given an opportunity to Jordan Harman. That one's gone high in the air. That'll be the end of Lubber. Simple catch. And the Titans have their first wicket. Kamane celebrates. And in the third over, the Warriors are one down with just 8 on the board.
Oh, it's frustration, I'm sure. Wouldn't want to be losing a wicket this early in the innings. Vian Lubber just scoring 1 run in his 8 deliveries. It was a real mistimed effort that just scooped up. And Sibonela Makanya was never going to drop that. Just sort of looped into his mitts, and early breakthrough for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Exactly what the captain would have ordered. And Warriors find themselves on the back foot already within the first 3 overs. A vital role for the new man that's going to come in, Matthew Brietska.
Yeah, he's also somebody who's been around the Dafabet Warriors side for a number of years. And it's not him, it's Sinateme Kaishile going with the wicketkeeper. 36 matches to his name. Average of 26.3, strike rate of 83. And potential not yet realized, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, again, one of those batsmen that we know is capable. We know that he's more than able. We just haven't seen that X factor pop through that everyone so badly wants to see from him. And look, he's in a situation now where he can really very sticky situation. Coming in the third over, new ball, still active. And it will be interesting to see how he sort of takes on this challenge.
Balance is going to be crucial for him here. That balance between wanting to make sure he's keeping up with the required run rate, and then also making sure that he's not just chucking his wicket away. He's going to have to face up now to Ayakamane. One maybe just going down the leg side, and there'll be a signal for leg byes there from the umpire at the pavilion end. And the umpire at the other end is having to change now because of the left-right combination.
Yeah, I think this is really just taking a few overs to see out the new ball, negate whatever movement they can get out of it, and just sort of rebuild, knock the ball around, grab a few singles. Still going over the wicket.
Good presentation on the bat there from Jordan Harman, but he's not able to get anything from it. 3 gone, 9 for 1, and the Dafabet Warriors are looking like a little bit of trouble early here, but like you said, platform is there to be set from these two at the crease. Just an indication of, we look at the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern par as to kind of where its side should be. Obviously that doesn't take into account accelerating later in the innings, but it's a good motivator for a batsman just to see kind of how up to date he is with where things are in the game. Few
Yeah.
slips in place.
As much as it's a reference, I don't think it'll play any role in our result today, as the clouds have trickled in, but way too slowly for
Short
them.
ball, sunny boy. Well done.
Oh, brilliant delivery. Junior Dala exercising some of that raw upper body strength just to drop it in nice and short. Treshile, relatively fresh to the crease, greeted in a rather impolite manner.
Certainly not remembering his manners, you would think. Not holding back. Dala to Treshile. Oh, spanked away, son. Fetch. What a lovely shot there from Sinetemba Treshile, and what a response by the Dafabet Warriors wicketkeeper batsman.
Wow, we speak about impolite. I thought that shot was absolutely a retaliation to that delivery. What a stroke. Just a little bit of width on offer, and Treshile was never going to miss out on that. And creaming it away to the boundary. Great stroke.
I don't think he's going to drop the third ball short here, will Junior Dala. But you almost sense that something's coming. Pitched up this time and just hit into the ground, and good bit of collection work. And you can see the energy on the field from the Momentum Multiply Titans players. They just feel like they're in with something in this game. Aiden Markram. The lone slip now is Pangiso, who probably supersedes most people in terms of domestic caps. There's a few that I can think of that are still playing in Division 1 that have as many, or close to. And just cut him in half there, but a good squeeze work there from Treshile as he'll get 2. And they think about a third because of the fumble, but a quick release there means that they're not able to extract a third run. 15 now for 1 inside the 4th over.
So far already 6 runs coming from this over, a bit more productive and a bit more confidence boosting for the Dafabet Warriors, just to get a few runs ticking. Dala coming in.
Oh, nearly extracting a run out at the non-striker's end. And I think young Herman was safe.
He's just taken his hand off the bat there, suggesting that it's was a bit uncomfortable there playing that shot. Bit of extra pace maybe, just rushing him into the shot. Dala coming in to finish the 4th.
Oh, he's chopped it on. Quintessential Sinetemba Treshile shot on the back foot, and he chops it onto his own stump. So it's not something that is all too unfamiliar from those who follow Sinetemba Treshile. You remember in his 4-day endeavours last year, in search of his first 100, similar delivery, I think it was on 95, and he'll be disappointed with himself. He's gone for just 6 runs from 7 deliveries, and the Dafabet Warriors in early trouble here at 15 for 2.
Well, it was setting up to be a real interesting contest between Dala and Treshile, but at the end it comes down to one delivery where Treshile just didn't execute as well as he would have liked, and catching the under half of the bat, and Junior Dala walks out with his first wicket of the game, and suddenly now what looked like an uncomfortable situation may look like trouble for the Dafabet Warriors. In at 4, Matthew Breetska.
Averaging just under 30 with a strike rate of 78. So his contribution today was invaluable with his fielding. It was that bullet arm that you heard of earlier in this encounter, Matthew Breetska. And sometimes again, with respect to him, I think it's difficult when performing and then not getting a look in, and then when you do start to slump, that's when people will start to question your position in the side. But it is Matthew Brezka who comes to the wicket to put some pressure on and I hope that he would put some pressure on the guys from home Supersport Park in Centurion. Kamane will continue to start his third. He's got one under his belt already. Yeah, just defended. No run. So Herman has already lost two partners, and do you think that is a bit of concern for him?
Oh, definitely, in the sense that you'll be thinking he'll have to adjust his game. In that, I'm sure he would love a bit more freedom to play a few expansive shots. But what it does mean now is that with a rebuild required, there's very little room for error and risk. So him and Brezka will need to just push through here. As we say that.
Drive. My word, he absolutely smashed that at Arang Pangiso. Catching cover, and he smoked that. A great stop there from Pangiso. Saved a certain boundary. My goodness me. What an absolute cracker of a stroke. Cover drive par excellence.
Jeez, it almost looked like he'd driven it straight into his hands, and it looked like it had stuck, and so much could have come off that delivery, but no harm done. Dot ball.
Shorter and wider this time, and a waft from young Herman.
Well, as much as I say, he probably doesn't feel the need to, or he feels he needs to restrain himself. Definitely felt that was a ball he could put away. I mean, short, wide, why wouldn't you have a go? But it's critical that he doesn't lose his wicket now. Got to put a very mature head on his shoulders.
Kamane halfway through his third. Bowled with great control so far. And you can see the energy of the Momentum Multiplier Titans players just zooming in, encroaching, just putting pressure on the Dafabet Warriors players here. They don't want to capitulate, do the Dafabet Warriors?
Well, Kamane gave a good old stare down to the youngster, just letting him know, this is my pen. This is where I am at home. So Kamane looking to come in 4 dots in a row.
Another dot there. Boy, oh boy, Aran Pangiso, for the senior statesman that he is, did he enjoy that bit of acrobatic fielding? Wonderful stuff from him there.
Yeah, we saw a lot of brilliant efforts out in the field from the Dafabet Warriors. They really sort of put their bodies on the line, as you would say, and Titans have come out with the exact same intent by the looks of it. They're very energetic in the field and cutting off a lot of runs at the moment.
Kamane just gathering his thoughts at the top of the mark. One ball remain. Oh, he's nearly repeated what his wicketkeeper has done as young Jordan Herman. Fortune favouring him in that instance. That's the end of the 5th, and the Dafabet Warriors are 16 for 2.
Kamane with another fantastic over. Really, really good. Looked like he was on course for a second maiden of the innings. And just catching the inside edge. Wow. Very nearly taking another wicket. And openers doing a great job for Momentum Multiplier Titans at this stage. Jordan Herman taking strike once again. Got 5 or 15 at the moment. He's played or attempted a few shots, not really middling anything just yet. As Junior Dala's coming over the wicket to the left-hander.
Slip in place, third man and fine leg out of the boundary. Short and hammered away. A bit of a short-arm jab there from young Jordan Herman, and he wasn't going to miss out on an opportunity to cause the umpire to stretch his arms a little bit. Wonderful shot from him. 4 runs, son.
Oh, cracking shot into the leg side there. Made it look so easy. It looked like he had all the time in the world. And a thorough crack coming off the bat. That echoed through Supersport Park today. As, all of these spectators have mellowed out and are just watching what's setting up to be an intriguing fixture here.
He works this away. Could there be 2 here for him? Oh, no, they decide against it. Surprisingly, I really thought that they were going to run the 2 there. You know, the required run rate will certainly begin to creep up here. 6.2 required from the Dafabet Warriors, but they're going at 40 there, so not worlds apart from what they are requiring, but certainly it'll be playing in the back of their minds.
I don't think they'd be too concerned about run rate in these early overs. It's a bit more about damage control now. Just make sure that they see out the first 15. And then once those 15 overs are gone, then they can start looking at scoring runs a bit more freely. Because runner ball is really sort of par at this level, and just to accelerate a bit once things have stabilized and the batters are more comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, you wonder if the Warriors will be missing out on the experience of a bit of fortune again there for Brezka. This time it's him that is fortuitous rather than Herman. But a guy like Eddie Moore, I'm just pulling up his figures here. He spent a decade at the Warriors and now is on his way with Western Province, averaging 40 in List A cricket, 40.67, having 400s and 1050s to his name. It's certainly someone who brings not only experience but confidence in your batting lineup.
Oh, Eddie is a very confident batsman in general. Just his stature as a whole would inspire confidence in the middle there, and with an average of 40 plus, it shows that he's no palooka.
Yeah, nicely tucked away, and this will be some clean-up work here in the deep. Great bit of running there from the Dafabet Warriors, picking up 2 when they should so nearly have just gotten that 1. Got a bit of awareness there as well to see where the man was running around. 1 ball remaining in the 6th, going at just over 4 to the over.
Yeah, a bit more intensity between the wickets there. Probably should have got it to the previous delivery, and deciding to sneak in an extra 1.
Oh,
brilliant
lovely
ball.
delivery. Yeah, just squaring up young Herman, and Junior Dalla just turns his back and makes his way back to his fielding position out there at fine leg. 6 gone, 24 for 2, and Brezka's on 1, Herman on 12. Partnership's only 9, so still blossoming, but they need 273 runs to win from 264 deliveries to the Dafabet Warriors. With the absence of some of those senior guys that we did mention, you will know that there's a little bit of pressure on those that remain, and how they handle that pressure is crucial for how they will find success or failure at this level, and in particular in this encounter. Oh, it's Wayward. Wayward, has he got him?
Huge appeal.
Not. Certainly not. Either it's out or it's wide, but I think
Probably clipped the pad. It's probably clipped the pad on the way through. That's probably what the umpire is signaling.
yeah, we didn't get a sort of a soft signal from the umpire, but
Also, yeah, from the comm box, we do miss a few of the audio cues, so we're not. I can't say we know what exactly happened there, but fact of the matter is, umpire's call stands, and that's not out. Titan seemed really convinced though, which would suggest that there was a sound.
yeah, maybe just the strap, a stray strap on the pads.
It's always nervy as a batsman when you know it's clipped your pad and you're just waiting for that umpire's call. You're just quivering in your boots, hoping that he realizes that it didn't come off the bat. So Prietska lives another day.
As you said that, I thought, here he comes. He's going to be trapped in front leg before, able to squeeze that one out. And, oh boy, I thought you'd... I suppose that's maybe
He's
my
lived
job
another
to
day. It
commentate
doesn't necessarily mean it was a long day.
Sure.
Oh, Matthew Prietska just getting his eye in here. He's faced 4 deliveries now, 4 uncomfortable deliveries.
Yeah, particularly surviving a shot in which your opposition was certain of a wicket.
Caught the inside edge previous over.
Yes.
Yeah, so not easy, not smooth sailing here for these Dafabet Warriors.
Titans dispensing with the slip, catching mid-wicket in place. And getting completely behind that one is Brietska.
Really attacking field here from the Momentum Multiply Titans. There's no one on the sort of the edge of the ring other than at square leg. Everyone else is about 3-4 meters in when the ball is delivered, as they seem to be walking in from the inner ring. So really trying to squeeze these 2 batsmen.
Yeah, their control of run rate is always a crucial element of one-day cricket. And it's just worked onto the onside and finding the aforementioned dispensed slip now at a catching mid-wicket. Ed Markram, the man with it. He'll be disappointed he didn't get 100 today.
Oh, and he deserved one. He batted so well. And we really... Conversion is such a big topic as well amongst fans, amongst selectors. And you'd love to see that if he was that close that he went through. But he did go... in an attempt to accelerate the run rate towards the back end. So not too much to blame there. That one seemed to have stayed a bit low.
Did well to keep it out.
That was a great shot. We're starting to see 1 or 2 demons in the pitch that seem to be surfacing now.
A couple of umbrellas being turned inside out, almost comically, with the wind blowing. It's about 20 kilometers an hour. And if your gazebo is not nailed to the ground, I think you also might have a risk of going parasailing.
Yeah, no, it's a welcome wind, I'm sure. As the afternoon heat is sinking in, and the oven is pre-baked, preheated. Now it's just sitting as that breeze comes in, just to cool the forehead a little bit. That does bring to an end the 7th over. It is still 24 for 2, so that was a maiden over. Another really good one for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
We were talking a little bit earlier about Thando Ntini. He's bowling to Tony De Zorzi in that Dolphins Western Province game, and he's bowled 8 balls so far in this over. 1 ball remaining. He'll come round the wicket, and he just collects it off his own bowling on the bounce. So 9 balls in that over from Thando Ntini, and we wanted his success, but that's not quite how it's going to be for him today. This game is where we're focused, though. Tune it down. It looks like he's really fired up. I don't know what he ate at lunch, but boy oh boy, is he ready to rip some heads off of some Dafabet Warriors batsmen.
Yeah, looking at the bowling options for this Titans lineup, they've still got Corbin Bosch and Klele waiting in the background, just waiting for their opportunities. So they'll also be hungry, and it doesn't get much easier for these batsmen.
And then if you're able to navigate the seamers, you have the wisdom and guile of Arun Pangiso to try and deal with. Not a massive turnover of the ball, but boy, has he got a cricketing head on him, and his ability to work batsmen out is almost incomparable within the domestic structures.
100%.
And his experience.
Wouldn't put it past Neil Brunt to bowl a few overs too.
We're tries to waft that away onto the onside. Does Jordan Herman, and a loud exclamation of "oh" from everybody, because they know that had it gone wrong for young Herman, it would have been the end of his time at the wicket. Halfway through the 8th, 24 for 2. Partnership on 9. Nobody going anywhere in a hurry in terms of scoring. Dala, though, is trying to upset the apple cart here. And exactly as I've said that, the moment I've said that nobody's going anywhere quickly, on the back foot, punch through the covers. Lovely shot there from Herman. 4-run, son.
Bit of a pressure release. It's been a really sort of tricky first few overs, and Herman's he's lingered around and struggled to middle a few, and didn't really middle that either, but he's pierced the gap, and the outfield's done the rest for him. Very welcome boundary for the Warriors.
Yeah, good follow-up there from Junior Dala, leaking his experience for all to see, wearing his experience on his sleeve there. Much better line and length from the delivery as well. And he'll be happier with that delivery. He'll also be looking to close the gap here as Herman taps his bat twice and then gets ready to face. Shot down the ground, young man, showing his class, and it's only the physio down at long off who will be able to retrieve that ball. Wonderful bit of work there from Herman. Classy shot from him. It's 8 gone, 32 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant shot to round out the 8th there. Just punching through the line of the ball. He's hit that so cleanly, and there's nothing better as a batsman just watching the fielders give up on a ball before it's even pierced the infield, and the ball's raced away to the boundary. Once again, it's just got himself 2 boundaries in that over, so start to wonder, is that maybe a turning point in his innings where he starts finding the middle of the bat more often?
Certainly more positive from Jordan Herman. Aya Kramane will be continuing from the pavilion end. He's bowled 4 overs and 1 for 8. Really frugal stuff from him. And as I say that, he's bowled a wide. Isn't that just how it works? Murphy's Law.
Well, there's been 1 or 2 balls that have strayed from these openers. As good as they have been, they have been really... There is the occasional ball where they are straying. But, for the most part, with those 2 maidens that Ramane's bowled, it's just showed that he's able to pin these batsmen in. Just generate some sort of pressure.
Solid defense there from Briatska.
He's going for a very, very straight line. Not really looking to give the batsman any width. We've seen the only danger that's come from width is it's more likely that a batsman's going to chop it on than actually catch the outside edge. So that's why immediately no slips are in place anymore, and that straight line is being used.
Briatska will be assessing his options. Just long leg, and third man involved, and Kramane seems certain. And I'm sure if he could, he would send it upstairs. That's a second shot for Kramane where he feels like completely confident and then signals to the umpire there, well, maybe
probably
just
down leg.
Down leg, yeah.
Oh, you're always convinced, and then you take a moment to realize, you know what, maybe not. Some big appeals here early on. Umpires had a few decisions to make, and at the moment it looks like they're pretty decent ones.
Again, solid behind that ball is young Briatska, and it's not going well for Tando Ntini in his second over. First over he bowled 9 deliveries, and in this one conceding 12 runs in that game at the Western Cape. Dolphins taking on the Western Province team. 6-gun grill Western Province taking on the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. This is not a day out that he'll want to remember in a hurry. 0 for 16 from 1.4 overs. That's a tough one. Deep square going out, so be on the lookout for a shorter ball here in this encounter. And a double bluff as he just nurdles it around the corner there for the 1, and 2 balls remaining in the 9th.
Yeah, hands on heads there from Ayat Ramane, which means that he did execute his plan to what he wanted to, and just creating a bit of discomfort for Brietzke, but negating the danger. Brietzke's having a bit of a chat to the umpire, exchanging pleasantries.
Perhaps saying, please don't give me out, umpy.
Not unless it's really, really out.
Yeah, 100% out, not 50-50. Ramane just a little bit shorter this time, and that gives Harman an opportunity to work this onto the onside. So they wrap up. No, one more to come. One more to come in the 9th. And a howler of an over comes to an end for young Tando Ntini. 16 from it in the end. And when you've got only 226 runs to defend, every boundary hurts like sanitizer in paper cuts. This one driven out square, maybe trying to hit it a little bit later than he did eventually do so, but that doesn't make a difference because he got 0 from that one. 9 overs gone, 35 for 2.
Yeah, it's been I'd say a very uncomfortable 9 overs for the Dafabet Warriors. There has been the odd shot here and there where they've managed to find the middle of the bat, but for the most part, struggling to find some real form in this innings, as it seems like there's a call for a new bat, as Corbin Bosch is getting ready to bowl from the
Henops River end.
Henops River end. I couldn't think of the name of the river.
Not the Yukske, that's
the
it's not far though.
Well, it's we were talking about the Yukske rivalry, and new bat has been delivered to Matthew Brietzke.
Just the 2 wickets having fallen for the Dafabet Warriors. That of Vion Laba. He was the first to go from 8 deliveries, gone for 1, caught Makanya, bowled Kamane, and then it was Sinatemba Koishile who was out bowled by Junior Dala, chopping on from a delivery maybe should have just left alone.
Jordan Alman seems to have had a bit of a start here. Do you consider 21 of 26 a start?
Yes.
So should be starting to get a bit more comfortable, especially with those 2 boundaries in the previous over from that end.
Slashed up and over the top. That's exactly what Coach Doug was looking for. And freeing his arms there. 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Jordan Harman. 39 for 2 in the first ball of the 10th.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch just straying on his line of length there. Short, wide. And Jordan Harman now getting his eye in. Decided not going to let that one slide. Bosch with a bit of a loosener. Going to need to pull that in real quick.
Titans just persisting with the 2 men out. Very wide, long leg. Almost near the players' dugout at the steps, which players descend to come out to bat at Supersport Park in Centurion. If you're wondering what you should do, you should come down to Supersport Park to make sure that you enjoy the second half of this CSA One Day Cup game. Oh, no, and for some reason, Harman just pulling out. Perhaps an insect or a bird flying in front of his vision.
Well,
just apologizing.
For a change, it's not a stray kid running across in front of the side screen. As Yeah, it's a real decent turnout here at Supersport Park today. Really impressive to see that we're getting a few crowds in. It's been festive to say the least.
Oh, wild slash at that one, catching the edge, and a great bit of work there to clean up, but they'll get through for two in the end. He put in all his effort there, did Okuhle Qele, to try and cut it off there. Save two.
Done some really good work, but it's always a bit frustrating when you've done all the work to stop the ball and then you parry it 10 meters away. So you haven't done all the work, but it's done really well. Saved 2 runs there. Jordan Erdmann catching the outside edge once again, showing that he's looking for runs.
Short and cut away. That'll be a boundary for Harman. It's exactly what he wanted. And that takes him into the 30s, and he'll feel a lot more confident. Slash and 4, but it doesn't matter what they look like, because on the scorecard they don't actually say that he didn't have control over a shot. It just says 4 runs.
Well, he's got 10 runs off of this over so far. Corbin Bosch, not the friendliest greeting to the pitch at the moment. Struggling a bit, just straying on his line.
Better recovery there from Bosch. No run available there to Harman. It's just one ball to navigate in this 10th over. 45 for 2.
Yeah, almost done with the first power play. Be interesting to see if Titans do carry on the squeeze and just keep pushing these fielders in nice and close. They have taken a few steps back, but still a very aggressive field, an aggressive defensive field, if that makes sense.
Oh,
it's
lovely
a
delivery.
great ball.
Yeah, just cramping up the youngster to finish the 10th. 45 for 2 after 10. And you've got to explain the aggressive defensive field to me, Doug. Because
You're defending runs by squeezing them in so tightly that there's no singles on offer whatsoever. And the only way to score would be over the infield, which is what Jordan Adman was doing, and probably through one of the few gaps at that third man region.
Ed Markram back on the field just to make sure that he's had his comfort break, perhaps. That's why he'd gone off. Too much energy, perhaps, or one of the energy drinks in the interval. It gave an opportunity for a youngster to stretch his legs, but I don't think he's at risk of time off, equating to him not being able to bowl. Ramane will continue from the pavilion end and defended nicely there by Breetska. No run.
I must say we actually didn't mention Aiden Markram. He's not too useless with a ball either. We've seen him in the T20 formats. When he was playing in the IPL and bowled a few overs this side, he can be quite useful with the ball as well. But obviously on a track like this, you don't really want to be bowling him unless really desperate times.
Ramane just straying onto the leg side, but not quite getting all of it was Breetska. And speak of the man himself, Captain Sos. Not quite captain, but he's captain of our hearts.
How on earth did that name come about?
Sauce.
Yeah.
I suppose it's just come from you've got the right stuff, got the right sauce. Maybe he drips confidence.
There we go, fair enough.
Fortune again for Matthew Breetska. Riding on a bit of his luck. Just trying to play that through the offside, mistiming it. It
Once again,
rolls out.
Inside the inside half of the bat. It's catching a lot of action at the moment. It's some really good bowling from Kalmani. He's going at just under 2, well, he's going at 2 to the over. So, it's really opened up well here for them.
short and it's a slower ball. And Brezka looks quite bemused, quite befuddled at what happened there. I think it hit one of those softer patches on the wicket. And with the combination of that and a slow ball, certainly left him unsure of his shot selection.
I'm wondering now if the Warriors are sort of second guessing their decision to bowl first. If they were hoping for juice to come out of that first innings, there really wasn't much. And now this second innings looks to be a lot more, call it temperamental in terms of the bounce.
Yeah, a little bit of inconsistency. Again, that one didn't quite come onto the bat, and they'll scream away for a single as they near that 50 milestone as a side. One ball remaining in the 11th, and everybody's having to change the furniture, so to speak, as the left-right combination has kept them busy, particularly the umpire at the Henops River end, who's looking like one of those Olympic power walkers, showing us how it's done.
Jeez, but I would not want to be wearing all black out there today, absorbing all the warmth. And,
I've got a feel for the Dafabet Warriors players. Won the toss and bowled in 30-degree heat. That's hit the pads there of Herman, but because he's come over the wicket to a left-handed batter, there's no real shout there for them. And a change of bat for Herman, will they be? He's going to offer it to him, but a drink as well. So with 11 gone, there's a change of equipment. So both batters having changed their willow, not finding the runs in it today, Doug.
No. Well, change in bat, change in fortune. I don't know how superstitious you might be. I know.
Just a little stitious.
Good, just a little stitious, yes. You and your Nelson stition.
Yeah. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think it's something that's all too common in cricket. I don't know how prevalent it is today with cricketers. I'm not aware of many cricketers who could be judged as superstitious. As Bosch goes to Brezka, and he just defends that one, no run available. Maybe a Steve Smith, maybe somebody like that who's got some of his quirks that he needs to make sure he does.
I wonder if that's more OCD than superstition.
Right.
Or maybe it's superstition turned OCD. You never know. I'm not one to diagnose. Really not my field of expertise.
Deep backward square, deep cover, and fine leg, and third man are the men on the boundary. Just leg buys, presumably. Bobbled away off the hip there. Let's see the signal from the umpire. Called it from up here. You could just see the way that the pace of the ball dwindled after he had played that shot.
Yeah, so it does look like Titans are going a less aggressively defensive field. As
oxymoron. Dichotomy.
As they have pushed quite a few fielders out.
This one squeezed away down to third man, and an opportunity for Okuhle Cele to just stretch his legs.
Maybe just warm up the arm as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he's coming into the attack soon. With Gamani having bowled 6 on the trot, I do foresee a bowling change coming on this end.
You don't think Kamane will bowl through?
Highly doubt it.
Bosch with the length delivery, trying to squeeze a quick one away there, and only finding baby AB, young Brevis, who doesn't always stand out when fielding, but certainly with the bat today, he put his name on the scoreboard. 45. You were disappointed he didn't get to that milestone, but his job now is to try and pick up wickets in the field. Short and just swaying out of the way is Matthew Brezka.
Bit of a
Looks at the umpire and says,
questioning look there.
"Pardon?"
And square leg umpire also not interested. So yeah, obviously a bit straighter than expected.
Real look of focus on the face of Donovan Ferreira, or perhaps just enjoying the afternoon. He doesn't look bemused, but he certainly looks like someone who's asking where the next wicket will come from. Defended, and that will be the end of the 12th. No, one more. Yes, no, yes, no. Yes, end of the 12th. Everybody seems to be moving around. So 12 overs gone at Supersport Park as the Dafabet Warriors go in search of a victory against the Momentum Multiplier Titans. 48 for 2 is where they find themselves. Still 249 runs to win. Remember that the Momentum Multiplier Titans came unstuck against the DP World Lions. And likewise, the Northwest Dragons victorious over the Dafabet Warriors in the Western Province. Tony DeZorzi and Jono Bird are 37 without loss in search of 227. And there will be a bowling change, as Doug has called for it. Okuhle Cele will be bowling to Jordan Herman from the pavilion end.
Yeah, Ayat Ramane doing his job up front. Fantastic spell. And he's really done his job with the ball. 6 overs, only going for 12 runs, if I'm not mistaken. Cele coming in on the money first up, as this Titans bowling lineup just continuing to harass. But Jordan Herman starting to look a lot more comfortable and confident. Please don't let that be a commentator curse. But he is starting to find the middle of the bat more often. And it would be great to see him kick on and score a few runs today. This one flicked into the leg side, straight to the fielder though. It's nice and full by Okuhle Cele.
Yeah, a little bit straight at that time, and I don't think he wants to stray too far on the pads. It's a common understanding that left-handers are wonderful off of their pads, and particularly with the man out on the deep square boundary there, Herman would figure that it's an easy way for him to get out of jail here.
Oh goodness, it's happened again. Once again, coming off the inside half of the bat. It's very... it's strange. I've never seen so many balls actually fly off the inside of the bat. And maybe overcompensating a bit for what movement they think might come through.
Yeah, sure. Perhaps, premeditating as well what they should expect. 13 overs will be completed in 3 deliveries. And so with Brezka on 3 and Herman on 33, the Dafabet Warriors are in the process of rebuilding. And he's just chipped it. It was the commentator's curse from both of us. And a simple catch for the quality of Aiden Markram. Brezka's gone for 3 from 24. He was eating the strike, really building things slowly. And a bit of an exhale of disappointment from the Dafabet Warriors dugout. They'll not be happy with that.
Yeah, wicket number 3 falling. A rather cheap wicket if you ask me. Really just mistiming it. But yeah, really soft dismissal and not what the Dafabet Warriors would have wanted now. And just as they were approaching their first minor landmark of 50, they have gone 3 wickets down. So with the score at 49 for 3, new man coming to the crease, Diego Rosier.
83 matches to his name, averaging 35 and striking at 86. Familiar face for some Momentum Multiply Titans fans who've been following the side for a number of years. Spent his time here at Supersport Park. Really grinding away, but feeling like the necessary move was for him to go down to Gqeberha and St. George's, where he wanted to really stand out, and he has done so because he's now captain for this Dafabet Warriors side. But boy, oh boy, talk about pressure for this side now. His side in trouble at 49 for 3, and like you said, that landmark turned out to be a bit of a landmine.
Oh, implosion. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far to say it's an implosion. But the Warriors do find themselves on the back foot now. Cele getting a wicket in his first 4 deliveries.
Just a confident prod at it from Rosier. Great bit of fielding there at essentially where he finished up was a point square on the wicket.
Really was a good looking shot though.
It's,
we would have been crying shot if it pierced the infield.
I guess it's just one of those that your coaches will be thrilled about, and your primary school coaches will be thrilled about. Lovely shot, young man. But then sometimes at this level, it doesn't always go to plan. Cele chipped it up and so nearly could have taken a return catch. It was a leading edge, and Rosier could have been gone without scoring. But he survives to continue. 13 overs gone. Dafabet Warriors in search of 297 at 49 for 3.
Very entertaining over that one. A lot of things happening as the DJ's found his voice. He's decided to entertain the rather covered up spectatorship here today. All the fans finding themselves a bit of shade now to sort of survive the afternoon heat. Corbin Bosch trying to bring the heat.
He immediately set up for a run at Herman, but he went laterally rather than directionally towards where he needed to go, maybe trying to avoid the danger zone. And you spoke about the fans under covers, but it is the fans to the left-hand side of where we are in the commentary box. If you see the Henops River end, then we are behind the striking batsman currently. So to our left, there were fans that were there, and now they're hiding in all of 2 rows to try and avoid the sunshine, and maybe have shifted to our right to get more of the shade. Carved away, it was captain carved cut. Is where we find that shot going, but it was cut off nicely by Dafabet Brevis, so not letting Herman get that one, a bit of a freebie. Herman really holding things together here for the Dafabet Warriors.
Yeah, that point region isn't the easiest one to field, so you really do need a good pair of fielding gloves to hold up that position, and Dafabet Brevis getting the honor of doing so.
Off the back foot is the punch from Herman. He'll get one for it because there's a man sweeping out there, and that also brings up the Dafabet Warriors 50 runs. They were hanging on that 49 for a bit, but getting there in the end. Just coming off 84 deliveries, no flying from them, as they still remain under 4 to the over in their achieved run rate. The required is creeping up, Doug, to that 7 mark.
Well, the first 50 runs, if I'm not mistaken, that's exactly how long it took the Titans to get to that 50 run mark. Oh,
that one chipped up over the top, and a vain jump there from Donovan Ferreira. It's a 4, and is this the start of the acceleration from the Warriors?
Yeah, I must say, as the Titans took the same amount of deliveries there. The only difference is now the 3 wickets, because at this stage Titans hadn't lost any wickets. So with those 3 wickets, putting them on the back foot.
Yeah, Bosch with a bit of length there, and a quick single here on offer for Diego Rosier. he'll get home safely. Will young Harman. Rosier just setting off immediately and now throwing the thumbs up to his partner. 55 for 3 with 1 ball remaining in the 14th. Diego Rosier on 5. Jordan Harman on 34. This partnership just 6 because remember they've only recently come together and there's 242 runs still remaining for the Dafabet Warriors to get over the line.
Well, don't know how much you want to read into it, but the Duckworth Lewis pass score now is on the Nelson.
Well, thankfully, if you're a superstitious player, it's moved on quite quickly. 113 now is DLS par. 14 overs gone at Supersport Park in Centurion, 55 for 3. And if you're just joining us, the Dafabet Warriors won the toss. They decided they'll have a bowl earlier today. And scores from Aiden Markram in 89, 69 from Javesh Pillay, and 45 from Devel Brevis left the Momentum Multiply Titans on 296 all out exactly from their 50 overs. And in reply, the Dafabet Warriors 55 for 3, the 3 wickets to 4. Liber, Oshile, and Brietska Okusle continuing from the pavilion end, and he'll go now to Rosier. A little bit of a stray delivery there, and that's going to run away down to the boundary for 4. Just wayward there from Tele, and Rosier is able to tuck it very fine. 59 for 3.
Yeah, just straying on his lines there, and much welcome boundary at this stage. Rebuild really important, as those 3 early wickets, just putting them in the back foot.
Yeah, a bit of an extra effort there from Tele, trying to put some pressure on Diego Rosier, not really coming to fruition as you would have liked. And there's 1 wicket down in the Dolphins Province game as Tony DeZorzi is the man dismissed. Eddie Moore, we spoke about him earlier. He's joined John O'Bird at the wicket. 45 for 1, chasing 227 down there in the Western Cape. In this game, the Dafabet Warriors under pressure here. 238 runs to win from 214 deliveries with 7 wickets remaining. Pitched up, just driven out square, but nothing for him.
Bit of a heart and throat moment there. Looked like it had gone straight to the fielder, but obviously bouncing into the crease before going out to the fielder. Ukukle Tlele is coming to the attack and is really holding his end up well, and just continuing to choke down on these Warriors batsmen. And we know that pressure often leads to wickets.
Driven wonderfully there. Bit of work for the man in the deep to do the collection work. They'll just get 1 run for it. 60 for 3 with 2 balls remaining in the 15th. Rosier on 10, Harman on 34. And this partnership now worth 11. They've picked it up over the 4 runs per over mark. And the rate required is 6.7. Rosier waiting at the non-striker's end, hopefully guiding the young Jordan Harman. That one's going to go down the leg side, and the wicketkeeper was wrong-footed. They'll run away for 4. Has he gotten a touch on it? The umpire seems to believe that he has. So, fortuitous, but nevertheless, he won't complain about it, will he?
It doesn't matter how they come, as long as they do. Score moving on to 64 now. It's Jordan Harman also just moving closer to that 40-run mark. Always love to see a lot of the young talent step up at this level as well. Gives us a lot of excitement for the future of franchise cricket.
Thinks about a single, but declines it. Jordan Harman, as we mentioned, he's one of 3 brothers, and so it's always tough when you have a sibling or perhaps somebody that you came through the system together. It's always tough when you see someone else succeeding, or if you're struggling and others are seemingly putting their best foot forward. But Jordan Harman wanting to be a part of this side, wanting to be the man who is going to lead them in times of trouble. The only other batsman besides him who's got double figures is the man at the crease with him, Diego Rosier. Bosh to Rosier. Thinks about a back foot punch there does Rosier, but squeezes this out down to third man. And just a one run available for him there. 65 for 3.
Tell me, David, when do you think it's time for the spinners? I mean, the seamers really have done such a good job so far. But there aren't any other seam options left for the Titans. So they will have to go to their Pangiso option. When do you think is the right time to do that?
It's always a difficult balance. But when you bring in your spinner, particularly on these high-felt wickets, that don't always favour the use of spin, and because of a fielding error, they're going to pick up one. And there was confusion about whether or not they should have gone for it at all. But in the end, getting through there, I wonder if probably another 5 overs, including this one. So 4.5 overs, you might see a change in bowling. Maybe somebody like Pangiso partnering with Brevis. They seem to have liked to use young Brevis in the T20 stuff. So maybe a spin twin for 5-6 overs. We'll just have to wait to see what the skipper decides. Again, defending Rosier. Thought about it, half a thought, but declining in the end to get that single. Bosh yet to pick up the wicket. The only bowler not yet in the wickets column. 19 from his 3.5 overs. And he doesn't want to be left out, certainly, from picking up his own wicket in this game. You don't want to feel a bit of FOMO at all. Solid defense there again from Diego Rosier, making sure he's confident in which balls he's going to go after, which balls he's going to decline, and make sure that he feels confident in building himself an innings.
As you mentioned, Rosier is really experienced campaigner as well. And, it's what they need, a cool head at this stage, familiar with the conditions. And the longer he's at the crease, the better the chances are for Warriors.
Just cut away out to the deep, and there's just one there. It's just a different energy around this Dafabet Warriors innings. I suppose because we were spoiled with Brevis and Pillay getting things off to quite a brisk start. And I suppose that's what the difference is between these two sides. You spoke about the players having a different outing with the bat in these sides. Titans really going along nicely before they lost their first wicket. Where early wickets is where the Dafabet Warriors have struggled. Pangiso collecting this on the onside. And wrapping up the 16th. And will there be a drink? Yes, indeed. So 16 gone. 68 for 3. They need 229 from 204. Herman on 40. Rosier on 12.
And we're back after the drinks break. Pele. Herman's had a drive at him first up and straight to the fielder.
It was the drinks break that proved fateful for Sibonela Makanya in the previous innings. But thankfully, Herman survives. He's on 40. And so only really the one person to get something going here for the Dafabet Warriors. Pele running in now. Throwing the bat at that from Herman. What a shot, son. That races away to the cover boundary. The fielder could only just give up the goat there. And you see Pangiso warming up. So there might be that spin that you called for, Doug.
Yeah, Jordan Herman just leaning into that one. Again, not hitting it ferociously, but timing it well enough to pierce the boundary, pierce the fielders and race away to the boundary. And as you say, Pangiso warming up.
Pele. Pulling it on a length there, and all too easy for Herman to just dot it down. And you can see the shift in energy from the Momentum Multiply Titans. You saw early on in this innings they really were confident and they picked up 3 wickets quite quickly, but no longer the case as they look to settle in here against the Dafabet Warriors. Pele looking for some options here. Is he going to find the wicket? Oh, nearly does. Herman squeezing that in and just not finding that dismissal. I don't think he would particularly be looking for it. The same dismissal that fell onto the shoulders of Senator Maklashile. And just to give you a heads up of what's happening in the other game in the Western Cape, in search of 227, 6-gun rule, Western Province, 60 for 1. Again, on his toes there.
Looked really uncomfortable, just probably staying a bit lower than he would have expected because he was rocking back or jumping onto his toes to get on top of it and almost forced into squatting by the end of his shot. So slight bit of inconsistent bounce coming from the pavilion end. Haven't really seen too many demons from the Henops River end.
There you go.
We'll make sure we get that one right. So Cele coming in for his final ball of the over.
Thinking about a second and run straight down the danger zone. Wonder if the umpire's going to have a word with him. But desperate need here for the Dafabet Warriors. That is to find boundaries because the required run rate 6.8 to the over. They're only going at 4.2, and so with 198 deliveries left in this fixture, they're going to have to work hard here to get over the line. 72 for 3 after 17. Rosier seeing things a little bit better now. 12 from his stay at the crease, and Jordan Herman on 44. Herman 44 from 50. Rosier runnable 12.
And that brings Aaron Pangiso into the attack as we prophesized. It's the veteran. I wouldn't call him old, that's for sure. He's the veteran in this scene. And coming around the wicket too with right-handed Rosier. And I'm sure they would have met each other quite a few times in the last couple of years. So
playing for other sides though. Titans for Rosier and the Lions for Pangiso is where they would have met most of them, or had most of their encounters. Reverse sweep, just the one there.
Brave shot first up to the spinner. You have no idea what's coming. But to be fair, Pangiso is very sort of consistent with what he has to offer.
Isn't that exactly what you were talking about? Young arrogance. Not that Diego Rosier is young, but certainly the arrogance that you need playing at this level.
Just taking him on first ball, why not?
slashed away, and there'll just be the one. I'm going to be that guy and ask about the action of Aaron Pangiso. A little bit of a bend in the arm.
You can ask. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll get an answer.
Or the answer that you might like, yeah.
Yeah, no.
But I know he's worked on it.
I tell you what, if there is, it's really minuscule. And, with him being around for so long, there would have been so much analysis and so many times where it's been looked at. So I have absolutely no doubt that it's a legal action. But, yeah.
It's that consistency of Aaron Pangiso. He knows exactly where he wants to put it.
And it's the execution that's made him such a valuable asset to the game. He just knows how to execute his plans.
Sweep shot. It's a hard one. A lot of bit of work here for the man at deep backward square. He's cleaned it up. Has Junior Dala. And there's an opportunity for a run out. Big shout there, but umpire says no, sir.
Yeah, look, there's not many arms in the game that you'd really want to take on less than Junior Dala. Do you think is that Junior Dala in the deep?
It is.
It is. And we know he's got a big arm on him, and they decided to take him on.
Biggest arms in domestic cricket, it's probably him, Peter Malan, and Wesley Marshall is probably another person that is concealing firearms in their shirt sleeves.
I don't actually know anyone in domestic cricket that can hit a ball harder than Wesley Marshall. I mean, that man is an absolute tank when it comes to hitting a ball.
Pangiso continuing over the wicket to his left-handed cohort. He goes now to Rosier. To Herman, sorry, my apologies. Guides it ever so elegantly, and that's exactly what the Dafabet Warriors need. Boundaries. Doesn't matter how they come. But boy, was that a beauty to watch.
That was a fantastic shot to bring up Jordan Herman's 50. And that takes him on to 51. It's been a real well-toiled, hustled 51. And it's come off 55 deliveries. And he's got 9 boundaries. Really proving his worth at the moment. And holding this innings together for the Dafabet Warriors.
Do we use the N word in this context of Supersport Park, the home of the capital? The man who is known for N, that nuggety performance. Do you use that in this context?
No, you can't.
Dean Elgar,
you cannot take that away from Dean Elgar, man. He's the front runner, the pioneer of nuggety cricket.
Valiant attempt there from Brevers. I know he thinks there's cameras on him, but there aren't that many that we could catch it from 20 different angles to show off there. Some people, I'm sure, were waiting at the comment section when I said the N word. I thought, here we go, we're going to cancel him.
Anyways, Gele carrying on here.
He's going to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 15. Trying to find something. A bit of control there from Jordan Herman. But it has been such a dogged determination from Herman. Nothing reckless, I would say. Bit of fortune. And that's exactly what's brought him a half century today.
Yeah, definitely a bit of fortune. A few chop-ons that could have gone south for him. But and also 1 or 2 that have been skied. But for the most part, it's just been grit and determination.
Not quite finding his groove yet. You wouldn't accuse Jordan Herman of being swashbuckling, and I mean that in the most respectful way and complimentary way, because I think that's what was needed when 3 wickets fell quite early. He's come to the wicket as an opener and lost 3 partners along the way. So I think that's exactly the approach that was required when you had lost sticks so early. to weather a couple of storms. Nearly a run-out opportunity there. Maybe a bit of dramatics there from Brevis connecting that one.
Look, if there's any way want to go out, it would not be a run out. That would be the worst with everything that he's done to build this innings. And that would have been to run himself out. That there was not even...
Yeah, it's not even Rozier's doing.
Rozier was planted like a cement block.
That and probably, hit wickets or handled the ball. One of those bizarre type dismissals. We had wafted that one, and you spoke about that inconsistent bounce from the Henops River end, or at the Henops River end, from the pavilion end, and Okuhle utilizing that. And I wonder how much that'll play an impact on the later parts of this Dafabet Warriors innings.
Yeah, it does seem to be happening more frequently now than it was early on in the innings. So there does seem to be a slight deterioration in the pitch and the consistency of it.
Yeah, just a considered shot there from young Harman. And he wraps up the 19th. The Dafabet Warriors 83 for 3. 52 from Jordan Harman. Good performance from him so far. Diego Rozier on 15. Partnership now worth 34. 214 required from 186. Just to give you an update on what's going on down in the Western Cape. Bird is on 32. Moore on 10. And the Six Gun Grill Western Province side 78 for 1 in search of their 227. And John Smuts with his hands on his hips, former Warriors man, now at the Dolphins, not getting the wicket. But Pangiso is our man here, and he'll concede a single from the first ball of the over. Just one onto the onside, 84 rather, as we begin the 20th over. If you're keeping an eye on anything, it might be the required run rate, 6.9 to the over. Pangiso keeping these two ever so quiet, and with them just going at 4.4 to the over, the pressure will start to toll, no doubt. Sweep shot there from Rozier. Brave shot there with the man in the ring at 45, but Taylor on top of it. It's been a glorious afternoon here for cricket at Supersport Park in Centurion, and we have been privileged to be alongside you, awesome viewers, for this encounter. Lots of kids queuing up at the boundary. This one's short and pulled away to the onside. Two men converging, but clean work in the end, and they'll just get through for one. You can see a whole lot of fans aspiring to one day find themselves here on the park, maybe donning the sky blues, maybe plying their trade for one of the other sides. Pangiso just shifting his field and just making sure everybody's where they need to be. Again, control from Pangiso as they'll meander through for just that single. And as we head towards the end of the 20th over, Aaron Pangiso, just the one delivery going for above one, and if he can keep them to 6-7 to the over, he'll consider that job done. And no run there to finish the 20th. So Pangi, as he is affectionately known, 2 overs, 0 for 13, and after 20, it's 87 for 3. Rosie on 17, Harman on 54, partnership 38, required run rate 7 to the over. There's still some time. If you want to come down, please join us. Go for it.
DJ has also decided he wants to let everyone know that he's still here, keeping the energy and the vibes going as the sun is starting to starting to dip on the ground. The shadows are starting to elongate as we move into the late afternoon session of this fixture.
Nearly chopped that on, did Diego Rosier. Defended it and it bounced over the top of his stumps. Bit of fortune there.
It has been a fortuitous innings. There's been a lot of opportunities for wickets where if there was just a slight little bit less luck involved. But I think Titans have done really well with their lines and lengths. They've kept the Warriors batsmen honest so far.
Lovely shot off the pads there. But they'll just get one. Just looked technically quite aesthetically
sound.
pleasing, yes, and sound as well. It's just
Yeah.
the timing that and the pace of the ball that didn't quite allow for anything more. What do you make of these two? 39 together, and they're not really flamboyant in any way. They're really just plugging away.
Well, I think it's exactly what they need to do at this stage. There is so much time left in the innings, and at this level to chase 8 and over it's not impossible. It really isn't an impossible feat. So just getting to a position which you are able to sort of launch from would be the goal. As Qele's dug that one in nice and short. So umpires have signalled one for the over. It's just delivering a little bit of a reminder to Herman that he's not to be toyed with.
7.1 required to the over. When do you think they start to think, okay, now we're behind and we have to get moving here? 8.5, 9?
Once again, still early. It's still very early in the innings, so that's another good delivery from Qele. I would be looking at about around the 32nd over, 33rd over, where you're starting to reach crunch time. If you still have 3 wickets down by then it provides that ability to play a few more shots freely. But the one mistake you don't want to make is go too early and then crumble in the process. So it's a difficult game in that there's so many elements to consider.
Now it'll be wide, and he's not happy with himself. Is Okuhle Qele. 7th extra now of the game. 5 wides and 2 leg byes. So leg byes you can't really control, but certainly the wides will be a thorn in the side of the bowling coach. He'll be thinking about that. And if this game does end up going down to the wire, I think it's those types of margins that we see differing between winners and losers. It's a lovely shot there. What a helicopter type shot. Yeah, Mahendra Singh Dhoni type gully cricket, if you will, on the streets of India. But there's only one for it, which kind of is disappointing. You want, with a shot like that, a little bit more from it.
Almost looked like he was going to take off for a second there. But just getting the single from that shot. And MS Dhoni, wow, what a name. Just what a legacy that man's left behind.
Steaming in to Rosier. Shows him the full face of the blade. He immediately sets off, and there's a shy at the stumps, and he's hit. Umpire says, nah, not interested.
It was an excellent throw. Goodness me, did that destroy the furniture. And umpire's been made to sweat there if he wasn't sweating already, as he had a decision to make. In the end, not out. It's his 3rd not out call of the innings so far. So it's just keeping the momentum multiply Titans players honest.
Yeah, a bit of questioning there from one of the Titans players. The umpire had a double teapot there. I'm not quite sure what the conversation was about. Pangiso will continue from the Henops River end to start the 22nd over. 91 for 3. And they're going at 4.3. They need 7.1 to the over. Do the Dafabet Warriors. Aaron Pangiso is the one saying, I'm going to turn this game around. It's always tough, Doug, when you have a call like that. You're not able to go upstairs. And at 50-50, it might have been a very different one, particularly with those direct hits. Pangi just straight on his line that time. Easy work for Rosier, 1 run.
Umpire's job. No one said it was an easy one. And it's such fine margins, and it happens so quickly that making a decision in that split second is, it's gutsy. It's gutsy. You gotta have a bit of faith in your decision there.
Herman facing up here to Pangiso. Youth versus experience. 3 men out on the leg side. And just the 1 on the off. How was that, Mr. Umpire? Got him! That's the out that they were looking for. Pangiso celebrates, high-fives his teammates. And Herman can only look back at the stumps in disappointment. He's gone. And that brings to the end his innings. He's gone for 55 from 68 deliveries. He seems quite surprised, but I think the umpire has got that one spot on. What do you think, Doug?
Yeah, look, he'll be disappointed. I mean, he's really had he spent a lot of time at the crease and had his eye in, and he just passed that 50-run mark and was probably envisioning himself getting a ton today. But yeah, unfortunately, it was a gritty innings, and he's looked a bit uncomfortable. But yeah, just trying to manufacture a few runs there, going down onto one knee, and Pangiso just executing what he does best. I mean, Pangiso is so good at that. And with regards to the shot itself, I mean, we can't really tell from where we're sitting, but umpire seems to have got that one right. We do have a new man coming to the crease in a situation where it's looking a little bit more optimistic than it was 50 runs ago, but there's still a mammoth hill to climb. New man to the crease is Tristan Stubbs, and if ever was a time where he was needed, this was it.
Yeah, we could be saying cometh the man, or cometh the hour, cometh the man. And Tristan Stubbs in the situation before with the Dafabet Warriors, once again finding himself having to play the role of saviour. Just to give you an idea of the field, deep square is out on the fence. There's a man at car corner in the ring, nobody at mid-wicket. Long on, long off. Cover sweeper. Down the wicket comes Stubbs, first ball, and immediately finds the car corner fielder in the ring. It's a very wide mid-on, or not quite mid-wicket, but he's right on the edge of the square. I'm sure the skipper said, start your walking in there.
Oh, he's caught the inside edge there again. Titans will have almost breathed a sigh of relief with that wicket, because they were made to toil very hard for it. And with that wicket now, already you can see the energy levels in the field have spiked. As Pangiso creating a bit of entertainment and excitement.
Yeah, we'll just get one for that one. Dafabet Warriors around 40 runs, no, not even 60 runs behind, 61 runs behind Duckworth, Lewis and Stern par. Obviously the DLS par is not calculated on when the momentum multiply Titans accelerated, but rather just a even distribution across the game. Change of ends now for Bosch. He's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 21, so good from him. But the key will be to see whether or not he's able to shift ends and maintain his fortune. Not yet got a wicket to his name. He's the only one now, because with Pangiso picking up the wicket there of Herman, he's yet to record a wicket today. Feeling a little bit left out, I'm sure.
Yeah, look, he's only had that one really bad over. Well, I say really bad over, but conceded 10 runs from it, which sort of destroyed his figures a bit. Whereas he's bowled well. He's bowled relatively well, and perhaps this is the spell where he comes in and grabs himself one.
Let's just have a look at where his field is. 2 men out on the leg side, 2 men out on the off side. He goes now to Stubbs. Stubbs with a confident stride forward and offers the bat. Slip back in place. So obviously seeing something. I'm not quite sure with the reasoning for this decision to keep this or put the slip back in. What do you think it is? Looking for some bit of a buying of a wicket here. If they could pick up the wicket of Stubbs without anything of significance to him.
Yeah, it would have to be. It's the wicket-taking move.
Good control there as this one is driven out into the offside. As you can see the fielder doing the collection work there. Tristan Stubbs is somebody who's really just rocketed in the South African domestic cricket structures. He obviously, like I said, had a good performance at last year's T20 competition. Then immediately getting a call up to the Mumbai Indians, and now with MI Cape Town will participate in SA20. This is tucked onto the onside. Is it MI Cape Town that he's been sold for? The moment I said that, I wanted to say no, it's Sunrisers Eastern Cape. I think that he is going to be participating with at the SA20. But he was certainly somebody who went for plenty in that auction. Staggering 9 million rand is how much he was sold for. Popped up over the wicket keeper, 1 bounce and 4. He won't be complaining about that, will Tristan Stubbs. And 9 million rand is what he ended up going to Sunrisers Eastern Cape. So I was correct once I had corrected myself. But boy oh boy, is he a prospect and has performed for South Africa as well. Six-gun goal, Western Province. 95 for 1 in the 21st over. Just that wicket of Tony DeZorzi having fallen in their pursuit of 227. Bosh. Shortish, but straight. And that means Stubbs only gets 1 run from it. Just shy of... there's the 100 up, rather. And 100 up for the Dafabet Warriors. 22.5 overs gone. 13 fours in that. Rosier on 21, Stubbs on 7, and they need to go at 7.2 to the over, so they're behind the 8 ball at the moment. It's only 4.4 runs to the over at the moment. Shortish delivery, it's popped up high. Is it going to be taken? Big shot, and everybody in the crowd celebrating. Umpire's not so sure. I don't think he's going to give him out here. I think it's come off the forearm as we see Rosier furiously rubbing his arm there. I think that's what's happened, and that's why the umpire's not giving him out there, Doug.
Yeah, didn't look like it had come off the bat. Once again, you mentioned earlier when the ball came off the pad, you can tell by the trajectory that it probably came off a bit of flesh. And umpire's given not out once again. Pangiso carrying on from the Henops River end.
2 men out, long on, long off, and then sweepers either side.
Oh, it's caught the outside edge, almost the leading edge there. And Pangiso just creating a lot of discomfort. And pretty sure he'll be chuffed to take a wicket of Stubbs if he can.
Yeah, just to remind him that I'm still a big dog here at domestic cricket. It's the one there. Double teapot there. Hands on hips from Pangiso.
Yeah, Pangiso is a very sort of commanding figure as well. Very important in the change room. Very impactful. Very good in terms of his ability to captain and contribute to the captaincy. So vital.
Yeah, worked away now by Rosier onto the onside.
Oh, he's got a bit of a clattering there with Tristan Stubbs as he's come through for the single. Seems to have actually hurt himself a bit.
I think it's a little bit more, perhaps theatrics, because he seems to be fine. He's on his feet.
Theatrics, but
maybe I've
we're
been
not
watching
watching
too much
football.
football. Yeah, I've been watching too much football, I think. Maybe I'm just cynical with how things have gone. Neymar Jr.
Oh,
Hit straight back at Pangiso from Stubbs.
he looks healthy as ever.
100 up as well in the Western Province and Dolphins game. That one coming off of 138 deliveries as they chase 227. In this game, 102 for 4. 2 balls remaining in Pangiso's fourth. Stubbs with a large stride here, trying to snuff any possibility of turn here as he looks to snuff that one out. And that looks like it is the end of the 24th. I said 2 to come because the scoreboard scorers were 1 behind. Nevertheless, they've switched over now to 24 runs or 24 overs bowled.
It's okay, David. We all forgive you.
It's not me, it's them.
Oh, Bosch continuing. It's his 6th over now. It's going in just under 6-2 the over. So, yeah, figures aren't looking exactly pretty at the moment. As he still needs that wicket column. Needs a bit of a change there.
Lovely shot. Pretty shot for not much though, unfortunately.
Yeah, really stood up strong on that, driving it through to the man that's in nice and close.
Check drive. It's what the coaches will call a punch. But it's no use if it doesn't pierce the field. And like you said, if you get through the ring here, you're almost guaranteed 4 runs because of the just carpet-like nature, velvet carpet of Sewersport Park. Bosch in again.
Oh,
was that Mr. Umpire? No, probably going down the leg side.
He did walk across there though. That definitely created a bit of hope for Bosch to finally get that wicket, but it is a leg bye signalled. Only 8 extras so far in the innings. Not giving them a lot at the moment, as that leg bye LBW appeal just straying down leg. Bosch coming into Stubbs once again.
Yeah, just jumping up to try and squeeze that one out again. Inconsistent bounce there on that track, and a bit of gardening as you can see there from Stubbs. He's had enough with that inconsistent bounce.
Well, it's a bit of a sign that the batters agree with us in terms of there being a bit of inconsistencies and just showing a bit more concern about the state of the pitch and the threat it might pose to their wicket.
Not able to pierce things on the offside is Tristan Stubbs. He's just got 8 runs from his time at the wicket. So as he finds his way in this encounter with more balls faced, he'll certainly feel like he's getting a read of things, an understanding of the rub of the green, so to speak. And once he gets going, boy, oh boy, can he be incredible. Bosch to Stubbs. Pulled away to the onside. Desperate attempt there from the man in the deep. Keeps it off the boundary, and they're only going to get one from it. Applause from his fast bowler.
Oh, not just his fast bowler. The crowd have appreciated that. The dugouts have as well. That was a fantastic effort out on the boundary, saving 3 runs for his team, and it looked so clean as well for the difficulty with which he had to field that. As we approach the final ball before the halfway mark of this innings.
Bosch got a little bit lost on his way to his run-up, but he's back once again. Squeezes this to the onside. There's a run hard here for the first one. They briefly consider a second. They won't get it. So, halfway through this Dafabet Warrior innings, 105 for 4 after 25. Rosie on 23. Stubbs on 9. Partnership with 13 rather. 192 runs to win from, as stated, 25 overs, 150 deliveries. At the same time, the 25 over mark, Titans 116 for 2, so only 10 runs in it between these two sides, but it was that acceleration from Aiden Markram that really paid dividends to the momentum multiplied Titans innings. And Ukuhle Cele is back on the park, also going off, just to rest things out. Good to see him back on the park. Pangiso continues from the Henops River end. And again, a defensive shot from Diego Rosia. Not trying their luck against the wily stalwart that is Aaron Pangiso. That's exactly what they would want, would the momentum multiply Titans. But it'll be just a single there. Unconvincing from Rosia, but crucially he's put Stubbs back on strike. Just a reminder of those 4 wickets that have fallen so far for the Dafabet Warriors. I'll just give it to you after this delivery from Pangiso. He just knocks that up the ground and we'll get 1 from it. It's Vian Libber who's out for 1 from 8 deliveries. It's Jordan Harman bowled leg before wicket by Pangiso, so he was dismissed that way. Cut away through the offside. There's a hard bit of work here for the man in the deep. He's not going to get it, and short and wide is the cause of that dismay for Aaron Pangiso. Sinatimba Taishide, not Pele, or not Okuhle Pele, that's somebody else. Taishide was gone for 6 from 7. He was bowled by Junior Dala. And then Matthew Bretska, as they look for the 1 but won't get it. Matthew Bretska out for 3 from 24. He certainly held up one end, and as a result, really wasn't able to find his feet. And it's Nelson. Not yet able to get off of Nelson, so they have to wait just 1 more over, or perhaps rather to the start of another over. 26 overs gone. It's Nelson for 4 at Supersport Park in Centurion. Glorious afternoon sunshine, lengthening the shadows here, and it is a wonderful day that if you've joined us either when you're in the stadium or sitting at home, if you're in the stadium and you are joining us just for your thoughts on this game, please give us a wave. We can see you, and we'd love to know that you are joining us in the crowd. If you're not at home, if you're not, and you are at home, please share your thoughts with us, because we'd love to know what you think of how this game is going to turn out. Nelson for 4, and with Tristan Stubbs still at the wicket, you believe that the Warriors have an opportunity in this encounter.
And having said that, we have a new bowler. It's Dewald Brevis. the name that's ringing through the ears of everyone in South African cricket at the moment. And this time stepping up to do the job with the ball, scoring a really handy 45 earlier on to get the Titans innings underway. And Brevis will be bowling to Tristan Stubbs. Should be a really good contest. I'm sure they would have played against each other a few times as well.
Two absolute prospects for South African cricket. One already having received his national cap, the other on the tip of everyone's tongue as they look to find the next superstar for South African cricket. Long on is now in the ring. Long off is out back. Men sweeping on the off side and two on the leg side. Short and wide and cut away. Hard work here for the man in the deep, but he was already on his bike, almost anticipating it. So there's just one there for Tristan Stubbs, and they're finally off Nelson.
Jeez, I wouldn't really want to be standing on that point boundary at the moment, looking straight into the sun as the shades have come out.
Short and hooked away to the onside. Oops! Into his hands. And all too simple. Brevis, not your first choice bowler, but certainly offering his hand in this game. Rosier, after a 34 ball stay at the wicket, he was there for an hour. He's gone for 28. And the Dafabet Warriors, 112 for 5.
Dewald Brevis striking immediately when coming into the attack. You have to wonder if Corbin Bosch is thinking, what do I have to do for a wicket? This young man's just come on and bought himself a wicket. Dropped it in nice and short. And just completely miscued. Junior Dalla out on the fence. Taking a comfortable catch with the sun to his back. And speaking of backs, we are watching the back of Diego Rosier in this innings. New man coming to the crease is Isibe Ngwepe.
100th game for him today.
Yeah, milestone for himself. It's a really tough ask of him now as he walks to the crease. It's 100 games. It's half as many as our veteran Aaron Pangiso.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's really not, it's nothing to scoff at.
No, certainly not. He's been a part of this Dafabet Warriors side for a long time, adding value where he can and contributing when needed. It's tough out there. Just 25 runs to his name in terms of an average per innings. But now there's a change of field. Two men out on the leg side. Sweeping on the cover on that boundary, on the leg side boundary. Left-handed Lesiba Ngwepe and Aiden Markram at long on. Long off still in the ring at mid-off, and then a man sweeping square of the wicket on the off side. Brevis to Ngwepe. Short and hoiked onto the onside, but not quite timed as he would have liked, and so there's just a single available to him there.
Nothing wrong with that, getting off strike first ball. Starting his ticking of runs, and yeah, it's looking rather bleak at the moment for the Dafabet Warriors. What can these two put together? Brevis just straying on his lines there, pushing it down leg, and it's been glanced to the fine leg fielder that's relatively close. And no runs coming from it.
This one, a bit of room and catching an outside edge. That'll race away to the boundary. Back foot shot there from Tristan Stubbs. Unconventional, but effective. And as we head to the final ball of the 27th over, the Dafabet Warriors, 117 for 5. And the other side of the coin is the Six Gun Grill Western Province, who are 117 for 1 in their search of 227 at Six Gun Grill Newlands. Brevis, he's got to fix his line here if he wants to put pressure. Confidence there from Stubbs as he just lays this out to long off. And that is the end of the 27th. 118 for 5.
It was a beautiful looking stroke, unfortunately only yielding one for him, as Stubbs is now the man who everyone will be looking to rescue this innings. And he's got the weight of, not necessarily the world, but he's got the weight of maybe a building on his shoulders.
All of Gqeberha.
All of Gqeberha.
There you go.
Clicks aren't always the easiest to navigate.
Gotta practice them.
Of course.
That's how you get it going. Gqeberha and Qamane.
I'm very much on the northern clicks where it's more Tele.
Right, got you.
The more sort of bass infused clicks that seem to stumble me.
Pangi round the wicket. Try to give him some room there. Try to give himself some room there. Did Tristan Stubbs and nearly lost his footing. But Pangi, so he is the wily old fox. Just the one man out sweeping on the leg side. There's a man at long on as well. Long on, long off, and then sweepers either side of the wicket. Now there's a bit of a chat between skipper and seasoned man. Maybe saying, shall we bring in somebody? They don't. They just return back to their fielding positions, and so
a lot of discussion for nothing, really. Just figuring out what to do next.
Psyching the Dafabet Warriors players out. Good bit of fielding there, good clean-up work by the skipper himself. So maybe that was what the plan was about. He says, you field this for next ball. Alright, now there's a change. Mid-wicket coming squarer, or rather all the way to a square leg inside the ring, and then the deep square going to mid-wicket. So will there be a slightly shorter delivery here, but quicker? Down the wicket comes Stubbs and foils their plan as he knocks this towards long on. Easy collection there. Now there's a field change again as the man at square leg goes to a deep square leg on the other side. It's tough out there. Square leg to square leg.
It's the captain that's making his fielders run around as well as Pangi. Not exactly chasing leather, but the fielders are being made to work here.
Oh, not really convincing from Lesiba Ngwepe, but he'll get a run for it. And exactly where the square leg was for Tristan Stubbs is now where Pele had to collect that ball. So the man at deep square now has to come back into the ring here. He'll go to a shortish third man. Cut away, just the one there.
The Warriors haven't really been, call it, brave enough to take on Pangiso straight. It's been very square of the wicket, and not really wanting to go down the ground. Do you think it's almost a bit of respect that's being given to him in terms of the dangers he presents?
I think it's the control. This one's worked away on the leg side. I think it's the control of Aaron Pangiso. I think take nothing away from him. His ability to direct games, and particularly the white ball stuff. His skill and excellence is most notable with the white ball formats of the game. So I think that will be something that will earn him some credit, and just some idea of what's going on at the Western Province game. Bird is the man dismissed. He's just chipped it and has been out caught. So 2 down now for the 6-gun girl Western Province side. Brevas to continue from the pavilion end, 122 for 5. First ball of the 29th. Sweep shot there from Ngwepe, confident from him, and it'll get him a boundary. Lovely stuff there from Lesiba Ngwepe, really showing off his skills with the bat there.
Well executed sweep shot there, connecting it really well, and getting himself to another milestone. 2,000 limited overruns for Mwepe. So, yeah, milestones racking up here for him today.
Yeah, how nice would it be for him if he was to get a victory here? Would be a bit of a famous one. Oh, immediately sent back his stubs. He had to pull up the handbrake there, like a learner driver who forgot which pedal was the brakes there. Anxiously pulled up by a parent or a driving instructor. Cut away, and there's just be one. And now the children at Long On are being chased away by security. Shame for Ed Markham. He's been signing autographs there for a long time, and I think they're just saying now it's time for a break for the Titans superstar. He looked like he was warming up, or maybe just keeping himself ready to go. Brevis, and this one will go down the leg side. It's wide, and that might run away. Good bit of collection work in the deep there to prevent it from going for something.
Jeez.
But I think he's only in the end saved one there, unfortunately. So he hasn't saved anything because it's wide and 4.
Yeah.
Wide and 3, so it's 4 in total.
Look, a valiant effort nonetheless. But it just shows how quick the outfield is if a spinner can bowl a wide and that ball is just racing to the boundary like that. So, yeah, obviously it's runs you wouldn't exactly want to be giving away. You speak about Mwepe as he pushes the single out into the offside. If he was to bring this game home, it would probably be one of the best innings we've seen, as the Dafabet Warriors are in a situation where they're struggling here.
Yeah, there's no real energy in how they're going about it, but I suppose that's the nature sometimes of List A cricket, or one-day cricket, as it's known, the CSA One-Day Cup. It's always a tough one, isn't it, when you feel that there's a lull in the game. You know, players may tend to drift, tend to leave things behind. Short and pulled onto the onside, there's covering in the deep. I think that's the trap that you might fall into, to say, well, this game isn't really progressing. But then when you look at it from the bird's eye view, or the drone's eye view in modern day terms, it is certainly moving along. 163 required from 126 deliveries, and that run rate now nigh on 8, Doug, with them going only at 4.6 to the over. Again, my question is, at what point do they need to start being concerned?
Well, that's exactly where I was going to go with the next statement, is that we're probably reaching a stage now where they would not want that run rate to creep any closer to 9. I wouldn't necessarily say go balls to the wall and just smash it around, but definitely a slight acceleration, because they just seem to have been bogged down for the last 15 overs. No one seems to be able to aggress successfully.
Pangiso over the wicket to Mwepe. He just sends this to Sibonela Makanya.
I think a big part of that lull is Pangiso's bowling. He's tying up an end.
Just the one there as they knock this one down to Long On. Junior Dala down there on the boundary. Like 60 meters, and he's just thrown it with a single bounce. We talk about that arm that Junior Dala has, but showing us his power there. Oh, nearly may have picked up Tristan Stubbs there, did Aaron Pangiso. Tried to give himself some space there, did Tristan Stubbs. Quick movement, but the old fox outfoxing the young upstart. Again, not able to get a run for it. There's 2 balls remaining. Two men out on the leg side. Deep mid wicket, Long On. 2 on the offside, long off, sweeper on the cover boundary, and back foot defense, square almost, type of young Chanderpaul, and forward along, chest open to the bowler. Again, trying to give himself room is Tristan Stubbs, not really going anywhere, and so at the end of Pangiso's 7th, he's picked up 1 for 28, and at the end of 30, 135 for 5. Ngwepe on 11, Stubbs on 19. 162 required now from the remaining 120 deliveries. At the same time, the Titans were 150 for 2, but it is that next 5 overs in which they scored 30 that really gets things moving along.
Yeah, so you asked me about, when do they start aggressing? What approach do they take? My question to you is, what role does Stubbs play now? Obviously, you've got to play that anchor role, but does he keep the chains on? Does he play a more conservative role, or does he go after one ball and over just to try and keep a more consistent run flow going? What role does he play in this chase?
Change of bowling now from the pavilion end. It's Aiden Markram. I wonder, as we head to the final 120 deliveries, Markram comes round the wicket and just defended no run. I wonder if Tristan Stubbs has to be the one to see them over the line, but it has to be the onus upon him to really get things moving along. I think with the run rate over 8, I think if they're going to get over the line, it has to be through his theatrics. And Ngwepe just pushes this down the ground for 1. I think if Tristan Stubbs is going to go after anyone, it's very likely to be Aiden Markram. With the greatest respect to Aiden Markram, probably the one that you would go after. Not many options in terms of attacking the bowling lineup of the Momentum Multiplier Titans. So Markram is the 7th bowler to be used today. Driven out there and no run. Brevis cleaning up there at the cover region. Just 1 run so far from this over. Change in the field now. Mid-wicket going to point, and the man at what could be considered backward point, maybe third man, very wide third man, staying where he is. Down the wicket comes Stubbs, and he's just lofted this up and over the cover fielders, and all the man at Maruf can do is turn his back and go fetch. What a shot, 4 runs, son! We spoke about him being the aggressor. He's come down the wicket there, just used his feet nicely and chipped it up and over. 2 balls left in this Markram over. Are we going to see more fireworks? 3 men out on the leg side. He does again come down the wicket and just shepherds this one onto the onside. And Markram doing the fielding off of his own bowling. 1 ball remaining in the 31st. And presumably he will retain strike for the beginning of the next over. Pangiso's bowled 1 for 28 in 7. And Brevis 1 for 19 in 2. Markram to wrap up round the wicket. Ngwepe maybe thought about going there, but it's gone past the wicketkeeper, and it'll be 4 wides. Disappointing stuff from Aiden Markram. Really will be upset with himself, and the over is not quite yet complete. Man having to go fetch that down. Wicketkeeper also not taking it cleanly as well. He'll not be happy with himself, Will Donovan Ferreira. 14 wides today from the Momentum Multiply Titans, particularly wides that have gone for multiple runs. And Ngwepe just with a big stride in defending that one. Throw! The end of 31, and the Dafabet Warriors 146 rather, for 5 after 31. Ngwepe on 12, Stubbs on 24. Partnership now worth 35. 151 to win from 114, and DLS par is 50 runs adrift. I don't want to let this game get out of hand, but it certainly is starting to look like that way is the way forward. Pangiso will continue from the Henops River end. Just having a look around the field to see who is out. Just 2 men out again on the off and the leg side. Long on, long off, and sweepers. Pushes at this one, does Stubbs a shy at the non-striker's end. Could nearly have been an option there, but not a clean enough take. Means that Lesiba Ngwepe is going to feel comfortable in returning home. 130 for 2 at the end of 29 is where the 6-gun grill Western Province side find themselves, chasing 227 against the Dolphins. Pangiso again with the control, and immediately Stubbs sets off. He wanted the single. It was just a dab to Okuhle Cele at a backward point, and Stubbs desperate for the strike. 2 men out on the leg side, and just an unchanged field really for Stubbs. This one is worked away to the offside. There's immediately an opportunity for a run out, and bit of an anticlimax there because that's the 4th not out given by this umpire. Good bit of work there of a partnership in the field. Ferreira dismantling the stumps and sending them flying all over the Yoki, but not able to give that one out is the umpire at the Henops, rather at the pavilion end, and now he has to collect all the pieces of the stumps. So we have a small delay. Thumbs up to his partner at the other end. Pangiso asking his men to move a little bit squarer. Long off coming into the ring. Down the wicket comes Ngwepe, looking to try and pierce the gap on the onside. Not able to find an opening. 3 men out on the leg side. Change in the field now. The one who was at a type of cow corner in the ring, now moving to a squarish point. Pangiso holds up and wants him a lot finer. Does Pangiso wanting the captain a lot finer than he currently was. Down the wicket comes Ngwepe, through the gap in the ring, but only finding the sweeper out on the offside. So 1 ball remaining here in the 32nd. Ngwepe on 14, Stubbs on 26, and the partnership now worth 38, as that brings up the Dafabet Warriors 197 deliveries, 17 fours yet to cross the boundary without a bounce. Pangiso around the wicket. And boy, oh boy, what did that not hit? Everything. And Stubbs lives to survive another day. It's a bye from the umpire as he waves aloft to the scorers. 32 gone, 151 for 5. Wep on 14, Stubbs on 26, the partnership worth 39. And everybody, including us, will take a drink.
And we are back after the drinks break. It looks like the Momentum Multiply Titans are going to carry on with their spin options as they bring in Aiden Markram into the attack. He's proven himself very valuable a spin option, and just looking to keep the restraints on this Dafabet Warriors batting lineup. Mwepe's just pushed this one down the ground for a single, and Titans firmly in control at the moment, just looking to continue the stranglehold.
Yeah, just going for 11 in his first over, and so, like I said, if there's going to be some acceleration, it has to be, you would think, against Markram. Quick single here, or a bit of theatrics there from Aiden Markram. Diving, he knows the cameras are on him, like you said, and it has been a wonderful outing here. If you are just joining us, it's fine, don't mind you being late, but as long as you're here with us, good afternoon. A little bit of a quicker delivery there, but too much width and a collection in the deep there from the man sweeping. Just the one there. My name is Dave Midgley. Alongside me is Doug McLeod-Elliott. Doug, now it's 8.1 to the over required, and they're not even going at 5. Is this the time now to get moving? It's the 33rd over. You spoke about 31, 32, 33 being crucial. And that's exactly what Tristan Stubbs does. He comes down the wicket, lofts it over the inner ring, and that races to the boundary for 4.
I mean, thanks for asking me the question, David, but I think your boy Tristan Stubbs has answered the question for you. No, I think it's really up to him at this stage when he feels ready to take the bowlers on. And as you mentioned, Markram probably is the target. But yeah, it's 100% down to where he feels comfortable. And that was a really good stroke. He's advanced down once again, and Aiden Markram's had a bit of a chuck of the ball towards the keeper. He's made contact with Stubbs, but other than maybe a bit of a shiner, no harm done. Stubbs showing a bit more intent with his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, and wouldn't be surprised if it isn't the last time in the over that he does that.
Bit of control there from Aiden Markram as Stubbs just nurdles us onto the onside. And tidy over there from Aiden Markram. 8 coming from it. After 33, 159 for 5, 138 now. The required runs from 102 deliveries. And DLS par. Not that it's much of a gauge, but it certainly is something to look at. 200 is where they would hope the Dafabet Warriors would be if they were to be rain. A little bit more cloud cover, as is the norm for high-felt afternoons. But as is the norm for high-felt white ball cricket, it's Aaron Pangiso. 1 for 32 from his 8. And he'll most likely wrap up. He's having a word here from Donovan Ferreira, his wicketkeeper. A little bit of a chat here as well at a backward point between two of the fielders. Looks like Junior Dala's warming up.
Yeah, it was exactly what was crossing my mind now is when the seamers are going to come back. Pangiso comes in.
Looking for 2 here. Will they get it? No, not in the end.
The spin options really have worked so far until Markram came into the attack. He's unfortunately gone for 19 in his 2 overs, so it's been a bit costly. And again, I don't foresee him bowling another over. It's just, although those 8 runs are par of what the Warriors need, it's not ideal for the Titans.
Weber just pushes the square of the wicket on the onside. And he'll just get 1. Not massive changes in the field between the two. Long on, long off. And deep mid wicket. 2 men behind square on the leg side. So any more and it's a no ball. But these experienced cricketers will not be interested in it. They know exactly what they should be doing. 2 men behind square in the off side. A deep cover fielder. Extra cover. And that's your field. Stubbs works it onto the onside. Soft hands, wants to, but it's too quick out the blocks there from the man sweeping on the boundary for them to get anything. Ngwepe in his 100th game, having scored 17 runs so far, supporting Tristan Stubbs nicely, and crucial that he hangs around. I've said that, and then next thing I get him dismissed, but nevertheless, he's only got 1 there for it. 18 runs to his name now. 1 to come. Continuing with long on and long off back. There's a fielder who's lurking here at what presumably is long leg. No, maybe not long leg. But he's got a man in the ring. I don't know if it's fielder, but rather one of the physios. It is one of the physios. I just saw a blue cap meandering round at straight hit. Not straight hit, rather. Long stop. But nevertheless, Pangiso finishes his 9th, 1 for 36 from it. And the Dafabet Warriors 163 for 5 after 34. 134 from 96. And this partnership in their last over crossing the 50 mark. Well done to those two.
Well, you can have a look as we race across the grass banks. How the wind is, I wouldn't exactly say howling, but it's definitely ruffling a few gazebos and umbrellas, and yeah, the umbrellas very useful at the moment with the sun beaming into their eyes on that embankment. Having said that, we do have a bowling change, as David pointed out. Junior Dala was warming up, and he is coming back into the attack, and Lesibe Ngwepe is going to be his first target. Dala bowled a lot of shorter deliveries, bowled with real aggression in that first spell. Really exciting to watch, picking up a wicket as well. So it ought to be a good one.
Slashed away. What a shot, Lesibe Ngwepe. Just threw the kitchen sink at it. And boy, oh boy, has Lesibe Ngwepe showed us his quality with that shot. Wow.
Well, that's a welcome to the crease for Dala. And that shot has also brought up a 50-run partnership. And these two have really stuck it out together and really complementing each other in this partnership, as Ngwepe lines up again.
That's a wide.
Dala straying down leg side, probably rattled by that stroke. Ngwepe maybe even took him by surprise by just taking his first ball on no matter what was delivered. So suddenly a bit of a transfer of pressure onto the bowler so early on in the over.
Yeah, it certainly puts pressure onto a bowler when you're just able to put that ball away to the boundary. Walking in are the fielders. This is tucked away off the hips of Lesibe Ngwepe. It's going to be another boundary for the Centurion in this game. 100 games for him today. That takes him to 26. And the Warriors to 172 for 5.
Junior Dala once again straying down leg side. This time Ngwepe getting some bat onto it, and yeah, there's no stopping that ball racing away to the boundary. And Dala with that has decided now to go around the wicket. It's just a minor change that's it can be so effective, trying to dart that ball in towards Ngwepe.
Oh, and that's the short pitch bowling that you were talking about, Doug. Ngwepe just sways out the way, showing us his favorite inflatable man. You remember those inflatable red, green and yellow men that are outside car dealerships?
I was going more along the Matrix, the lines of the Matrix. He's
Yeah.
bending his back.
Some
back
of our
like that.
viewers might be too young. Gets behind that one. Solid that time from Ngwepe.
much better line from Dala coming around the wicket now. Just wasn't finding it from over the wicket, and it is a much more aggressive line that gets bowled. So Ngwepe seems to be seeing the ball well with Dala bowling.
Two stalwarts of the South African domestic game. He comes wide of the crease. And just a confident line and length here from Junior Dala. You wouldn't think that a simple thing like coming around the wicket would allow Junior Dala to maybe execute the plan a little bit more confidently. Nevertheless, it certainly has helped. 125 to win from 91 deliveries with one ball remaining in the 35th. Over it's been slow today from both sides. Oh, what a classy shot from Lesibo Ngwepe. Just gets out the way and dabs it away down to third man.
Oh, the game really has developed. I mean, the number 7 batsman looking so comfortable against a seamer that you can just sort of guide it with such ease. And batting lineups are just getting longer and longer as the game progresses, because I think everyone realizes the value in an extra 30, 40 runs down in the tail. And Ngwepe more than capable with a bat, and he's coming in at 7, and looks more comfortable than some of the batters up the order.
Yeah, certainly showing that this is a game that means a lot to him. Pangiso to finish his 10th, and 3 men out on the leg side, just the one on the off, and off the back foot, punched away.
He's almost hit that a bit too well. There's real opportunity for twos in the leg side. Fielders are sitting in the boundary, and we're using a very central pitch here, so there is quite a bit of distance to cover in terms of those boundaries. Tristan Subs coming back onto strike here.
Will we see more theatrics from him? Pangiso again having a word with Captain Makanya. I suppose that's the problem with the delays today, the overrate. I'm sure the umpires will be keeping an eye on it. It's very stagnant. And that one is clean him up. He's got him. Tristan Stubbs. No, yes. No, I thought he'd clean him up and clipped it off bail. Nevertheless, Donovan Ferreira, double teapot, Sibonela Makanya on his haunches, and Pangiso emulating Ferreira with the double teapot. I thought he'd gone through the gate there, but it was the quick hands of Donovan Ferreira for the stumping that they were asking for. I thought he'd been bowled through the gate. But umpire at the pavilion end, 5 opportunities to give it out, and he said no. Solid this time, resolute from Tristan Stubbs. Just 3 balls remaining in this outing for Aaron Pangiso. And he defends that one once again. 34 on the board for Tristan Stubbs. Lesibo Ngwepe, 28. Partnership, 62. Defiant, as there are 123 runs remaining for the Dafabet Warriors to get. This one's worked away to the onside, to long on, and they'll just get 1. And 1 ball remaining in the 36th, and 1 ball remaining in Aaron Pangiso's time with the ball today. Certainly showed his class. Again, those 3 men out on the leg side for Lesibo Ngwepe. They want him to retain the strike, but it just goes to the only man in the ring at fine leg or short 45. And at the end of 36, 175 for 5. Ngwepe, 28. Stubbs, 35 in the partnership with 63.
Tell me, David, are the Dafabet Warriors coming back into this game? Pangiso's overs are done now. 10 overs, 1 for 38. But are the Warriors starting to inch their way back into a chaseable position?
122 is definitely a difficult hurdle to overcome, particularly with the way things are going at the moment. But the way that Junior Dala has been the victim of some unlucky circumstances and a bit of boundaries, will he be the one to shift the fortunes of the Titans? 2 runs there for Stubbs, just jumping onto the back foot there to carve this way. 177 for 5. 120 runs to win. Doug, more than a run a ball here required.
Yeah, look, it's definitely an acceleration that's needed. But yeah, I don't know. These two are starting to look comfortable.
Yeah, comfort and acceleration, I guess, are 2 different things. You can be comfortable at the wicket, and I mean that's a confident shot there from Tristan Stubbs, but they need
Straight
boundaries.
to the
They need
fielder,
boundaries, yeah. 82 balls left, 120 to win. And the margin grows ever wider. 8.8 to the over and only 5 at the moment for the Dafabet Warriors. 8.8 required.
And it is consistently climbing as well.
Confident shot again, but just the one for Tristan Stubbs. And I think if the Warriors are going to win here, there's going to need to be some theatrics, some way in which they're able to shift this game dramatically. Can only take 1 or 2 overs to really drive home the point, but I just want to know where it may come from.
Dala once again just straying down leg side slightly, and Mwepe flicking that down to a deep fine leg, a bit squarer than fine leg. Just grabbing himself a single as Tristan Stubbs just continuing on his merry way. 38 to 50 deliveries. It's a very calculated innings, but does he start playing the aggressive shots?
Kamani warming up, but boy oh boy, has that gone all the way. Short arm jab, bang! 6 runs, Tristan Stubbs. Fetch, son.
Well, right on cue, Tristan Stubbs just getting underneath that one and holding no prisoners. He sent that one deep onto the embankment. It's really well timed, and we wanted to see if he's gonna aggress, and they have taken a liking to Junior Dala's bowling. So fantastic stroke there. Final ball of the over. Stubbs just grabbing himself some strike, as a slight little fumble makes him consider a second, but that is the end of another quite expensive Dala over. And with Pangiso finishing his spell, we will have a new bowler now on this end.
I thought for a moment that it might be Aya Kamane, because he was warming up on our end of the ground, the pavilion end. I thought that was going to be the case, but no, not yet. Nobody's really standing out saying, I'm going to be the one to bowl. And in the other game, it looks like Bosch will be the man to bowl. And in the other game, the Dolphins and the Western Province side, Province 155 for 3. As it's Neil Brunt. Never mind, I stand corrected. Neil Brunt is going to be the man to bowl. Captain bringing himself on. Strange time to bring yourself on. Perhaps desperate to buy a wicket, but more so to lure that fishing rod with the shiny lure to try and get Tristan Stubbs to play a false shot. 2 men out on the leg side. And he finds the gap between the two of them. Hit too well to seek out 2 runs there.
Tristan Stubbs now moving into within reach of 1 boundary of that half-century mark. He's also just inching away at that total. Brunt also very much a bowler to hold up an end. Are they going to see opportunity to score for him?
Yeah, just tucked away onto the onside from Ngwepe. Will we see the boundary that the Warriors so desperately need? The 6 was great, but I think they just need just that much more. 76 balls remaining, 109 runs to win. Tristan Stubbs certainly throwing his hands at that one, but it was into the ground, and so a bit of a crowd catch as Makanya does the fielding. That one is a little bit more flighted this time as Stubbs sends it down to long on. Brevis does the fielding.
Yeah, I think what Titans did so well at this stage in the innings was they were getting at least a boundary and over. And that's the situation that Warriors find themselves in now. So they need to find themselves a boundary and over.
Tucked away onto the onside. Men converging there from the mid-wicket and long on position. There was only 1 man in on the leg side. Remember, Neil Brunt's bowling left arm to the left-handed Lesiba Ngwepe. Means it goes into him. Left arm orthodox. Stubbs, this one going away from him. Does he hit with the spin or against it? He goes with the spin this time. Hit out square of the wicket. Again, just another single. So I think they feel like if they can hit around 6 to the over, they'll feel a lot more confident. 38 gone now, 191 for 5. And the Dafabet Warriors need 106 from 72 deliveries. 12 overs left in the day, ladies and gentlemen. With this partnership of 79, these two frustrating the momentum multiply Titans, and Ayakamane will be the bowling change from the pavilion end. 6 overs, 1 for 12. Really frugal stuff from him. And I think Neil Brunt thinking after his over, perhaps there can be some support here from Ayakamane, and maybe just get Junior Dala back on the other end. What do you think? Is it going to be Junior Dala from the Henops River end? I think that's perhaps why they've gone with Neil Brunt for just 1 over, maybe.
Yeah, it would make sense to me. Dala has been expensive, so I wouldn't have been surprised if they took him out the attack completely.
Whipped away on the onside, square the wicket. There's a man fielding there, so he'll clean it up. And the score goes to 192 for 5. 8 away from the team double 100. Partnership now with 80. 216 is DLS par, so not really far off. They're a lot closer than they were a couple of overs ago. 24 runs away from DLS par.
Well,
It was 40 at one point, 45.
It's been the loss of wickets that would have affected them in terms of that calculation. And now that it's getting later and the runs are getting scored, it will narrow down that DLS par score.
Great shot by Lesiba Ngwepe. It's dead straight. 2 bounces into the boundary. And he's showing it's not just Tristan Stubbs that can be aggressive. Overpitched by Ayakamane. And he just hit it back over his head and said, Sonny, you go fetch that one.
Well, Junior Dala was coming around to try and cut that one off. Once again, had a bit of distance to cover, but it didn't seem like he was ever going to get there. Ngwepe going straight over his head. Brilliant stroke.
Will he pitch it up again or will he drop it short? Hooked onto the onside and bang, 1 bounce for Lesiba Ngwepe. Showing his skill here. 200 up for the Dafabet Warriors. 238 deliveries. 22 fours and the 6 from Tristan Stubbs. This partnership now with 88.
There's a definite switch in intent all of a sudden. It looks like the Warriors have decided now is the time. if we are going to turn the tides, it will be now. This partnership has been superb so far, and now it's just it's been idling in sort of third gear, but now it looks like they've shifted gears.
Long off making his way back. Third man in the ring. Length again, and a great bit of fielding. Nearly has Lesiba Ngwepe all at sea. And a good bit of cover work there from Clele at backward point. He thought he was in for all money, did Kamane there. Fielding off of his own bowling.
Brave stop there, diving onto one of the adjacent pitches, and landing straight onto the hard turf. But all seems good. Really energetic effort. That would have been quite something if it yielded a wicket.
Absolutely, and would certainly have buoyed the home side here. Kamane to Ngwepe. Oh, he tried to go again. Loud shout from Kamane. The umpire looked like he might be lifting his finger, but rather clicked over on his counter and said, 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, a few hands on heads from the Sky Blues. Well, if you believe that there might have been a little Samson there. But once again, it's a not out call.
Yeah, confident stuff there from the umpire. He's really put the brakes on any side, really just dominating and making sure that there's no bad calls. Missed time there from Ngwepe. I think he was looking to go a lot straighter than he ended up going. But at the end of 39, it's 201 for 5. Dafabet Warriors with a change of gloves for Tristan Stubbs. And who's on 49. Ngwepe on 40. 89 is the partnership. It's rather a strip inside his helmet that he wants to change out. That's what is the change. 96 from 66. 201 for 5.
Yeah, the overs have seen some the acceleration from the Warriors, and much needed little break for these two batsmen. Partnerships built up, and do believe that they're working their way back into this game. David, you may not believe me, but they have continued though with Neil Brandt on the other end. Junior Dalla being taken out of the attack completely, not exactly a change of ends like we expected, and be interesting to see if they take Brandt on.
Thought about a run there, but Brandt doing his own fielding there. Just the one man out on the offside. So if you're going to hit against the spin, you've almost got to go dead straight if you want anything from it. Very wide on the long on. And that's exactly where that ball goes. Even wider than that. So that'll take the Lesiba Ngwepe fully 9 to the 40s. 41. And a shift change in terms of fielders. Now 2 men out on the onside. Car corner mid-on. Brandt round the wicket. Oh, nearly got his 50. He absolutely threw everything at that, and it didn't connect.
Well, there's that backward point region is open on the boundary. He's probably looking to pierce the infield. This time going for the exact same shot, and the ball races away to the boundary for a very well earned half century. Tristan Stubbs getting his third limited overs 50, and he's done it in 59 deliveries, hitting 5 fours and that very lonesome 6. The Dafabet Warriors will be looking for a few more boundaries as they move along.
Again, similar type shot, this time in front of square, and so the man sweeping out there will do the clean-up work. And with just 1 ball remaining in the 40th, Dafabet Warriors, as Doug has said, need 90 from 61 deliveries. Will it be Ngwepe and Stubbs to get them home, or will it be the late wickets to upset their party? Ngwepe down the wicket and just whips this away. Confident from him. He goes to 42.
That brings to an end the 40th over. That sets us up for the final 10. Everything that's happened in the previous 90 overs boiled down to these final 10. And at the same time, the Titans were at 219 for 4. So really not far off in terms of the comparison at this stage. But there was a bit of a flurry in the end from the Momentum Multiply Titans as Ayat Ramane carries on with 60 balls remaining. Just under 9 runs to the over required. So the boundary and over almost mandatory at this stage now.
Certainly looks like that may be the case. Just a quick update from the Western Province game. 164 for 3, chasing 227. Kamane to Ngwepe. Drives hard, on the bounce, nearly a catch, and there's a fumble. And so Makanya, who's wincing a little bit there, allows them to get their way and get through for a single. 209 now for 5. Kamane just marshalling his men and suggesting that he wants his man going out onto the car corner boundary. 3 men out on the leg side, long off, and a sweeper in the cover region outside the ring on the offside. And he bowls a straight ball, so they're looking to give Tristan Stubbs the single and then put pressure on Lesiba Ngwepe. Not that Ngwepe's struggling in terms of his own runs, so he's just showing the umpire, saying, "Umps, my bat is falling apart, please can I get a new one?" No? Or he just wants him to with his scissors. I think that's what's happened. There's a stray piece of grip or string from the handle of his bat, and he's just asked the umpire to give it a bit of a haircut. Kamane to Ngwepe. Educated edge maybe, but on the bounce to backward point. And so he survives a little bit of a scare there. Maybe a heart and mouth moment there for Lesiba Ngwepe. Kamane maybe remonstrating with his skipper, saying, "Come on, maybe let's bring the man in at long on." Captain taking precedence there and saying, "No, sir. Third man in the ring, and just the sweeper and long off on the offside." He goes to Ngwepe again. Short ball. Wide is the signal from the umpire at the striker's end. Wide indeed. And 1 for the over. So another wide means that there's 16 now from the Momentum Multiply Titans. 16 wides, obviously including some extra runs and 4 wides that came up earlier. And it's going to be a truly interesting prospect. Ngwepe onto the onside, tucks it away. Kamane does the fielding off of his own bowling. And they'll get through for a scampered single. 2 to come in this over. But most crucially for the Dafabet Warriors, that brings up 100 partnership between Ngwepe and Tristan Stubbs. They came together when their side was at the bottom of the doldrums, really struggling, no wind in their sails. And they've turned this game around and given the Dafabet Warriors a chance, a sniff, a whiff of victory. Stubbs on 55. He faces to Kamane over the wicket. Tucks this away onto the onside. Happy with just 1 a ball. And I think that's exactly what the Momentum Multiply Titans captain will be happy with. 1 to the bowler, 1 at a time. A couple of singles make the difference here. Runner ball stuff. They need to go at over 9 to the over, so there has to be a boundary, as Doug said, every over, and it's looking like it's going to end up being more than 1 boundary in the over required very soon. Over pitched, and Kamane using the slow ball there. No run available. Stubbs will keep the strike going into the 42nd. 213 for 5. Stubbs on 56 and Nguepa on 44. Partnership 101.
Yeah, we're going into a vital sort of 3 or 4 overs because it's going to be do or die for the Dafabet Warriors. As I do still believe that Titans are in the driving seat, in that Warriors probably left themselves maybe a little bit too much to do, but this partnership really has been impressive so far, and hasn't been any sort of wicked threats recently, so the Titans bowler is not really able to create too much discomfort. And
let me put this to you. 74 to win from 54. Would you feel confident? Does that 10 runs make a difference?
10 runs does make a difference.
They're from the Hennops River end. Short and pulled away, and they'll run just the one. He's hit it too well, has Tristan Stubbs. So just the one there takes him to 57, and the Warriors 214 for 5.
No, we're at a stage where 10 runs is massive, and yeah, it's
been a day of starts and not really capitalizing on it from both sides. But how vital will this game prove in terms of the context of this competition? 1 for the over is the signal from the square leg umpire. And just a reminder of where both teams are on the table of the CSA One Day Cup. Table is topped by the Lions, Dolphins and Dragons. 1, 2 and 3, just because of net run rate, they all have a victory to their name. Warriors, Rocks, Titans at the bottom just because of net run rate and victories. Quick single from Nguepa gets him off strike. Yeah, the Titans at the bottom of the log, and I think if the Warriors manage to pull off a victory here, what a famous victory it would be.
Oh, we've seen some spectacular chases on this ground before, and this would be up there, but still verging on unlikely.
Don't hedge your bets just yet. Pulled away to the onside. 2 bounces. A bit of a fumble means they'll get through comfortably in the end for a second. And crucially for the Dafabet Warriors, Tristan Stubbs keeps the strike. 2-1-5. 2-1-7 rather. For 5. With 2 balls remaining in the 42nd. 105 partnership. And they need 80 from 50.
Yeah, it's been a good over so far. Just 4 runs from the 4 deliveries.
Driven hard over the head of the fast bowler. Won't go all the way to the boundary. Just not quite timing it, but got the skill in him, does young Tristan Stubbs, to get it over to the bowler. 2 balls remaining in the over. It's a left-right combination that has been the thorn in the side of the momentum multiplied Titans. These Titans bowlers not all that confident in their wicket-taking abilities, as you said. Just a 1 run there. Now the margin drops, but it's still nearly 10 to the over, Doug. And I think that's where you're looking and saying, if there is to be a victory by the Dafabet Warriors, it's going to have to come from somewhere. I'm not quite sure where they're going to find it, because 79 from 49, we're in the last 10. Where is it that they'll find the spare? And they have signaled to us that is the end of the over. Umpires maybe not quite counting to 6 with the rest of us. Nevertheless, 42 overs gone, 2-1-9 for 5. Nguepa on 46, Stubbs on 60, partnership 107.
Yeah, well, we're approaching the end of the late afternoon now as well. We have floodlights, shadow almost running right across the ground. So the sun is dipping, and the sun will set on this match, and we're reaching the pivotal few overs. It is still rather warm out there, but there is a bit of a breeze coming across.
And again, just driven up the ground. Thought of immediately running 2, but there was just 1 on offer for them. And that takes Ngwepe to 47. Kamane has bowled 8.1 overs, 1 for 28, and he has been frugal in the best possible way if you're a Titans fan. And he's just done the job for them. Job done. Just have to see how he continues to finish out here. He goes to Stubbs. Stubbs give himself some room. Boy, oh boy, did he throw everything at it. Nearly an opportunity for Donovan Ferreira behind the stumps. Not quite carrying, I don't think. And so it'll be signalled as byes. So there's no connection there. Umpire saying just getting through with a bit of wayward bowling, perhaps. Come on, it's just 3.5 to the over. The cheapest of the Titans bowlers. On the other end, his new ball partner, Junior Dala, close to the most expensive. 7.3 to the over, but it was 9.5 from Brevis and Markram. Short and chopped on, nearly onto the stumps by Ngwepe. Just feeling the moment where he felt, boy, oh boy, that's me done. And it's double Nelson on the board with 3 balls remaining in the 43rd.
Kamane just staying true to his form in this game. 3 runs from the first 3 deliveries.
Stubbs works this away to the onside. Immediately set off did the Titans fielders. They paired there down in the deep.
Yeah, it was really energetic from the fence, because it's a really vital part of the game where if 2 start accumulating, that's when you can start building 10 to the over. But just limiting everything to singles, as you can see the Titans fielders on the boundaries are starting their walk in on the boundary.
Just bunted into the onside. Partnership exceeding Nelson there. 112. Ngwepe 1 away from a half century, and that is also the 1 for the over. 7.1 overs remaining in this encounter. And you wonder if they're just trying to nurse Ngwepe to his 50 and then they're going to go for it. But with 30 runs ahead of where they should be in terms of runnable stuff, there's still a tall order on offer here. And just a single there to conclude the 43rd. 225 for 5. Ngwepe on 49. Stubbs will retain the strike on 62. Partnership 113. And if your maths is better than mine, then 72 from 42 is the margin in which they find themselves. Conversation now among the senior men, leaders of this side, Pangiso, Sibonela Makanya, and Aiden Markram, along with Ayat Kamane, having a long discussion here about what the plan should be as they head to the final 7. DLS pause 243 with this side on 225. And I'm not sure if this is quite a sanctioned drinks break, but nevertheless, there is a delay in play as both batsmen are getting some drinks. Yeah, and you can see that the square leg umpire just out of your shot there.
Not exactly giving a round of applause, is he?
No, he said, come on, fellas, let's get moving. I suppose if he has a watch, I would have thought that would be the signal to tap your watch as opposed to the mushroom cap that he seemed to be giving there, the bald fist and the flat hand on top.
Yeah, well, it is the end of the game. This is where the final plans are made, and Titans will know they've got one hand on the end on the win. Just need to execute from here on out.
Shot away down to cow corner. Brevis does the fielding. And just the one run there. Looked a lot prettier, I suppose, than the execution would suggest. Now, Lesiba Ngwepe, one away from 50 here. I'm 4 for 4 with commentators' curses. Will I get full marks this afternoon? 2 men out on the offside. Long off. Cover sweeper. 3 on the leg side. Shorten just dots it down. That'll be 50 runs for Lesiba Ngwepe. He really has fought hard and can raise his bat in appreciation. His 5th limited overs 50 in his 100th game, and he's certainly putting his fortune where it matters most. 50 from 50. 5 fours to his name.
A really good knock. Really playing a big role in keeping them in this game.
Stubbs giving himself some room. It's hooked up high into the air. There's a man under it. And that's it. Great catch there in the deep. And the Titans have effectively turned this game on its head.
Dafabet Brevis out in the deep. Sun beaming into his eyes. Taking it with absolute ease. Tristan Stubbs, there was no doubt that they had to go for it. And as his batting partner reaches his half century, he has departed. The very next ball, and obviously a bit frustrated with himself, knowing very well it could have been his moment. As it looks ever bleak for the Dafabet Warriors.
Yeah, the opportunity to get them over the line was certainly there. More than 100 on the partnership mark. And that'll bring Bayer Swanepoel into this encounter. Joining the Dafabet Warriors this year. And he came in from, I believe it's the Northern Cape, where he plied his trade. Now living a coastal life these days. And the conversation ahead of this over between the senior men paying off. Like you said, it's a tough catch for Brevis. Sun shining straight into his eyes. And with 70 runs to win, the fortune of the Dafabet Warriors, you might suspect, walked away with Tristan Stubbs as he walked to the pavilion. 3 to come in this Taylor over. Nope, change of the field. Just making sure he's got the right number of men out the ring or in the ring, and now sends Junior Dala down to 3rd man.
He's gone and grabbed himself a 2nd wicket as well.
And that's exactly where that ball goes. Backward point / 3rd man. Nevertheless, they get through for 2.
Yeah, really well played. It's just guarded that very risk-free too. And yeah, would have thought he'd try to get Ngwepe on strike, but he'll take the double, I'm sure. How many balls do you give yourself in this situation? You know you need the runs.
Yeah, almost a duplicate shot there from Bayer Swanepoel, but this time finding the man at backward point, Neil Brandt.
There's just a little bit of a murmur around the stadium, almost a murmur of inevitability as the day starts drawing to a close. Some welcome shadows over the ground at the moment.
Hit into the adjacent strip, and a fumble there by Captain Makanya means they'll get through comfortably in the end for the single. The frustrating part, if you're just watching as a neutral, is that Swanepoel is going to retain strike as they head into the 45th. Ngwepe, the man, clearly set here, but I suppose when you need runs, you're going to take it wherever they come from. 44 gone to 30 for 6. And the Dafabet Warriors need 67 from 36.
Yeah, run rate climbing, or required run rate climbing over 11 now. And a few less wickets, and we're looking at a real humdinger of a game. But we're in a scenario where the Titans bowlers have just done their job and executed with real precision and execution. And the damage was done earlier on with those 3 early wickets, kept the Warriors on the back foot from the beginning, and it's always been a recovery since.
Just squeezed out the backward point there, and they race through for a single. And I think it's a common theme for Warriors fans. Rescue job often needed, and it is the reality that Warriors fans face. But Swanepoel just checking his gloves, maybe just not happy with them. And there are people now in the pool at Castle Corner. Maybe some families that have come through just to watch the final overs. Carved away backward of point. There's a man who's square on the offside who will cover that and make sure that he cleans things up, and is asking for another bat is Lisiwa Ngwepe. That part perhaps that required a haircut earlier, now having to be changed. Change of grip. No, he's going to continue with the white grip. There was an opportunity for a darker grip there, but nevertheless, feeling like there's more runs in the new Willow. Kamane. Oh, that's a waft. He's shouted loudly, has Kamane, but he had got zero support from Donovan Ferreira behind the stumps. But it's just one there.
Did look like a very a hopeful appeal in that we were very clearly pitching outside leg, hitting outside leg. There wasn't really much to consider for the umpire, and 2 dots to 2 singles to start the over. Ngwepe on strike. What can he do?
Immediately sets off for a single, and I don't think the Titans will be upset with that.
Well, my question is why is he pushing for singles now? It's maybe trying to just take this as deep into the game as he can, and then try and launch in the final few. But time to launch is here.
Absolutely.
It's yesterday already.
Yeah, 12 required nearly to the over, and they're only going at 5. Kamane. To Swanepoel, who just drops this outside his shadow, and a no run there. And so Kamane having to jog back to his mark because of the delay with over 8. I think these umpires will certainly, when they do review this game, be mindful of that you've got to make sure players are getting through their innings and not unnecessarily delaying the game. 7 hours now into this game. Smashed away on the offside. Just the one available for Swanepoel. And you would ask the question because in a game of Test cricket, a day's play is 90 overs. And you've got about 8 overs to bowl 90. So they're on par. They're ahead of par, obviously. But from 10 overs, Kamane has picked up just the one for 36. And at the same time, the momentum multiply Titans 261 for 6. But remember, those final overs, 35 runs. So that certainly makes a difference.
The damage was done between the 41st and the 46th over for the Titans. That's where they really managed to accelerate, and that's where we sort of thought they were going to crack 300, 320, and then the Warriors just sort of pulled it back in the final 5. They're going to need an explosive final few overs.
Certainly looking to start that way as Swanepoel over the top, and not Kamane, rather it's Makanya doing the collection work. He'll just get 2 from it. I think Swanepoel heard you in his ear there saying now's the time to accelerate, and certainly looking forward, not finding it necessarily. But we're only 1 ball into the 46th.
Well, Swanepoel himself can set himself up for a hero's innings here. If he launches a few big ones, puts them in a better position.
Well, he nearly launched it there, but he didn't quite connect.
if he lost his grip, the bat would have flown further than the ball there. It's just he's definitely trying, that's for sure.
Sure. Looked a little bit like myself on the golf course.
Yet he still made better connection.
Sure. Regularly scoring hundreds. That's me on the golf course. Scoring hundreds, yeah.
Now I got you.
Yeah. At times, you know, at risk of being a double century. Mulligan here and there would be nice. Nevertheless, Swanepoel needing some luck as well. He faces up to Tele. Short and spanked over his head. There's a man converging. No, he's not going to get it. All the way. 6 runs, son. Looked a little bit like a tennis shot forehand. And there was a man there, but it just flew like a rocket.
Yeah, really unorthodox, but if it works, it works. And he has tried that shot once already in the over, missing it. But yeah, this time connecting and sending it for the maximum.
Junior Dala now being brought up rather into the third man position. Long off going back. Neil Brandt on the long off boundary.
He's going to go big. He's got to.
Well, not elegant at all, but
shot.
Certainly one that's effective. Just beating Brevis out there on the boundary, or rather, is that Brandt? No, it looks like Brandt that is on the boundary there. Wow.
That was a really unorthodox shot, but I tell you what, I enjoyed that. It really connected quite well. And 2 boundaries in a row. David.
Still think it's a bridge too far. Still think it's 50 runs in 26 deliveries. It's 2 runs a ball.
Oh,
give or take. 1.95.
Swanepoel's come in with a goal. He's a man on a mission at the moment.
With another wicket here, you'd think the game is wrapped.
100%, yes. But until then, it's always an opportunity.
I think they felt like he could have gotten on the end of that one. Similar type shot. It's up and over. Third man and backward point racing. Are they going to get there? Oh, what a valiant attempt from them. Great bit of work there to clean things up. Brevis partnering with Junior Dala. And I think he may have spiked himself, Junior Dala, as he went over there. But fantastic attempt from him to cut that one off. And that brings the Warriors 250 up on the card. 283 deliveries, 2 sixes and 24 fours.
Yeah, few runs leaking here for the Momentum Multiply Titans. They'll definitely be looking to stem that flow as it is starting to ask a few questions. This is worked into the leg side. Just the single taken, and that brings to an end the 46th over. 251 for 6.
Yeah, just 4 overs remaining in this game, but they still need to go 12 to the over, so they're going to need more than that over, although it was fruitful for them. Who's going to be bowling here? It's going to be Corbin Bosch to take the 47th. He's been fruitful, just 5 runs to the over, so fruitful for them, but not yet picking up a wicket. 6 overs, 0 for 30.
I think they'll take 5 to the over at this stage, that's for sure.
Oh, sure.
And yeah, it'll be interesting. Mwepe on strike. He hasn't really seemed to, it looks like he hasn't really been the aggressor in this partnership, which is what you would have expected. As his partner Swanepoel just doing some damage on the other end. What can Mwepe do? An over of 20 here, David, and the momentum completely shifts.
Oh, absolutely. And field placing is going to be crucial here, because if Bosch is to keep things quiet here, you've got to have your men in the right places. Only 1 man in the ring on the leg side, square leg. On the offside, 3 men in, everybody out.
Should be back of a length.
It's a full ball. And mistimed, miscued onto the onside, and so they'll just get 1.
Oh, you'll feel he missed out there, Willem Mwepe. Bit of a full toss. So.
And Now Kamane coming into the ring for Swanepoel. Will he go back out? No. Yes, he does. Turns his back and runs. So no field change for Bears Swanepoel. And you wonder if he's going to go wide like he did to Ngwepe, if he's going to struggle over Midhoff. And that's exactly where he's gone. Straight down Midhoff's throat. Simple catch for Sibonela Makanya. I called it. That's 5 from 5 with the commentator's curse. 7 down now for the Warriors. And 45 runs remain.
Oh, he's had a go at it. They've tempted him into that shot by bringing the middle fielder up. And just, you know what, it's not far off from clearing him. It took a real tidy catch in the end to dismiss him, as the little cameo of Swanepoel has come to an end. And with that, again, it's another real dampener on the mood for the Dafabet Warriors.
Ngwepe will be joined at the crease by the left armer, Nyaka. It's rather, no. Eventually they'll decide who is actually the one coming out to bat, because they showed Plaiki, then they showed Abrams, and it has now been announced. Ziad Abrams, 33 matches, and he averages 8. Strike rate of 54, so really not a premier batsman, but still young in his burgeoning career, and an opportunity, perhaps if not for a victory, but certainly for a performance that his coach will be proud of. And the scorers on the scorecard showing that Siaplaki was out for 1 ball when that wasn't the case. Not quite sure what their error was, but we've got you covered. We're on top of it. Nevertheless, Plaiki in his 3rd game averaging 60. So it's Plaiki, not Ziad Abrams, and not Nyaka. Nevertheless, Plaiki, blossoming career ahead of him, facing Bosch. Was that Mr. Umpire maybe just going down the leg side? Full toss there, and they'll get through. Will it be for leg byes? No, it's not. Siaplaki, after a bit of confusion, Siaplaki is the one who has come to the wicket. 253 for 7, and Plaiki, with the partnership of Ngwepe, need 44 from 21 deliveries. 2 runs a ball is what they need. 12.6 to the over. Bosch going to Ngwepe, slices this away. What a great bit of fielding by Aaron Pangiso there in the covers. Absolutely laced that one, and Pangiso doing well to get down and stop that delivery. Really not enjoying it. Wringing out his hand there is Pangiso in the cover region.
Yeah, momentum 100% with the Multiply Titans at the moment. And
Ngwepe having to face up here. Yorker length delivery. How was that? And he was nearly run out. Boy, oh boy. Double shout for how was that?
how good has Corbin Bosch been this over? Match winning over, or match sort of concluding over this one, just pulling them into the driver's seat completely.
Locking the doors as well.
And just making sure that there's enough fuel in the tank to see them out to their destination.
Yeah, 14 required now to the over. And is it a matter of formality, or will there be late drama? Worked away to the onside by Ngwepe. And a single there. And that is the end of the 47th. 254 for 7. Ngwepe on 55. Siaplaki on 1. Partnership 2. But they need 14.5 to the over. Resigned to their fate, seemingly, are the Dafabet Warriors. Junior Dala It's been expensive, 1 for 44 in his 6, but his ability to pick up wickets is why Captain Sibonela Makanya has gone to him. Bowling from the Henops River end. Let's see how he goes now. Ngwepe nearly chopping that one on. Really looking to get going here, but 43 from 18 at 9 on 15 to the over. Exactly, that's where it's gone with that single dot. 15 to the over.
His body language isn't exactly positive.
No, sure. Not really feeling the confidence in himself, 100th game or not. Smacked away to the onside. It'll be down the throat of Long On. You spoke about his absence of confidence, and that is exactly what has come to the fore. Lesiba Ngwepe, the last hope, desperate hope as it may have been for the Dafabet Warriors. He's gone for 55, and that is the game, you would think, all said and done. Markram is the catcher, Dala the bowler. He's gone for 55, and that is the end of it for the Dafabet Warriors. 254 for 8, and 2.4 overs left remaining in this game. Blakey's still not out on 1, but the fat lady has begun her warm-ups. Let's see who comes out here. Will it be Mnyaka or Ziad Abrams? Looks like it might be Ziad Abrams. And we'll just confirm once we do. No, it is 00.
Nyaka into the
That's Mnyaka rather, not Ziad. Akona Mnyaka. Number 69 rather. 66. Just salt in the wound there from the stadium announcer. 43 from 16.
Just
with the second.
a reminder of the mountain that there is to climb. Did a fairly decent job with the ball today, and is coming in a position which you wouldn't ideally want to be in, but it is what it is, and who knows, it might be his hero moment with the willow.
Yeah, it was a good performance from him today, but yeah, I'm sure he would have preferred not to have batted at all. He faces up now to Junior Dala. Waft at it, and he's not happy with himself. It's a short delivery, and Mnyaka showing us perhaps an insight into his mindset. So he's just making sure he fixes his behavior.